Welcome, everybody. I am Brooke Desterick, the co-founder of The Cure Starts Now.
And I am Heidi Varnes, the Director of Family Support with The Cure Starts Now.
And welcome to Giving First 2022. We are so excited to be back with you this year. This is our 5th annual. And every year it is such a inspirational day and a wonderful day. Last year we raised well over $600,000.
Yes.
And we are so excited to break that record this year. So, we've got a lot of stuff coming up.
We do. Stay tuned for a full day of lots of interviews, and we could not have raised $600,000 last year without the amazing families that we have and the amazing supporters and donors that we have with our organization. But real quick, before we continue, Brooke introduced herself as the co-founder of The Cure Starts Now and me as the Director of Family Support. But I think there are two bigger roles that you and I play.
Yep.
We are both mothers of children who are affected by DIPG.
Yep.
So we have, a very deep connection with why we're here today. So I think that's first and foremost what we should be saying.
My daughter Elena battled 15 years ago. Elena is my oldest daughter, and she was diagnosed with DIPG back when DIPG was, just starting to be classified as such. So. And then
my youngest daughter is Addison, and she is currently battling DIPG and has been battling for 44 months. Yes.
Yes.
44 months because of the amazing work that you guys have done here, and I want to make sure I say thank you very much for that.
Well, it is our pleasure, and it puts purpose to the pain. A parent once told me, definitely to go through what we've gone through, we need to put all of that to a better and higher purpose. And today is a great example of how we do that. So today we have 35 interviews with incredible families, as well as a lot of interviews too.
Yes.
It's not just about one child. We have so many families that we represent in this day. And I want to say to any families that are watching, if you're not yet a part of this and you want to be a part of it,
it's not too late.
Yeah, it's not too late. Super easy. You just go to give-first.org and you can start your own fundraiser there. You don't even need our help. You can start it and start fundraising. And the best part about Giving First is that everything is being tripled today, 3 times. So every single donation will be matched 3 times today, and that is thanks to some incredible donors who have really stepped up and said these kids matter. And that is Dawn and Bob Litters and the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation. And I am so blessed. The Litters do it in honor of Sweet Ayla's Army.
Yes.
And Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation is in honor of Jeffrey Thomas Hayden, who battled DIPG even before we did. So every dollar that you give is going to be triple matched. So please give. I know we're coming towards the end of the year when we're thinking about all of our end of year giving. So please, now's the time before we forget, before you get busy in your day. Super easy. Online, we accept e-checks, credit cards, heck, we do crypto. We've got information on stock donations. We even do Venmo and PayPal. So we make it pretty much as easy as possible for you to give today.
And if you are interested in being part of the matching donors, definitely send us an email, give us a call. We could definitely make it go bigger than 3 times. I
Yeah.
mean, let's see if we can get it to 5 times, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's 3 times matching up to $117,000. So yeah, or as we get more donors, we can increase that to even more. And I'd love to see us blow that $117,000 out the water early on.
Yes.
I know last year we didn't have quite so much, and we exhausted that pretty early. So wanted to talk a little bit about people ask why we do Giving First.
Yes.
And so a lot of people know about Giving Tuesday, and Giving Tuesday is usually done the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, the Tuesday after Black Friday, Cyber Saturday, or no, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday. I'm sure there's a Sunday holiday in there for shopping too. But in 2020, we really sat down and took a look at it and said, you know what? Our kids don't deserve leftovers.
Right.
They don't deserve waiting till after everybody's spent all this money on their gifts and sometimes gifts for themselves too, to give to our kids. They don't deserve whatever's left over. And so at that point, we started Giving First. And so since then, we've been joined by over 100 families every single year to really focus on our kids first. And I am so excited to have the families that we have be a part of this year.
Absolutely. This year we have 105 families. And like Brooke said earlier, if you want to join and start a fundraiser, go to give-first.org and you can start a fundraiser in honor of your child. And I mean, I couldn't agree with this more. Our children deserve to be thought of first. You know, in the medical world, they're not thought of first. You know, everything has to go through adult trials first, and then the children get what is left over. So we need to change that, and we need to find effective treatment, and we need to think of the children first. And the first way to do that is to donate so that we can fund research. And so excited. This is going to be an exciting day with lots of great family interviews. And
yeah, we've already kicked it off pretty big.
Yes.
I don't know, the last time I looked at it, I think we were over 40,000. Wow. Okay. Last time I looked at it, it was 35,000. You guys have really stepped up already. So that's amazing. So thank you. I would love to see before lunch hour is over that we get over 50,000. So let's see if we can get that done. We are going to be kicking off with a few interviews. First with so a lot of our families are either our chapters. We have 40 chapters from around the world, including Australia and Canada. And then we have our ambassador families, and those are all around the country. And then we also have some families who are in the fight as well. And so one of our families, the Georges, are going to be one of our chapters. They're going to be next. And also the Ganesh family with Zoe. So we are so excited to be able to tell these stories and, you know, let them kind of explain to us why Giving First is important and why giving to research is important. So as you watch these videos, please take a minute, go to give-first.org and donate. And remember, 100% of that donation goes straight to research, and that donation will be matched 3 times. Up to $117,000. So please take a minute, go online, make your donation now before you forget, and then please take a second and watch these interviews.
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're lucky to be joined by Karthik Ganesh, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his daughter Zoe And I saw just a picture you guys had just sent over. I saw her smile in that picture, and but from your guys' perspective, tell me a little bit about Zoe and what should people know about her?
Our little superhero. She when she passed away when she was 5.5. She just graduated from pre-K, and she told the entire audience at her pre-K graduation that she wanted to be a paleontologist ballerina. So that was my little Zoe in a nutshell. And Suman and I had Zoe after a bunch of miscarriages. So when she came into our lives, she was the best thing that had ever happened to us. And I will tell you now, 10 years after her passing, as much as I am absolutely in love with the two little boys in my life now, Zoe is always the best thing that happened to us. And 5-year-old girl loved, she loved the movie Tangled. Tangled was first dad and daughter date night. That was the first movie we watched together. I mean, we watched a bunch of films, but mom had gone out, so she and I watched that movie together. She loved My Little Pony. Rainbow Dash was her favorite. She was beyond obsessive about her mother, and her mom was as well about her. And diagnosed in September of 2012. Passed away in November of 2012, start to finish. If you started the conversation off, Keith, by talking about lucky to have me on this, I will tell you the word luck is, it means so many different things. And for as devastating as her loss was, just incredibly blessed that the start to finish was 2 months. She did not, she suffered, but she didn't suffer in all the ways that we had read about and the ways we'd heard about. And she did not shed an iota of her attitude through the entire 2.5 months, 54 days, sorry. And you played music. She loved Adele. Somehow she figured Adele was still good enough music for ballet, and she would dance all over the place, even with her steroids and everything else. She wanted to dance to Adele. Adele was her thing, and just an absolute blessing, Keith. And
Well,
my wife and I are better for the years she spent with us.
You sound like a girl dad. I appreciate that, because that's all I have are girls, and very much a girl dad as well. The paleontology ballerina, that's got to be the really the thing that tells you everything you need to know about Zoe.
Yeah.
A lot of families and a lot of kids that go through this, you really don't see it coming with the initial diagnosis on it. I mean, how did you guys start to find out that she had this cancer, and can you tell us a little bit about those days, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. I mean, she started complaining of, we could tell she was having eyesight issues. She started complaining of double vision. And that really was the starting point for us. And we kept taking her back to her pediatrician and to her ophthalmologist. And the progression of a girl who had just gone through her annual physical, she turned 5 in June. She went through her annual physical. They said 20/20 vision. In July, double vision. August, she was her power just kept increasing from an eyeglasses standpoint, and we were like, something's not right here. And we took her in again to the pediatrician multiple times. She puked a couple of times, and we were like, all right, this is what's going on here. Something seems to be happening very quickly. And then I was at work one morning, and Suman, my wife, called me and said, hey, she had not had breakfast yet. Zoe was on an empty stomach, and she just puked. And I don't know what, and she said, Karthik, you got to come home right now. So something told her at the back of her mind that this was not
Yeah.
normal anymore, and you can call it parental intuition. I actually literally walked into my CEO's office and I told her, Zoe has a tumor. I'm going home right now. And no idea why I said that. Went home. We took Zoe to, we used to live in Princeton. We took her to the local, we took her to the University of Princeton Medical Center. So we told her pediatrician was still trying to figure out if something was going on, and she'd eaten something. We said, no, we are absolutely getting a CT scan done on this girl. Enough is enough. We're not waiting anymore. We got the CT done at the University Medical Center at Princeton, and they said, hey, we're seeing something that we don't like. We think you got to take her into CHOP. So we took her into Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and they did their MRI, and they said she's got this thing called DIPG, and you've got between 3 to 6 months. And okay, and that was really the September 1, 2012. Everything that she taught us can be summarized in one sentence. I was driving her someplace, and I think I was driving her to her favorite candy store, and she was sitting in the back seat, and I was crying while I was driving, and she said, Dad, why are you crying? And I said, I'm really angry at God. And she said, Dad, you're missing the point. He didn't give me the boo-boo. He's taking it away. And that was Zoe. Equanimity in the midst of an absolute storm. Poised, calm, no highs, no lows. For Suman and I, she was our little monk. Did not let, there was always this other perspective to life that she saw, that wasn't just when she was sick, Keith. I mean, even when she was well, I felt everything I needed to know about leading the right kind of life I learned from my daughter.
Yeah, surprising, isn't it? Because we think we're teaching our kids, and in reality, going through this type of stuff, I think we realize that they're the ones that are teaching us, and it's effectively how we deal with the world afterwards too. Let me ask you about your family, your friends. Yeah. Obviously, the community is with many parents and families wrap their arms around you. Can you talk a little bit about those folks that support you, and even still today?
Yeah, absolutely. It's as you know, as most families will attest to, as you know, the key, it is a bit of a mixed bag, right? So you've got our family for Suman and I, our family's in India. They came over, they were with us. My aunt who lived in Boston, she came over and spent through the entire radiation. She was there with us throughout. Suman's sister lives in, she lived in Plano at that point. Her husband and her were with us throughout. So we had a packed house. So for Zoe, she had a house that was filled with family. She had a house that responded to her every whim. And there was just a lot of love in that house for her. As it pertained to the outside, some friends knew how to deal with it as it pertained to reacting and work and interacting with us. I would say more did not. We always think cancer happens to somebody else. Somebody else's kid got sick. Oh, wow, it's not going to happen to us. So when my explanation or my rationalizing of a lot of those behaviors was, this got too close for a lot of people, and they with kids of this. I mean, at a certain point, our friends become the parents of our kids as friends. Yeah. And a lot of these folks were the notion of imminent death was too close for them, and they didn't know how to handle it. And Suman was actually pregnant with my older boy even before Zoe was diagnosed. So and she was a rock. I mean, just amazing the way she handled what was imminent with her daughter while also just being amazing for the baby that she was carrying. So we really zeroed in on our the family and the support that we were getting inside the house. The amazing thing we got, Zoe always wanted to go to kindergarten, and the school sent a teacher over. The school did a lot of small little things to make things very special for her. We took her into school one day where she felt like she was a part of a classroom. She made the teacher promise to give her homework. It was a child who, as stoic as she was clearly craving in her own mind a level of normalcy that she knew she wasn't going to see. And I think it was about 2 weeks before she passed, where she said, "You keep telling me the boo-boo is going to get better, Dad. It really isn't, right?" I was like, "No, it is. She's like, "No, I don't think it is." And that's okay. And so she was creating her own version of normalcy. And but the school was amazing. Some of her friends were amazing. And then the family was just, we always believe it is possible to exist on an island. And then something like this happens and you realize that they're called family for a reason.
You decide when I reached out to you to ask you to participate in Giving First, you jumped in with both feet. I think obviously you have a desire for Zoe's legacy to be about other children, to try to be able to find that total cure. Can you speak to a little bit about why that's important to you? Because I think a lot of folks look at this and say, if it were my own child, I probably would run away. And I think it's, to some degree, the exact opposite. Why is it important that, Zoe's legacy is about curing this cancer, beating this cancer, and helping other kids?
Keith, how can we look at our kids and say, you are the future, and not do everything we possibly can to make sure that every kid out there has a future? So we dabbled in a lot of different things. And we'd started a fund at Lucille Packard at Stanford. But things happen for a reason. I'm so glad we connected earlier this year. What you're doing, what you and Brooke are doing is just so phenomenal. And my wife and I are extremely blessed that we feel like we're helping move the ball forward for the other Zoes and the Elenas of the world. And we feel like we're doing it with people like you and Brooke, who have a vision, who have direction, who are mobilizing the right way, where it feels like we're not spraying and praying, and we're actually working with folks like you who are doing it in a very methodical manner.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old.
Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm 6 years old.
Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old.
Hi, my name is Joshua. I am 9 years old. Please give first to me.
Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first.
Please give first for me.
Hi, I am here with Brooke and Chris George of our North Dakota Cure Starts Now chapter. So hey guys, how are you?
Good morning.
Good. We're doing well.
So tell us about your sweet Connor. Tell us, everything that he likes and tell us his story.
Sure. I'm sure we'll both have things to say about Connor. Connor is 4. He was diagnosed with brain cancer when he was 2. He's been in and out of treatment for the last couple years. Currently, he is doing wonderful. He's healthy. He's happy. He's started preschool. He is just the sweetest boy. And I just cannot express that enough. If you know Connor, you know what I mean. He is funny. He has a personality. He is caring. He is just a wonderful little boy that deserves the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's wise beyond his years, isn't he?
He is. He really is. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell us about Connor's diagnosis, because his is not, DIPG or DMG. So tell us about it. It's not one that a lot of people know a lot about. So tell us about medulloblastoma.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yes, Connor was diagnosed with medulloblastoma. It is another form of brain cancer, situated in the posterior part of the brain. He presented with symptoms that are similar to DIPG. The imbalance, the inability to walk. We had vomiting, headaches, fatigue. So, those similar symptoms. With his diagnosis, we were able to do surgery, so they can surgically remove the tumor. Treatment is chemotherapy. He did unfortunately relapse 3 months following his chemotherapy treatment. And at that point, then we had to do the proton therapy radiation. So that ended in December of 2021. So we're currently 10 months off treatment for that.
Mm-hmm. And how is he doing now?
He's good.
Doing really well.
Yeah. He's, like I said, he started preschool this fall, which was a huge adjustment for him, but he loves it. We do follow-up scans every 3 months just to watch that area closely, especially since he has had that relapse already. But no, he's an active little boy that loves to run and play, and we are extremely blessed with how well he's doing.
Sure.
That's so wonderful to hear. So happy for you. How has your community kind of rallied around you to support Connor and your family?
I think we couldn't have asked or imagined for more than what we got, from early on in his diagnosis. We packed up and relocated for several months. We had friends, neighbors helping out with the kids that we left at the house for a short time, watching the house for us. Family came up and stayed. The community in general has bent over backward to help with support, fundraising, really anything we need. And a lot of the time it came without us having to ask for it. It was just like somebody would identify a need that we didn't know we had, and it was really great.
That's the big thing. When you get this cancer diagnosis, you don't know what to do or what you need or what to ask for. And like Chris said, we didn't have to ask. The community was just there with things that we didn't know that we needed at the time. And it was amazing. And that's still continuing today. We'll have people that show up with things for Connor or still doing fundraisers for just childhood cancer in general and want us to help disperse that. The soccer club just did an awareness game in September for childhood cancer. So they're still showing their support, in part, I think, to Connor's story, which is amazing. And the outpouring of support for our event last month was great. So 2 years into this diagnosis, the community is still giving, and it's wonderful to see.
So tell me, what brought you guys to the Cure Starts Now? Why did you want to be a part of it? Because you became a chapter just not too recently. I think it was in June. So tell us what drew you to us.
Yes. So like I said, we are a newer chapter, but not new to the Cure Starts Now. We've been following them for the last couple of years throughout Connor's diagnosis, following their work, their mission. The Cure Starts Now is dedicated to finding that home run cure. They believe in finding the cure that's going to end cancer once and for all. And we are going to take out the biggest bully first, which is pediatric brain cancer. And that is just a mission and a passion that we support and wanted to be involved in. And for me personally, the Cure Starts Now is made up of all these families that have one thing in common. Our child is either currently battling or has battled or has lost their life to brain cancer. And so we are all in this fight together and driven for the same reason. And, so it's all these families and parents that are raising this money. And I just think that's amazing and a wonderful thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and one thing that I would add to that too that really stuck with me is the Cure Starts Now is very intentional with the way that they allocate their funding for research dollars. They have a very specific goal and things that they're trying to achieve. So it's not just a blanket funding for just a title of research, right? There are specific goals that they want to achieve, and they make sure that the funding gets allocated to support those specific goals. And for me, that was really important to know. Everything that they do is very intentional.
Yeah, they're very much with the research. We're very much with the research based. So and I love what you said, that the biggest bully is pediatric brain cancer, because it really is. We have got to stop this. So
yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Thank you so much for all that you do for the Cure Starts Now. And you're very well appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed those interviews.
I heard some great news.
Yeah?
We have hit over $40,000.
Yes, over $41,000.
Yes.
So, yes. I would love to see, before we get out of the lunch hour, that we hit over $50,000. So please, on your lunch hour, because I know you're spending your lunch hour with us, please take a moment and give and make full use of those matching dollars.
Yep. Maybe not stop at Starbucks on your lunch break.
Yep.
And use that money and donate to Giving First.
Yes.
We hope that you enjoyed learning a little bit about Connor while we were talking to his parents. Connor is one of our medulloblastoma warriors, and they just actually started our first Medullo chapter. So It's super exciting that we now have a Medullo chapter.
Yes.
Yes. From North Dakota. He's 4 years old. So
And he's a cutie.
Oh my goodness, he is adorable. But let's talk about the history of the Cure Starts Now.
Yeah.
How did the Cure Starts Now come about?
Yeah, so we started this back in 2007. Our oldest daughter, Elena, passed away from DIPG after about a 9-month battle. And at the time, there was really only maybe, and it's stretching it, about $75,000 worth of research that had ever been done. So,
wow.
When my husband Keith and I were brought into that room to be told the news that she had DIPG, she was really given zero hope. Mm-hmm. And we really did not want that to happen for another family. To have, number one, to be told that your child has this terminal illness, but number two, there's no hope, go home, make memories. It's unheard of,
right.
And we really did not want another family to go through that. So we really wanted to build a nonprofit that, number one, represented all children. Number two, really built off of this idea of, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, about the home run cure, where if, we hit those cancers that are the most difficult to treat, what we call the biggest bullies on the block, that it might open up the door to curing all cancers. And truly working in a collaborative way. And that's what 15 years later, what we've become is this collaboration of 40 chapters, 53 ambassadors, 27 collaborative members, and over 700 warrior families. And we work to just be as inclusive as possible for all families and provide as much support and research and trials as possible. So just this month, we've reached over $28 million. $28 million in research and support. And it's, it's not what I ever would have guessed where we would have been 15 years ago.
That's something you so wish that would have been there for you guys.
I so wish somebody would have done this before, that we would have been able to really make use of that. But sadly it wasn't. And so we seek to change the future.
And I am just so in awe of the strength that you and Keith have. I'm sure you guys were angry and bitter, and probably at times still angry and bitter, but you guys have taken that anger and bitterness and have put it towards something positive and have given so many other families hope. And that speaks volumes about who you guys are as characters and as parents. And
well, thank you.
I just know that we're going to find the home run cure. And I mean, heck, we're at $41,000. If you think about it, the $75,000 that had been funded to DIPG back when Elena was battling, we're already 2/3 there. Right? I don't do math very well. I don't know.
But that's pretty easy math to know.
So, and there were not any real trials when you guys were going. I think maybe one or two, and you guys did not have the support system, and
not at all.
Didn't have the Facebook groups and things like that. And you guys have helped create that, because this battle's lonely. And it was probably even lonelier without that.
So, but we're only doing it with some amazing families. And we're going to hear some stories from about Ayla Slivka and also Elliot Nunn. And Ayla Slivka, you'll find out about this story, but Erin Slivka, Ayla's mom, wrote this amazing book, and it now benefits The Cure Starts Now. But it talks about some bedtime stories, and it is a lot of fun. And if you want to buy it afterwards, after you hear the story, please go to our Facebook page, and there'll be a link on there to buy it. But enjoy these stories.
Yes.
Well, we're here to be able to join with Tim Slivka, and obviously you guys are, very familiar with the fight against DIPG, DMG, and obviously you fought alongside your daughter Ayla. And we talked last year during Giving First, and we talked about a lot of the promise, but frankly, a lot of the urgency to try to focus on new trials, new support, and to really change the narrative of what these kids face. Can you tell us a little bit about your daughter Ayla and kind of her battle, if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely, Keith. And, thanks for letting me join you again this year to talk about our journey and our little girl. So, Ayla was a vibrant 6-year-old who just loved everything you could imagine a 6-year-old to love, right? She was real into the Disney princesses at one point in time, and we had all of them, and we had all the dresses, and she just absolutely loved playing dress up and, doing things like watching movies and doing all the sing-alongs. And that was just the type of girl she was. She had a personality. She would be the first to grab that microphone. She'd be the first to get up on stage. She was just a really fun and, like I said, vibrant little girl. As she got a little bit older, she got really into art and absolutely loved to paint and draw and color in coloring books. Actually, when I think back to it, she first started with art probably when she was in like maybe 1 or 2, and she just was starting to get that dexterity with her hands. But what she loved to do was play with sticker books. And that was kind of where she got her first sense of like the creativeness of putting a thought or an image onto paper. But she was just that type of kid where playing, being creative, having a good laugh, that was what Ayla loved to do. And she had a ton of little friends in our neighborhood that she would play with and, be creative and play dress up, and they'd put on little movies. I've got this great memory of last Thanksgiving, actually, where we were with our friends up in Cleveland, and she and her little friend were wearing these really sparkly jackets that had unicorns on the back, and they put together like a little cheer type of dance together that was just a couple of seconds, but they came up from the basement after practicing it for a while, and all of us, stopped in our tracks to watch these 2 cute girls in their bright, sparkly jackets just, really get up there and act like they were on that stage. So that was Ayla in a nutshell. She was just a really fun little girl that absolutely loved her friends and loved to be creative and just loved to have a good time.
Well, and obviously, unfortunately, we know how the battle went. We lost Ayla just obviously a little while ago to DIPG, and obviously it's now a cause that you guys dedicate your time to, your efforts to try to help other children that are in the fight. Why do you do this? I mean, why do you spend that time? What motivates you beyond the scenario where you say, you know what, I lost my daughter to this, and I just need to focus on our family? Why are you helping other families in this battle, and why is this important to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious, right? Like any family that's gone through this understands that you lose your daughter, you lose your son. It's obviously awful, but no other family should have to go through that. When you see the support that you get when you're in the middle of this fight, it's tremendous. People from all over the world, all sorts of friendships that you had at one point or another in your life. These people, I think generally people are really good, and people want to be there to help you and to support you. And what Aaron and I felt as we battled this with Ayla for the last year, it was truly amazing and heart-wrenching all at the same time, because you're watching your kid go through this terrible battle, and you see the fight that they've got, but you also know you've got all these loving and caring people out there that are supporting you and wanting to help you get over it. But to just give up after we watched that fight and watched all that support doesn't feel at all like the right thing to do. You want to stay in this, and I don't want to see other families have to go through what we went through. I want to see treatments improve. I want to see options improve. I want to see access to the medications improve. And I think that's what's fair for families that are in this fight. And whether or not it's, DIPG or another form of pediatric cancer, or whether or not it's, breast or prostate cancer that are just far more prevalent and well talked about. Families that are in this fight battling cancer don't deserve to go through it and have the same ending that we just had. So for Aaron and I, this is a fight that we want to continue to fight for a long time until and beyond when treatments start to improve.
Well, and you guys have been joined in that with your family, with your friends who have also taken on that battle as well, not just locally in Columbus, but also up in New Hampshire as well. I mean, do you find that helps having kind of that army behind it as well?
Well, no doubt. And you use the word army. We've lovingly called all of the supporters that have been with us, Ayla's Army. And that's really what our support group has been. You know, they're in this fight with us, or I should say they were in the fight with us, but they'll continue to be in the fight with us moving forward. And we know that this army of people that we have behind us are equally as dedicated to trying to see DIPG and other pediatric cancers eradicated from this world.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of the idea. That's the idea of why we do this today. You know, Giving First is about putting our kids first, about not, having them deserve leftovers that happen after Thanksgiving or the donations that are left over when everything else is spent. It's about really putting our kids first. So we appreciate you being part of it. Going to ask you one other question, if you don't mind, and that's the book. You guys wrote a book. I think Aaron put together a book about Ayla and a bedtime story. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that book is very special to Aaron and I. Aaron sat down while we were in the hospital with Ayla really early after her diagnosis. And Aaron's always been creative. It's obviously where Ayla got it. Certainly not for me, who's much more black and white. I wouldn't say clinical, but I'm certainly more methodical in the way that I go about, the way that I live, whereas Aaron is far more creative and I'd say a whole lot more fun. But she put pen to paper as an author and wrote down a very beautiful bedtime story, because when Aaron and Ayla used to go to bed, Ayla would ask questions like, what should I dream about? And Aaron would tell her all of these beautiful stories about all the great things that are out there in this life and in her dreams that she should just strive for. And when Aaron put that all down on paper and had it worked with a team of illustrators to put it together, it really turned out to be one of the most beautiful memories that we'll always cherish of, our time with Ayla. And Aaron, when she published this book or self-published this book just a few months ago, has really been dedicated to trying to use this as a vehicle to raise additional money to go back towards the Cure Starts Now and, research for DIPG and other forms of pediatric brain cancer. It's been tremendous to see the outpouring of support with people that have gone out to purchase this book. It's really special to us. And, this is a cause that's really special to us too. So it's nice to see that, it's kind of had the success that it's had.
Well, and I think that's the beauty of it. I mean, it's a book that you'll learn from. It's a book that hopefully we can pass on to, many other children that are out there. And I think ultimately represents Ayla's wish and your guys' wish to be able to eradicate this cancer and to make it so that, Ayla represents to all of us that cure. So we appreciate you joining us here today to talk a little bit about that and for obviously your support of the cause.
Yeah, thank you very much, Keith. I really appreciate it. And Aaron and I and all of our supporters have really enjoyed working with you and the team at the Cure Starts Now. It's an amazing organization that does an amazing thing. And, we're honored to be a part of it and want to thank you for the work that you've done through the years to raise as much money as you have and to fund as many clinical trials as you have. It's this and this organization that will help to find that cure, that home run cure that we're really all looking for, so thank you.
Well, it's a team effort. I told you that in the beginning of it. I said, we need all of us to do this because it's not going to be done with one family, one person, one child.
No,
all of us come together to be able to beat this, and we will.
We will. It'll take time. It'll take some amazing funding, but we are in this together with you and we will find it.
Well, that's what today is all about. So thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. So with us now, we have Kayla and Joe Nunn from New York. Their sweet Elliot Rose bravely, with nothing but strength and courage, fought DIPG for 6 months. I know exactly where she got her strength from her parents, who are strong as ever and doing all they can to help find the cure as part of our ambassador family. Thank you both for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Can you guys start off and share with us some things about Elliot, what she liked, what her favorite holiday was, and of course, her bond with her little sister, Peyton?
Elliot was, she was a very talented young girl. I knew very early on she was able to read and comprehend things that most teenagers don't grasp. And she was the foundation for her sister. She was like the protector that Peyton always needed. Peyton is she's a little more shy, a little more timid. Elliot is very outspoken. I know that the day I got the diagnosis, I was shaken to the core because I didn't know how to comprehend that there might be an end. But she stayed strong.
Comprehend that. I mean, how do you comprehend that?
Yeah, you can't. So, do you have anything you want to say about your sister? No. Okay.
Is this the Peyton right here? Is this Elliot?
Yeah, this is Peyton. Scooch up a little so they can see your face.
Hi, Peyton. Well, I can only see your forehead. Can you stand up a little bit?
Can you come up a little?
There we go. Peyton, a couple months ago, did you do something really cool to help raise money for The Cure Starts Now and to help find a cure?
Yeah, what did you do? What did you do a couple months ago? The lemonade stand, right?
Remember the lemonade stand you made? Where everybody donated gifts or baked goods?
It was yours and Izzy's and Kai's lemonade stand.
Excuse me, we didn't just sell lemonade.
Well,
Yeah,
you sold cookies and some goodies, and it was incredible. And you were able to raise almost $500 in honor of your sister. That is amazing. I'm so proud of you for doing that.
Okay.
So what was one of Peyton, or not Peyton's, what was one of Elliot's favorite holiday?
Elliot was a holiday girl through and through. Every holiday was her favorite holiday, but Christmas, I think, was pretty magical.
I mean, who doesn't like Christmas with all the presents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as Halloween came, it was like, oh, Christmas is next. And I kept having to remind her, Thanksgiving's in between. Thanksgiving's in between.
Yeah, Thanksgiving sometimes is forgot about between Halloween and Christmas, right? Well, for Giving First, you guys provided a quote for us that I thought was spot on. And I wanted to know if you mind if I read that to everybody.
That'd be fine.
Okay. So from the Nunn family, they said, children deserve so much more than the ineffective treatment options that are currently being offered for DIPG. We need answers as to why this is happening. We need to stop sweeping these hard to talk about and think about topics under a rug because we are worried about who may feel uncomfortable hearing about what these kids go through. Our children deserve so much more than such a painful, life-altering diagnosis. They deserve a cure. You guys summed it up. That was spot on. And I love that you guys have partnered with us, The Cure Starts Now, with our ambassador family, because together, families never fight alone, and we're on that mission to find a cure. So tell us what The Cure Starts Now means to your family, and why was it important for you guys to become an ambassador?
I think for us, The Cure Starts Now means family that knows what you're going through, and hope for a future without not just DIPG, but any cancer.
Yes.
So
Yeah, we're
really
our
looking
mission
forward
is
to that day.
Oh, I can't wait either. And our mission is the home run cure, starting with those biggest bullies of all, like DIPG, DMG, medulloblastomas, all the pediatric brain cancers. If we can cure those, we're going to cure cancer. And we can't do it alone.
I think ultimately the cure starts now is a symbol of hope. It's a beacon in a very dark place, and you're just looking to try and see that light at the end of the tunnel. We couldn't save Elliot, but the least we can do is fight for the kids that are still fighting. Because if my daughter was still here, she would give every last breath in order to fight for anybody. It didn't matter if they were ill to her or not. She loved everybody equally, and I think that's what we have to do as a community is try and help those kids, because we're their protectors.
Yes. So we've got a lot of people watching right now. What would you like to say to everyone? What do their donations mean to you and your family?
Your donations are so important to kids that are fighting now, kids that are no longer able to speak up and say, hey, I deserve a cure. And their families that are still fighting for them and their honor, like our Elliot. It just means so much to us that you're willing to support this cause and help us find answers for why we lost our little girl.
Well, I am so thankful that you guys were able to join us tonight. I know it wasn't easy, but the strength that you guys have found to continue to fight in honor of Elliot and to find those answers for the next family that is going to be diagnosed, or the families that are currently battling. I admire your guys' strength, and you're so inspiring to so many. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So tonight, give first for Elliot and children like her, because they deserve more than leftovers. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed watching the Slivkas and the Nunn family and learned a little bit more about their journeys and their inspiration, and the book that the Slivkas wrote in honor of sweet Ayla.
I'm Brooke Desrick, for those who didn't join us at the beginning of this.
True.
This is Heidi Varnes.
Yes.
We are both brain cancer moms to my daughter Elena and
my sweet girl Addison.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Go ahead. You want to talk about our exciting partnership?
Yes, we have an exciting partnership with Frankie 4. Frankie 4 is donating 25% of all their sales from today through Giving Tuesday. And
all their shoe sales.
All their shoe sales. Are there shoes
Say
in
that
here?
fast. No, well, actually,
Oh,
no.
man.
I'm wearing them. Oh, if I was a gymnast or a yoga artist, I'd show you my shoes.
Yes.
But I'm wearing them right now because they're super, super comfortable. Oh, they want me to stand up and show it. Oh,
Get your
really?
leg up there.
Holy cow.
Look, can you guys see? They can't
You
see
probably
it.
can't even see it. I'm not that good. But they are super, super comfortable. And also, 100% of sock sales go to Cure Shirts Now all year long. So they have been wonderful partners. They are just breaking into the U.S. market. They reached out to us and said they wanted Cure Shirts Now to be their national charity of choice, and we are so honored, 100% honored to be partners with Frankie 4.
How can one buy a pair of
Oh.
shoes or
Yeah, just
socks?
go to Frankie 4 here. I'll just take it off. How's that? There you go. They're super well constructed shoes. So, yeah, they can just go to Frankie 4 and get it. The socks, like any of their socks, 100%. And then 25% of sales from today until Giving Tuesday.
On the shoes.
Yeah, yeah.
That is
And-
amazing.
Yeah.
We love partnerships.
I know, we do. And they have been amazing partners. And they have even offered to give away 1 free pair of shoes to one of our donors that participate today through Giving Tuesday. So we'll put it all in a big bucket and we will pick a winning name.
Oh, very
Yeah,
cool.
so you'll get your own shoes to show off there during
Even
the holiday
more
season.
incentive to donate.
Yep, yep.
Definitely.
So, thank you so much to Frankie for doing this all through the year. These socks in particular, we gave away a bunch of these to cancer families, and they actually sent pictures back last time, and heck, even the dog had socks on, so it was super sweet of them to donate socks to families. But they're great people.
And so many families, when they sent us the pictures, were like, oh, these are so soft. These are amazing. They raved about the socks.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
we need to talk about funding
Yeah.
and the history of funding.
Yeah, so everything that you're doing today, 100% of what is donated and what is matched goes to research. So right now, we have funded 132 grants. I'm looking at my notes because this number is always changing because we're always funding. So we have 132 grants in 17 different countries in 100 hospitals worldwide. So that is absolutely incredible. And that encompasses, yes. So that encompasses over $28 million funded in research support, thanks to the support of 40 chapters, 58 ambassadors, and 27 DIPG and DMG collaborative members. So, we are always looking for innovative and just vital research that's out there.
Yep, absolutely. And those numbers are just showing that your donations are making a difference. 15 years ago, $75,000 is all that was funded. And now we are 132 grants, and we're through 17. This just shows that there are researchers that are out there with a passion to help us find a cure, and they just need money to do it.
Yeah.
And that's what is so exciting. And we could not do this without our partners,
Right.
without our chapters, without our ambassadors,
Exactly.
and our DIPG DMG collaborative.
Yeah, and so many of these researchers were out there. They wanted to focus on this type of research, but there was just not any money funding it. And once we started funding it, all of a sudden researchers really wanted to focus their time. So every other year we do a DIPG symposium where those researchers that we fund, we bring together to talk about their findings from the research that they've done, and also talk about where we move, how we go moving forward, how different researchers can work together, and what the future looks like in the direction that we're moving. So it's just wonderful how this has been such a collaborative effort for, over 10 years.
Yes.
It was the original, it was the original, and it continues to be. So, go
Sorry,
ahead.
I was going to say, I want to make sure this is said. Like, we are in the middle of awarding so many grants because we have a grant cycle. And this June, we had our biggest grant, like the biggest amount of grants that were ever submitted.
Yep.
And we had to figure out how to fund this.
Yes.
And we kind of do like this big like Publishers Clearinghouse style, like where we have this big check and we get together with the researchers and we get to surprise them and say, guess what, your grant has been funded. And we have funded how much since our last grant cycle?
Yeah. So over $4.5 million.
Million dollars. 4.5.
Is our largest in this grant cycle. And the hardest part about that is that we still haven't funded everything
That's
that we
right.
wanted to fund.
That's right.
There still was a shortfall in that, that we didn't have enough money to fund some of those projects fully, which is why we put such hopes and prayers into what we're doing today, to make sure that we raise enough money that we can possibly fund that shortfall.
Yeah.
So please, before you get busy doing, well, maybe work or, picking up kids or whatever your day may hold, please take a second, make a donation. Every dollar counts, and heck, it even counts 3 times as we're getting matches thanks to Don and Bob Litterst and to the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation. So please, please, please give today at give-first.org. And we're so excited. We've got some more interviews coming.
Yes, we've got the Shoemaker family and the Lafferty family.
Yep.
So sit back, watch those, and we'll see you in a bit.
Hi again, everyone. I am sitting down here with Jesse Shoemaker. He is the director of our Nebraska chapter of the Cure Starts Now. So welcome, Jesse. Thanks for talking to me today.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie.
So your daughter, Maddie, she battled DIPG a couple years ago. Can you just tell us about her? I want to hear about her. What did she like? What did she enjoy? Just tell us her story.
Yeah, she was full of energy. So she was 7 when she was diagnosed in 2015, and she was really active right even through the beginnings of the disease. She was actually out skiing just like the night before. She went into the doctor and got the surprise diagnosis. We didn't get necessarily all the typical symptoms, and so still had her balance and those sorts of things. But she was a animal lover. She really loved all kinds of animals, and I think animals can generally sense that and like to write back. And she had so she's our only child, and she was really close with a lot of her friends at school. It's a pretty close-knit group at that school, which, through everything, all her friends and, the whole school, they were just really supportive all the way around. I mean, we really could not have asked for more support. Just a little story on that. So we went to St. Jude for treatment for a while to be in a trial. Had a very good experience there in terms of, just very well taken care of. And obviously they're familiar with dealing with serious things like DIPG. But at the time, Maddie had started playing a game called Animal Jam, and it's where they can they are like an animal or whatever in this kind of adventure thing. They go explore through there, and it's an online game. And so a few of her friends had started playing that before we went down there. But then like her whole grade, like everyone started doing it just like so they could spend time with Maddie. And so she'd be playing on the computer or tablet or whatever, but then she'd have like a phone or a tablet, like with the faces of her friends, so they'd be FaceTiming at the same time. So that was pretty neat that they were able to, keep in touch while we were down there for, I think it was 7 weeks initially. So Maddie would draw all the time. And since she loved animals, she would draw like stories about her stuffed animals and pictures of her stuffed animals. And then we had actually met, I think his name is Michael Healy, or it's Michael from Books That Heal. And he helps children like write a story, children who are going through a serious illness. And we met with him, but it was right before the progression started on the tumor. And so we talked ideas with him, but were unable to pursue them because her disease progressed very rapidly. But later on, my wife, Corey, she worked with Michael, and they made a story, really Maddie's story. Is called Becoming Maddie Panda. And it's all the illustrations are Maddie's pictures that she drew. So it's actually available on Amazon. And he's got a number of other books, that other kids put together with him. And so it's a nice way to remember Maddie.
Oh, that's beautiful. And that she, helped make it. I mean, she was the illustrator for it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And so it's a, and yeah, she was talented and enjoyed that very much.
So she stayed connected. That's good. It sounds like you had a really good community support through all of this.
Yeah, and we both work for Union Pacific, my wife and I, and they were tremendous, really, everybody during that whole process. Where I used to work before UP, it's a place called DMSI, a software company. They were tremendous. They organized and supported, basically paid for a really fabulous birthday party for Maddie at the zoo in Memphis. And that's where she really kind of got into pandas. They have giant pandas there. And
it's Becoming Maddie Panda.
Exactly. That's kind of where it started. And so that, and they've really continued to be a huge support. They're our major sponsor, presenting sponsor for our annual Race Against the Odds.
Yes. And so you have been a chapter for a while, and you have had some, really good events that have gone on, but Race Against the Odds is what you have mainly been doing, right, with your chapter? That's
right. That's kind of our, what we found to work well is to have kind of a major annual event. And that's kind of where we channel our energy. We've got a really great venue locally, and the person we work with there, the organizer, is super helpful and always, wants to make it a big success. And we've got quite a few volunteers that make it. It's not like we have to start from scratch every year. Everyone's kind of got a part and trying to make that happen and go smoothly.
Wonderful. So you do that as a chapter for The Cure Starts Now. What initially drew you to us, to, how we do things?
Well, any family who gets this diagnosis for their child is, I don't know, all your normal ways of handling anything up to this just don't necessarily work. It's just so devastating. And so, I guess I think we kind of felt lost to some degree. I mean, you're and helpless in some ways as well. But we were fortunate to have some close friends of the family who helped kind of guide us in terms of, because you got to make decisions really fast right up front. And so I think going to St. Jude was definitely the right decision for us. And so we were introduced through a friend of a friend, another person, parent whose son went through cancer, different type of cancer, but was doing better now. But I was just blown away by how knowledgeable this parent was. And she introduced me to some other people and who, researchers and other parents that were knowledgeable. And then I had a friend who was going to getting a PhD at the time. So I was able to get access to download research papers and so forth. And I found that the researchers in DIPG were so approachable it was just amazing, right? I mean, you could reach out and talk with researchers directly. They're getting funded, a lot of their funding from philanthropy. And I went to the symposium, the DIPG symposium organized by the collaborative, and obviously the Cure Starts Now has a leading role in that. And I met all these families that helped make this happen. Like, I mean, I was looking at the research, you know, and talking to the researchers, and I was seeing where they were getting their funding from, and a lot of it was from the Cure Starts Now. And so, and I was really impressed with the collaboration among the researchers and among the fundraisers, you know, the foundations and the Cure Starts Now. So, you know, Maddie was diagnosed in January. She passed in December. And, you know, we wanted to do something to make a difference. And for us, like starting a new foundation, all the overhead that involves and whatnot, that didn't seem like the right move for us. It seemed like there's a good thing going with the Cure Starts Now. So if we could help contribute to that and enlist our supporters in that as well, that seemed like a good fit. So then I went to the first chapter meeting following that in 2016 and met a lot of the other chapters there. Obviously from 2015 and then to 2016, completely different perspective, right? After Maddie passed. And then I went to the symposium in 2017. And then, you know, we were 1 year further and seeing other families, you know, who had just kind of gone through that same progression we did. It's just in 3 years time, it was a completely different perspective on each of those occasions when I got together with all those families. But, you know, it amazes me to see what everyone else has done and to be working together in that way.
And to see the progress, you know,
right,
live, so to speak, you know, from year to year. So
yeah, actually, I was just part of a grant presentation yesterday, and it was really encouraging. So for a while, I guess I had part of my way of dealing with all this was, especially when Maddie was in the fight, was to just learn absolutely everything I could about the research process, and knowing that we gave Maddie the absolute best chance that we could. Now I have been kind of out of that for a little while, and to hear at the grant presentation about what was going on and some of the immunotherapy approaches that they're pursuing right now, I mean, that's very encouraging. I was very excited about that.
Mm-hmm. And it's wonderful to see. I mean, you have a hand in that as a chapter for the Cure Starts Now to be able to fund this groundbreaking research. It's wonderful. So thank you so much, Jesse, for sharing your story, for sharing Maddie's story, and for all that you do for the Cure Starts Now. It really does make a difference. So I just want to encourage everyone out there to just please give first for families like the Shoemakers, because our children, they deserve more than leftovers. So thank you so much, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. And thanks to everybody who's hearing, you know, listening to this, and to all the other families that are making a difference. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4.
Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old.
Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm 6 years old.
Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old.
Hi, my name is Joshua. I am 9 years old. Please give first to me.
Please give first for 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 me.
Please give to me first.
Please give first for me.
Welcome back, everybody. Joining us now is one of our newest members to our ambassador program, The Lafferty family joined us as ambassadors just a few weeks ago. With us, we have Paul, we have Mom Lisa, big sister Lexi, and our strong, brave, and mighty brain cancer warrior, Avery. Thank you guys so much for joining us and coming on and telling your story to all of us.
Thanks for having us, Heidi. We appreciate it.
Yes. Avery, we would like to ask you a question. We want to know all about you. We want to know what some things that you like to do, maybe what your favorite holiday is. Just tell us about you.
I like to play soccer. I like to ski. I like to sail. I play viola. For fun, I like to do crafts and play games. And
You just like to do everything, huh?
And what was your latest craft?
probably a painting.
What was it?
A painting.
A keychain?
A painting.
A painting. What is this painting? You're not sure?
Abstract. It's abstract.
Ooh. So are you practicing for our heart auction? Because I heard that you girls are going to be doing a painting for the Cure Starts Now for our heart auction.
They know a little bit about it. We just mentioned it the other day that they're our project. I'm sure they would be pretty excited. They did spend yesterday doing arts and crafts on their election day off. So
very, very nice. Avery, how old are you?
10.
You're 10. There's something that you didn't mention that I think you like to do. I've been told that you like to do, and it is you like to do pranks on people. Do you like to do pranks? Are you a prankster? Do you have like your favorite prank that you want to tell us about? Can you think of one? Who do you prank the most? Do you prank your sister, your mom, or your dad?
Mom.
Your mom?
What do you like to do?
Jump out of the hamper.
Oh.
She likes to climb into the hamper and then jump out when I'm least expecting it.
Yes. Oh, I think that's
it usually works very well. So
I think that's hilarious. You and my daughter would get along really well because she likes to do pranks as well. Mom and Dad, Avery is 1 month shy of celebrating her 1 year post-diagnosis, which is incredible. If you don't mind, can you share with us how you found out that Avery has cancer and what has this past year looked like?
Yeah, I think we can share that. Yeah, so we found out about Avery's cancer. It started on a ski trip last year. She had headaches that just became impossible to live with, just throbbing headaches. We left in a snowstorm around 1 a.m. to try to come home and go to Yale Hospital. We made it as far as Brattleboro Hospital. And it was there around 3 or 4 in the morning that the results of a CT scan found a mass. And from there, we've been through a roller coaster of a year with biopsy surgeries, a resection surgery. Avery's been through radiation, to additional surgeries to, give her shunts to deal with the fluid that is in her brain from the tumor and, the radiation to treat the tumor. But I think through it, we've come through well so far. And it's, sometimes you have to laugh when it gets stressful. And
that's right.
That's what we do in this family.
I love it. And she's on a clinical trial right now as well, correct?
That's right. Avery's at a clinical trial through PNOC. And we spend, her time once a month. We head down to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and their wonderful team there has Avery on a trial for ONC201. And it's been promising so far, and we appreciate everything that team's done for us.
You, along with over 100 other families, are here fundraising and asking to give first to kids. What do you hope all of your friends, family, and everyone watching right now knows about the work the Cure Starts Now does, and what does their donations mean to you?
I'll just, I will say the night we described to you when we first found out that she had, the mass, the tumor, which we had no idea what that actually meant, or of course what that was going to mean for our family. I mean, to be honest, the Cure Starts Now was there for us from, really from the minute that you and the organization found out Avery's diagnosis. And then we started to realize that there are so many other families that are out there battling this. I don't even remember where it was in the context, but it was very soon after her diagnosis. We sat with some folks from the Cure Starts Now, including yourself, just to go through, and I want to say we spent hours on the phone understanding what the landscape was for our options that we had with Avery, including the clinical trial she ultimately went on. And without that connection point and those resources from the Cure Starts Now, I don't know where we'd be at this point in time. So it's been hugely beneficial organization to us. We've made friends, we've made connection points, and we know that each dollar that's given is gonna help further that effort for ourselves and for future families as well.
And
Absolutely.
some of the things we love about this organization, right, is that, we see it as three big things that get provided. One, it's raising funds for research to fund research to find a cure and to cure this and hopefully many other cancers along with it. It's reaching out and helping families like us, at a time of extreme confusion when you're drinking from the fire hose and trying to make sense of everything and make what could be life-changing decisions with very little time and information, have a helping hand there. And then, it's the hope it provides, right? Knowing that there's a network out there, knowing that there's kids who are on trial and doing well, and knowing that the next trial is coming too, that is being funded by organizations like this.
I just want to thank you guys for believing in the Cure Starts Now and our mission, and for committing to us, and for letting us follow Avery's journey and your entire family's journey. Avery, we're one of your biggest cheerleaders, and we're rooting for you, and we are so proud of you. Lexi, we are so proud of you as well. Mom and Dad, we're very proud of you as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us and for talking about Avery's story.
Thank you. This has been great. We appreciate it.
Yes. So tonight, please give first to Avery, because our children deserve more than leftovers. Bye, you guys.
Welcome back. Oh, I love those interviews. They remind us why we're here and why we are raising money today on Giving First. I wanted to take a moment to celebrate some of the families that have already hit $1,000 in their fundraisers. The fundraiser for John Bradley Thompson, for Lauren Hill, for Finley McGuire, for Brock Fleming. We've got a lot of them. Atticus Schoonover, Avery's Little Army, Cecilia Feltz, and Isabel Finmore. Along with all of our other over 105 families, we have raised so far $45,000. So, yes. Please remember to continue to give at give-first.org. And right now we're joined by Tim Hayden from the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you, Brooke. Good to be here.
Yeah. So Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation has been a partner of ours for quite a while, but I want you to first start by kind of talking about your son Jeffrey, and you know what his story was about. He actually battled before my Elena was battling.
That's right. That's right. So it was, Jeff was 12 years old when he was diagnosed, and Jeff is a twin, his twin brother Joe, and so we kind of noticed some things that weren't right, some things that were just off, and we had his twin to kind of compare, you know, personality and coordination, and Jeff was always very good in school, very good and gifted athletically, and he was just having some troubles, and many trips to the doctor and trying to figure out what was going on. But it was in January of 2004 that we got the news, and they finally diagnosed it. And back then we didn't have a name for it. It was a brainstem glioma, and it was grouped in with all these other brain tumors. And you know, they actually talked about a 20% chance of survival back then, and there, and not really knowing what was about to hit us. But it was about 9 months later that, through the ups and downs and going through, we got him in a clinical trial, and he did better for a little while. We called that the honeymoon period, and then you have reoccurrence, and then, you know, so 9 months after diagnosis, he passed away, and so that was in September. So it was about a month before his 13th birthday. Wow. So, you know, just like all these kids, you know, they're fighters. You know, they just don't dwell. They just move on, right? They move forward with it, and they fight through it, and you know, as parents, all we had was to do whatever we could to keep the hope alive. Right? That there was going to be a cure. And so, you know, it was shortly after Jeff's passing that we started the foundation. And you know, and then got to know you guys. I still remember the phone call I got from Keith after I'd left many messages with you. I was sitting in an airport lounge in Chicago. I traveled a lot for my job, and I was getting ready to fly overseas, and I got the call from Keith, and we talked a lot about that, and that was the start of what's become a very long friendship. You know, the club we didn't want to be members of, but boy, we've met some great people, and some great doctors and researchers and clinicians through this whole thing. So our job was to try to raise awareness, and how do we do that? Raising money. We held dinners and walks and golf outings, and you name it. We were garage sales, whatever we could do, right, to get the word out, raise a little money, and you know, and then we start to meet other people that were this. The first thing when I met with you guys is, you know, I think we really need to get something to focus around, something to rally around. And I had started this thing called Tumor Tracker. That was it was a web-based thing that parents could sign up that were in the fight, and they could get information from other parents as to what their children, what clinical trials were they doing, what alternative medicines were they doing, what institutions were they going to, and it was all done in a HIPAA compliant way, and that sort of became the foundation of what is now the DIPG registry. And now thousands of patients in there, hundreds of researchers, and how many, 100 or so institutions involved with that. So it's amazing how far we've come over the past 10 years. But, you know,
even extending into Europe.
Europe and Asia. And
we can get them to play nice.
Well, it's a whole different world over there with all the legalities of with the different countries, but the people all share the same the same feeling that they want to solve. They want to find a cure. We've met some great people along the way. So,
and you've been one of the kind of the founding members also of the DIPG Collaborative and working. Because when you started your foundation, you were kind of a lone fish in the water, not many other foundations around you. And, you really helped us to build this collaborative of other families and foundations working together and funding together.
Well, I think having the DIPG registry sort of became the nucleus that we were able to build everything from. It gave us a rallying cry to go get funding for, and it sort of pulled a lot of these foundations together to show that there was an organized effort out there to kind of raise money, to pull the money. I have a lot of conversations with people that are thinking about starting a foundation or doing this, and they have a fundraiser and they raise a couple $1,000s, which is great, and then they want to give that to their hospital where their child was treated. And what we've learned over the many years is well, that money, there ain't a dollar of that check that's going to go anywhere near research, right? You've just funded something in their lobby, a statue or some artwork in the CEO's office. But by pooling our money together as the DIPG Collaborative and the Cure Starts Now chapters, we're not talking thousands or tens or thousands of hundreds of thousands. We're talking about millions of dollars now. Right. And you walk into the room with a bigger stick, and you can dictate the rules, right, when you're doing that. And so now, and I won't throw any numbers up because you guys are really good with the numbers, but we're in the millions, okay, that we've, of the research that we've funded. And the biggest thing that I came away from, why did I want to do this, is that when we were going through this with Jeffrey, we found that we picked a clinical trial. Our doctor researched a trial and thought that this was the best thing. Temozolomide, yes. Right? Followed with radiation, right? Yep. And so we were going to do that. And then that was our one shot, right? That was our one shot. So we did that, and we felt like that gave us the best shot. But then it was probably 6 months after Jeff passed away. I saw the study of a clinical trial finally got published. Well, they knew early on, before our child even got into the trial, that it didn't work. And we feel like, why did that trial keep going on? Yep. It's because it's part of the big machine that I need money, right? And so they were collecting money on a trial that they knew that wasn't, and no one was there to hold them accountable. Right. And so putting our business hats on, with your husband Keith and yourself, we put our business hats on, and we said, let's hold some people accountable here. If we're going to give them millions of dollars, let's put milestones together. Let's make them, let's publish these results sooner, and let's make them share the data. If we're giving them data from our registry and from the institutions that are working with us, they should be able to share that. And what we quickly found is some of these institutions didn't want to share. They didn't want to play ball, and because they wanted to keep everything to themselves. And so, in business, we move on from people like that, and we work with the people that want to play ball. Yeah. And because of that, we have really moved this thing forward. Yeah. And the millions of dollars that are going to come from this group and the families here. I can tell you, I've told the story 100 times. When we got first diagnosed, we walked into a little room in Cincinnati Children's, and the doctor pulled out a blank piece of paper, and he pulled his pen out and he started writing it down. You have a brainstem glioma that's diffuse in nature, and it's on the pons, and there's not a whole lot we can do. And now, if a parent walks into that same institution, they're given a wealth of information on the. Not only do we have a name for this disease, but we have literature, we have active clinical trials dedicated specifically to try to cure this disease.
Yep.
We were working off GBM and even breast cancer drugs and all kind of things that had nothing to do with DIPG. It was too small of a pool of patients for the drug companies to get excited about.
Worry about. Yep.
Well, now people are excited about it because they've realized that if we can cure the hardest of all cancers to cure, we found the home run cure to cure all cancers.
Yeah.
And so we feel like we wanted to be part of that.
Well, and it's amazing. Some other types of cancers are looking towards DIPG and what we're doing and saying, you know, this accountability, this transparency, this collaboration, how do you do it? Because they don't have that in theirs.
Yeah.
And we're almost, you know, they put us on pedestal of here's how it should be in cancer research. And we've kind of made an example of ourselves.
Well, when they
in a
talk
good way.
about 20 years from the time you got an idea to get it through clinical trials and publish
We don't
the
have time for
final,
that.
you know, we've cut that way down at least to a third of that, and you know hopefully that's what ends up saving a lot of lives.
Well, and you have a unique vision as a parent that, you know, we don't have time for that. We don't have time for 20 years. Kids' lives are on the line. And we also look at it in a very black and white. Let's just get things done, cut the bureaucracy of it all, and let's just fund it.
Yeah.
So that's how we've gotten to be where we're at. And I think you have a little check you wanted to bring to us today.
Yeah. So this is you know, part of what we want to do here is, you know, we believe in what you guys are doing here at The Cure Starts Now. We want to be part of it. We're a collaborative member now, but we're kind of in transition to becoming a full-blown chapter. And I think starting January 1, we've been in transition this year, but this is the first of several checks that you're going to see before the end of the year. But this is sort of some of the proceeds that we got at our last fundraiser, plus some of the funds that we've been investing money in to kind of grow this and to make this. We hope to add another 50,000 to this number before the end of the year. But for now, this is a nice start.
Thank you so much.
And I know it'll go to good use. You guys know how to hold these guys accountable.
Yes,
so.
you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And we are excited. You know, you were one of our, like I said, one of our founding partners of the collaborative, and we're excited to continue to become partners. And
we're glad to be part of the team. Yeah.
Honor Jeff and Elena and all these kids together. So thank you so much, and thank you for the check and putting your belief in what we're doing.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for everything that you do.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
All right. Well, we are going to move forward. You are going to be watching two very amazing interviews with the family of Olivia Root and Henley Gilmer. So enjoy those, and remember, before you get busy doing anything, please give at give-first.org. And remember, your donations are tripled today thanks to the donation of JTHF and also to the Litters family as well. So please give before you forget. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I would like to welcome Shannon and Justin from Ohio to our 5th annual Giving First Give-a-thon. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you are the parents of Olivia, who battled DIPG for 18 months before gaining her angel wings just this past April. I want to thank you both so much for coming on here and sharing with us about Olivia. I know it's not easy. I know you probably have some bittersweet emotions with this. It's probably definitely hard to talk about it, but at the same time, you probably love talking about her. So thank you so much for joining us. If you don't mind, please tell us all about Olivia, what you loved most about her, what she was like, and maybe even like a funny favorite holiday memory.
You want to start?
She just brought so much joy to everybody she met. She was the happiest little kid I've ever seen. Just loved to have fun, made the best of every situation. She could walk up to a stranger on the street and make a friend.
Yeah. She was silly, eccentric. She was girly, but not like she was, I mean, she was one of a kind for sure. Like she was. There's nobody else like her. Yeah, she was, I mean, she was such a light, she was just like such this bright light that you could not replace. She's irreplaceable. And she loved things like everything from Barbies to Power Rangers and pickles and Jack Skellington, Nightmare Before Christmas. She was, I mean, the things that she was interested in and enjoyed were so different than like the average kid. I think she was just very well-rounded. And she loved dance, and she did a little gymnastics like her big sister, but dance was definitely her thing. And yeah, she was so fun all the time. We had a lot of dance parties in our house, and she was always like the lead of that.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the pickles? Like what did she love about pickles? Like what drew her to pickles?
I don't know. She randomly one day started saying, "Oh, pickle."
It started it, but like then she would do it like at gymnastics all the time when we were there for her older sister Emma, and everybody thought it was so funny because she would just say pickle, and so they like egged it on, so it became this thing. So then even like one of her doctors she named him Dr. Pickle, and then when she got a new one, it was Dr. Cucumber because he was new and fresh. And so it's just funny because it was something that had started well before she was sick. And so then she was interested in all things pickle. So that's why we have all these pickles, because that was like her thing was pickles. So now we see a pickle and then you think of Olivia.
Well, I see a pickle and I think about Olivia because I followed her journey and your guys' journey from the beginning, and everything that you described her, I could see through your guys' story on social media. I could feel all of that. And I was drawn to her and I was drawn to your family, and there's just something about her that just made me fall in love and adore her. I mean, she was definitely very special to me. So thank you for sharing that. And as you guys can see in the picture that Shannon's holding, Olivia is a beauty. I mean, she's perfect. So my next question may be hard, but do you mind sharing with us Olivia's journey with cancer?
So she was always a little less, I guess, sure-footed than kids her age, but we didn't really think anything of that. She'll grow out of it. But then when her eye started to cross a little bit,
That's during COVID.
Shannon took her to an optometrist once we were actually able to with COVID. And then I think we tried glasses to see if that would correct it, but
got worse.
So then I took her to an ophthalmologist who looked deeper into her eye and found swelling in the optic nerve and said there's only so many causes for that and you should take her to Children's Hospital now and get further testing done.
Mhm.
That is what started it all.
Yeah, because the next day they went to the ER, then they got the scans, and then she was admitted. She got her shunt placed the next morning, and then the official diagnosis was October 16th of 2020, where we met Dr. Filati and our team, and then we went on from there. So, and I will say that obviously when we met, I don't even remember her name, the doctor who did her shunt surgery. I asked her about it, and she was basically like, it's not good. Like, it's not a good diagnosis, because we didn't have a diagnosis at that point. I hadn't met Dr. Filati. He had met her. We hadn't sat down together. And I remember sitting like in the hospital room. We were waiting for Olivia to come back from surgery still. But like, I remember saying to him, I don't want her to die. I don't want her to die. Like, because, and the way that it was presented was essentially that she's going to die. Then we meet Dr. Filati, and she literally says, we go into this with hope. There's not like a time, like, we're not putting a timeline on this. We're not giving up hope. We're saying we're walking in this with hope. And her saying that to me is what allowed us, I think, to walk through it the way that we did, because I never gave up hope. Even when I knew that we were at the end of, her fight, like, I could feel the difference at the end. I still didn't give up hope, because the way that she passed as well was so much love and so surrounded by love. And she passed so peacefully that I knew that she was okay. So it was very hard. She did 2 rounds of radiation. She had a shunt surgery, revision, obviously a million MRIs. So we did all the things, but she was literally happy pretty much for the entire time. Like, she was joyful and amazing. And she was even mobile, really. Like, even once she was wheelchair bound, I would say this time last year, we got to the point in January, February, where she was like walking with assistance. Sorry, my cat. Where she was walking with assistance, and doing all kinds of stuff again. So the end for her was really only like a 2-3 week period. And so I'm grateful for that.
Right.
But obviously we wish she was here still. So.
Right. Well, both of the trials that Olivia participated in, I don't know if you know this, but both of those were fully funded by the Cure Starts Now. So because of the donations that are received, kind of like the donations that are going to be received tonight, that helped provide research for 2 clinical trials that your daughter was on. So that's why donations are important. We need to find more research. So with that being said, you joined an army of parents tonight who are fundraising in honor of their warriors. You have also become a bigger part of the Cure Starts Now family by becoming an ambassador. Can you tell me why you feel it is important to continue the fight and continue to fundraise?
I mean, this is probably, I would consider this the most awful pediatric cancer personally. I feel like with finding a cure to this, you're going to help not just kids who suffer from DIPG, but so many more kids. And I feel like if people don't start understanding that the funding is the piece that we're missing, because without having the funds, like, it's what, like 4% of funding is pediatric cancer, but isn't it like less than 1% or something that we actually get? So my personal opinion is we save our adults for our kids. So at what point do we save our kids first? Because they're our future. And so without funding, there's no research, and without research, there will never be a cure. That's why we are where we are right now, because we don't have enough funding.
Perfectly said. And you even said that in a quote that you sent to me for Giving First. Do you mind if I share that? You had said, "We miss our beautiful girl every day and do not want other families to have to go through the loss of their children to such a horrible disease. More funding means more research and a cure." And you're right. Awareness equals funding, funding equals research, research equals the cure. Well, family truly never fights alone, and we are thankful to have you as part of our team. It is our mission to find the home run cure. Although we were not able to find it in time for Olivia, she and so many other angels are our why. They deserved more. And together with all of our families, we will not stop until the cure is found. Thank you guys so much for sharing your journey, for sharing your girl with us during her fight and keeping her legacy alive after her fight, because together we'll find the cure. So tonight, give first for Olivia, because our children deserve more than leftovers. Olivia deserved more. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old.
I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old.
Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old.
Hi, my name is Joshua. I'm 9 years old.
Please give first. Please give first for me. Please give first for me.
Please give first for me.
Please give first for me. Please give to me first.
Please give first for me.
So with us tonight, we have Heather Gilmore from North Carolina. Thank you for joining, Heather.
Thank you for having me.
She is the mother of Sweet Henley, who battled medulloblastoma for 2 years before gaining her angel wings this past March. The Gilmore family is continuing Henley's legacy by being part of our ambassador family. We are so thrilled that you wanted to continue her legacy through the Cure Starts Now and being an ambassador. And I just want to let you know that we all admire your strength, and you're an inspiration that even after her battle, that you want to continue to fight this.
Yeah.
So we want to hear all about Henley, what she liked, her personality, how you found out she had cancer, and her journey.
Henley was, she was a ball of energy in this tiny little body. We adopted Henley through the foster care system. So we got her when she was 3 months old. You could tell at 3 months that she was going to be feisty. She loved everything princess. She loved to be a girly girl. She loved things that are really, really soft. So we had tons of soft blankets, and she loved mommy and daddy the most in the whole world.
Aww. And when was she diagnosed, and how did you know something was going on?
Probably it was November of 2019. We all had gotten stomach virus, and we all got over it except for Henley. She still kept getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a good mom would do, take her to the doctor, and they're, oh, it's okay. She's just having a little tough time getting over it. December rolled around of 2019. She was still getting sick. So again, brought her back to the doctor. Maybe she's developed a milk allergy, and we changed her entire diet. This kept going on until March of 2020, when I finally took her in for the last time to the pediatrician and refused to leave, just in tears saying, there's something wrong with my baby. Help me. Finally, the doctors listened. They ran lots of blood tests. They could tell that she was really dehydrated because she wasn't able to keep anything down. And the blood test didn't show anything. So they scheduled a CT scan. It didn't tell me why they were scheduling a CT scan. And when we went to the hospital and had it done, they kept us there, which I thought was odd. They said, please just wait here. Mm-hmm. And probably about 15, 20 minutes after it was done, they said, you need to go to your pediatrician's office. And that's when they took us in a little room and told us that she had a tumor on the back of her brain.
And your world completely was rocked that day.
Yeah, it was just like, that was never anything that I expected to hear those words. I thought it was going to be something intestinal that we were going to have to deal with, but never brain tumor.
Right. Well, I'm sorry, and thank you for sharing that with us. I'm sure that was hard to go back to diagnosis day. I know diagnosis day is not a good day, but she fought with strength and bravery, and was one of the prettiest medulloblastoma warriors ever. She fought for 2 years, right?
She did, almost to the day. She was diagnosed March 12th and passed away on March 7th.
Oh, goodness. Well, thank you again for sharing that. So can you tell us some ways that your community has supported your family and Henley, and what that means to you?
When we were going through treatment, our church family was right there with us. They were constantly showing up with meals. Even during COVID, because there were so many restrictions, we couldn't have visitors or help in the hospital. That was really difficult for us. My husband was in kidney failure at the time, so he was battling that. We were battling the tumor with Henley, and I felt very isolated. So just people sending words of encouragement, texts, just asking me how I was doing. When we were finally able to come out of the hospital, Henley and I did a 9-month stint in the hospital, probably about an hour and a half away from our home. And when we were finally able to come home, it was just so nice not to have to worry about, okay, we have to have dinner for everybody. It was brought to us, which was awesome. Throughout all of our trials and tribulations with this, one of the last treatments that Henley needed to have was proton radiation therapy. And because she was a Medicaid recipient, they were not going to pay for it. So my church stepped in, supported, raised money for us. We eventually got Medicaid to agree to pay, but the money that was raised at the church paid for our hotel stay, because we had to go to Atlanta, Georgia. And that was a $13,000 hotel bill that we just didn't have. So it was nice that because of all the fundraising that our church did, that was something else we could just go focus on Henley and, just let the cards fall as they may.
Oh, that is amazing that you had that support. There's nothing better than knowing that there are people supporting you while you're facing the biggest trial of your life, and then to have to also go through this with COVID. COVID is already isolating, and then also have this. I'm so happy that you had your church family and so many other people that cared about Henley and your family. So what do you hope people know about the work that you as an ambassador and all of us at the Cure Starts Now does?
I want them to know that it makes a difference, just having that support from the organization, to know that Home Run Cure is being worked towards. It's going to make a difference. We're going to get there. And I want other children not to have to go through this. I don't want other families to have to feel what we're feeling now and what we felt going through these treatments. I fully support that.
Well, we appreciate you supporting it, and I can assure you that we work day in and day out with you and our families. Truly, families never fight alone. You gave us a quote for Giving First, and you hit the nail on the head. Do you mind if I share that?
Go, please.
Okay. You had said, "We are so appreciative for everything the Cure Starts Now has done for our family. Even though our sweet girl gained her wings, we still fully support and believe in this organization. Our hope is that the money donated will be the key to finding a cure and give another family a chance for hope. Please consider donating and make a difference in childhood brain cancer." again, I think you are incredible. Your family's incredible to continue to fight for that next family because we're in this together, and I can't thank you enough.
Thank you guys so much. And I know Henley would be proud to be a part of this.
I have no doubt that she is proud and so proud of you. So tonight, give first for Henley because our children deserve more than leftovers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Hi.
We have a new announcement. We are now over $50,000.
We asked you guys to pull out your phones during your lunch break and donate and get us to $50,000, and you did just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
all
thank you.
together.
Yes. Oh boy, we need to learn how to high five. Speaking
want
of,
to celebrate also, I'll say this because it's also you. Celebrate those families who have reached over $2,000 raised, which are the Addison Barnes family. Yes.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Addison Sunshiners.
And Ayla's Army, Ayla Slivka's family and friends. They have all reached over $2,000. Don't let that stop you. Please, please, please continue to donate at give-first.org.
Another shout out we want to do. A couple segments ago, you learned about Avery Lafferty. And today, Avery is having her routine MRI. So if you guys can send some positive vibes and just think of her as her family are awaiting those results.
Yeah.
Because we know how those days are.
Yeah, those are super stressful days. So
Yes.
we're thinking of you most definitely.
So you guys might be thinking, maybe, how can we help throughout the year and not just giving first? Well, don't worry. We've got lots of options for you. You think of it, we can probably implement it. Do you want to talk about some of them?
Yeah, so throughout the year, we have about 150 events that we do on varying levels, whether it be large galas and golf tournaments or runs down to even just the smallest garage sales, and pretty much, like you said, anything you can think of. There are some things that we have very tailored in what we call, kind of a boxed up, ready to go fundraiser that's really simple for us. Right now, for all of the gentlemen out there, it is not too late to partake in No Shave November. We have something called Bearded Up, and those are for those gentlemen who do not want to shave in November. You can do that and give money in honor of these kids battling cancer. So you can go over to beardedup.org. We have a bunch of amazing police departments who are participating with us, but we also have a space for average Joes as well. So
We also
super
have a
fun.
space for people who can't grow beards, like women.
Yeah, so for women too, we have color for the cure. So you could either color your nails or your hair, whichever you choose to do. So it's super easy. We also this year, as we're going into, well, sports are all year long, we have done Gold Out games. So working with your school's teams to do Gold Out games. We just started that this year, and it's been very successful. A lot of fun for schools to get involved. And speaking of schools, we have another wonderful
Yes.
fundraiser for schools. You want to talk about that one?
I do. It's called Caps for the Cure. And now this does not have to be done only at a school where there is a child that's fighting cancer. We want to bring awareness to the schools. And so we have Caps for the Cure, where You pick a day or even a week, and you donate. The kiddos donate $1, at least $1, and they get to wear a cool hat. And all those funds go 100% to research. I mean, it's a fabulous way to bring awareness, have the kids put that thought in their head, and raise money for research.
Yeah. We also have things like Nerf Cancer for our streamers out there. We have My Bake Sale for those people who want to do a bake sale in honor of a child or to just raise funds as well. And coming in January, we're going to do what's called Mac a Difference, having your mac and cheese Mac a Difference. So
who doesn't like
I know
macaroni and cheese?
I know, exactly.
I mean, come on now.
I know, it'll be the best fundraiser.
Well, we could talk a
All day
lot,
long.
right,
Yeah.
about how we can do this, but just know, reach out to us and we can help you for sure. So,
yep. Stay tuned. We have some other great interviews, inspiring stories to continue to remind you why it's important to give. We're going to hear from the Acevedo family talking about Haley's story and the Cook family talking about Kensley. So stay tuned. Please donate before you forget. Give-first.org. Thanks.
Welcome back to our Giving First interviews that we have going on. We have the opportunity to talk with Dee Dee and Carlos, who are the parents of sweet Haley. Haley fought DIPG for 18 months. She was only 3 when diagnosed and is forever 4. I must say that she fought with more strength, bravery, and courage than I could ever fight with. She truly was a warrior, a sassy princess warrior at that.
For sure.
I'm sorry?
For sure.
Absolutely. Thank you guys both for joining us and finding the time to talk about Haley and to talk about her story. Can you start off by telling us everything about Haley and what the world is missing? I know that's a loaded question.
Oh, let's see. The helper, Haley. Haley just loved to help you with everything. She was a sassy little girl, knew what she wanted. Very strict on both of us and our roles and what we could and could not do. But loved.
She was strict with you guys?
She was strict with us.
She ran the show.
She did. Mommy made breakfast. Dad took care of dinner. That was about it.
That was good. Yeah.
Really just the life that she brought. She was just so into everything. I mean, everything from costume changes and being every character in every Disney movie or every event and superhero to how she played with her sister, the puppy Sky. That was her sister. She just so into life and just amazing in every way. It's amazing how one little character can change your life overnight.
Wow,
She loved everyone and everything.
Which included big bows.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
Lots of dresses and anything that had ruffles on it.
More than you can know.
Yes. Although there was a period where we were not allowed to wear ruffles.
Oh.
It lasted about 3 months, but it was
really?
again with the rules and being strict about things. Yeah.
So she ran the show.
She did.
Yes. In addition, I mean, how can you not notice the beautiful curly hair? Right?
First thing. Yep.
Where did she get the curly hair? You have curly hair.
I got to keep this short for a reason.
Well, she rocked the curly hair and it was absolutely beautiful for sure.
It's fashionable, definitely.
Yes.
Yes, it was very much no bow, no go. And she had to wear a dress pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. A girl who knew what she wanted.
For sure.
Definitely.
So our Giving First group is one of the largest and most amazing groups of cancer families determined to put an end to cancer once and for all. Tell us why being part of this group and continuing the fight by fundraising is important to your family.
Yeah.
I think during Haley's journey, being part of the Cure Starts Now was really helpful because we were able to connect with so many other families. And they were all fighting not only for their own children, but for the kids who would come after. And I think it's important to us to continue Haley's legacy by helping other parents so that one day they'll have a better prognosis.
I couldn't agree with you more. And we are an organization that truly does believe in that family never fights alone. And when you join this organization, we are family, and we hurt with you, we cry with you, we laugh with you, and we walk this journey with you. And
You sure did.
Yep.
I'm appreciative that you guys are still with the Cure Starts Now and are continuing her legacy by continuing to fundraise to help that next family. It means the world to the families that are in the fight. On behalf of one that is in the fight, I do want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, because what you're doing is making a difference. And I'm so appreciative and grateful of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. So you provided a quote for us for Giving First, and I wanted to know if you cared if I shared it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You guys had said that Haley battled DIPG for 17 months. She never stopped fighting, even when her tumor was relentlessly trying to steal her ability to walk, talk, play, and swallow. We aren't giving up either. Donations allow for more research to be done, which will one day lead to the cure for kids diagnosed with this horrific cancer. And you guys just said it perfectly, that even with everything that Haley went through, you're still going to fight and you're still going to help find that cure. And that's just so strong of you, and I can't be more impressed. But on to more exciting, happy things. We are proud and honored to say that your family has made the commitment to be a bigger part of our CSN family by joining our ambassador program. This program consists of over 50 other families that believe in our mission and want to join together to help fund that much needed research to help find the cure. We know how much research means to your family, and we also know how important it is to carry on Haley's legacy in every way that you can. In addition to you helping fund research with CSN, we couldn't be more excited to learn of a super amazing thing that was just recently announced. So please do share.
It's all you.
We just got word that our foundation, it's called Princess Haley's Hope Foundation, was granted nonprofit status, so 501c3 status. And so we get to carry on Haley's legacy, Haley's way. And that's going to consist, I think right now, of 2 programs. One that we have talked about a little bit last night on our webpage, on our webpage. But the first one is Hugs from Haley, where we're going to send care packages to kids that are battling DIPG. And the second is Hope from Haley, where we're going to raise money for research to fight and continue on.
Keep sending Haley's touch to anybody and everybody that needs it.
Yeah.
Which was her world. Everybody needed it.
Yeah.
But no, definitely want to make sure nobody ever hears what we heard.
Yeah.
Or ever has to deal with that again.
Yeah.
So.
We want to, we're right there with you. And I I can't wait to see the videos or pictures of the families that you send these hugs to, because that is going to be one heck of a hug that they receive from her. And we're working together to make sure that no other family is told what you guys were told, what we were told. We want one day very soon for a child to come in and be diagnosed with DIPG, and for the doctor to say, I'm sorry, your child has DIPG, but don't worry, we have a plan. Everything's going to be okay.
Absolutely.
That's what we need to do. So
And we will.
I have no doubt that Princess Sassy Pants is so very, very, very proud of you guys. Thank you again for joining. Thank you for sharing a little bit of Haley with everyone. I can't wait to see what you guys do with your foundation. I can't wait to see how much money is raised in honor of Haley. And let's just keep moving that needle further to the cure.
We absolutely will.
Yes. Thank you guys again for joining. So tonight, give first for Haley, because our children deserve more than the leftovers. Haley deserved more. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, thank
Bye,
you.
Heidi.
Imagine finding the cure for cancer. Not a cure for a cancer, but the cure for all cancers. Experts believe it starts with the most difficult cancers, like childhood brain cancer and DIPG. It's the home run cure. But unlike other cancer charities, it's our mission. Then again, we're not like other cancer charities. The Cure starts now as an organized, passionate group with a single goal: cure cancer. We have a plan, a strategy, a process. We don't throw darts at a wall and see what sticks. We research the why, the what, and the how, all with the end game in mind. We innovate, we spark change, taking chances on new ideas when no one else will. We are open, we are efficient, effective. Breakthroughs cannot and do not happen in a bubble. There has to be collaboration, communication, and never duplication. And all of this is working. We have funded new drugs and treatments, bringing them to trial 3 times faster, innovated drug delivery methods, established the first comprehensive database of childhood brain cancer, and built one of the first virtual hospitals, bringing expert treatment and care closer to patients. And it's making an impact, as survival times for the deadliest of childhood cancers have nearly doubled. So don't just imagine the cure for cancer. Be the change that finds it. The cure starts now.
Hi, everyone. I would like to introduce you to Candace, Tony, and Shantae. They are the parents and sister of the sweet but spunky DIPG angel, Kinsley. Thank you guys so much for finding the time to talk with me tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us. We greatly appreciate it.
Yes.
Honor our baby anytime we can.
I wish that we were here talking about anything other than this, but sadly, we are talking about it, but we've got a great community where we fight together, we join together, and I'm here to support you and love you guys and give you guys big virtual hugs. So I know this isn't easy.
Same back.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's just start off. For a 5-year-old, Kinsley sure did have quite the resume. One could find her either cooking in the kitchen with Candace and Shantae, and the next minute she would be in the garage under the hood working on a car with you, Tony. She sounds like my kind of girl, even though you won't find me in the kitchen much. Do you mind sharing more about Kinsley with us? We want to know everything about her.
That girl, I will tell you, she was an animal whisperer.
Oh, yeah.
We have a cat we've had for 10 years. He was part feral. He was feral when we found him. Shantae, poor Shantae, she would walk by him and he would swat at her all the time, like just walking by. He's really sweet to her now, but Kensley, from the day she could start walking, she could lay on top of him. She could do whatever she wanted, and that cat just looked at her like, again, everywhere. She could do whatever she wanted to any animal that we've ever owned. She was known to sneak out of our dog door, peek through the window at us like, hello, I'm out here. She loved the outdoors. She was a camping girl and a fishing girl.
Left snacks from the neighbor.
Yes.
She what?
So she would go over to our neighbor and ask for snacks. So there would be our dog and our daughter at the fence line at the neighbor's, and they were both looking at the neighbor like, do we get treats? Do we get what the heck?
They'd come outside and say, Kensley, what are you doing? And she'd say, can I have a snack? And they'd say, you got it.
Is that why you started pulling her in the kitchen to cook with you?
Probably.
Oh man, I wish that I had the privilege to meet her, because I mean, she's
Funny story about her.
Oh gosh. So, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So we were eating dinner one night, and we were like, me and Kensley were on one couch, and then my mom and Tony were on the other couch. And we were eating raviolis. Well, she wasn't eating, she was just watching her tablet. And my mom was like, Kensley, are you eating? And she's like, yeah, I am. And I said, no, she's not. And she hit me and was like, shh, don't tell her. And I was like, oh, sorry. I was supposed to keep her secret that she wasn't actually eating.
Who was the big sister?
Yeah. She
Right.
told-
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Shantae, thanks for telling us that story. I actually have a question for you. Even with an 11-year age difference, Kensley was your best friend, and you were her best friend. I mean, I see why. She may have been 5, but she was going on 20. Do you mind sharing with us how Kensley's diagnosis and battle has affected you? It's okay.
I don't know why that's so hard. It was just really hard because, she's only 5. She shouldn't have to go through something like that. I'm supposed to have my sister my whole life. She's not just supposed to be here. It was just really hard to see her go through something like that. But no matter what, she always had a smile on her face. She always was happy. If I had to go through what she went through, I know I would be the biggest baby. But she was just always so strong and so smiley, no matter what. And she's just my biggest inspiration.
Yeah, and she's so many people's inspiration. I mean, she is a definition of a true warrior, and to know her is to love her.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and definitely even through treatment, when we were doing treatments and stuff, and we would come home, she'd have either the port or the PICC line, and you'd have to do, daily flushings or daily treatments to it.
Well, that was in the
Yeah. She was the nurse to us. She was the one telling us how to clean it and what to do, and she made sure everybody could do it.
Yeah. She says, nope, I need Sissy to do it tonight. Sissy, this is how you do it. No, that's not right. You do it this way.
My name was never Shantae.
No, you don't ever call her Shantae. She would always look at you and say, her name is Sissy. I'm like, oh.
Okay, so from here on out, I'm going to call you Sissy, because I don't want the wrath of Kensley right now, because I heard she's a force to be reckoned with, right? Well, so many people love and miss your girl. I'm sure some are even watching right now. What would you guys like to tell them?
Thank you.
And give what you can. I think any penny going towards this is amazing, and it shows us how much you love our daughter, and it helps keep her spirit going, and to help all of these warriors that are still battling and fighting so hard. We just want to give them more hope. We want to be there for them as much as you guys have always been there for us.
That was beautiful.
We just want people to give anything that they possibly can to
Yeah.
help these warriors.
I know it's cliche, but literally every penny matters. It really does. And you said it perfectly. You actually, we asked for a quote from all of our families for giving first. And do you mind if I share that with everybody?
Love that.
You said, donating to the Cure Starts Now in honor of our sweet Kinsley shows us how much love you have for her and us. It means that a part of her is still living to help give hope to all of these amazing warriors still fighting. Your girl is still living every day in the work that you guys do, especially, you know, with you guys partnered recently with us and became part of our ambassador families. And you know, I can see Kinsley coming out in what you guys are doing with that. And because of her, differences will be happening and we're going to make a change. And it's the Cure Starts Now's mission, with the help from our chapters and our ambassadors and our warrior families, that we will find the home run cure. And we're going to make sure that there's not another family told to go home and make memories. Yes. We are so thankful that you guys were able to join us to share a little bit about Kinsley to the world, because she has not been forgotten. So thank you guys very much.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes. So tonight, please give first for Kinsley and children like her, because they deserve more than leftovers. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Keith Desserick.
And I'm Jim Getchy.
Obviously, we're joining you. We're not Brooke and we're not Heidi, but what we're joining you is to go ahead and walk you through the next segment and talk to you a little bit about some things such as the home run cure. But before we jump into that, we got some announcements and some totals as well.
Some good wins.
Totals that we have is, what was it again? 52,800 and what? 814. So phenomenal numbers. Everything is going to help because we're using this to fund research. And as Brooke talked about earlier, we don't even have enough to finish off the research track of what we actually want to fund right now. So we need your help, we need your enthusiasm, and we need you to get involved. So help us.
Well, and we're seeing some great involvements from the families out there. I mean, up in Canada, the Neversley family has already raised $5,000.
Absolutely.
And you go south of that, and you look down in Austin, Texas, and the Brock Fleming has raised over $4,000. So the families they continue to increase with their giving. We're seeing some great wins out there. So keep that up, you know, for all the families out there and all the friends of the families to keep sending out the donations. Now, as part of this, Keith, you talk about, you know, the research and the cure. One of the foundational elements of the Cure Starts Now is the concept of a home run strategy, the home run cure.
Yeah.
Walk us through where that came from.
Well, it actually starts back with the name. I mean, the name of the Cure Starts Now wasn't a name that we chose. It was a name that was given to us because back when our daughter was in the fight, we started this thing called a blog that no one really, we didn't understand what a blog was. And
Before blogs.
Before blogs.
Right.
It's before Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, none of that exists. And so we start writing this blog because we're trying to tell the family what's going on with Elena and really to also try to pass on stories for Grace, who is our youngest daughter at that time, about her older sister, Elena. And so that's pretty much how it started. And every day we would record a new one. And that continued, and eventually that became, you know, much bigger, and it became, you know, this journal that went to the book and so forth, so on, and went worldwide. But what people don't know is how the name came to be, and that came from, I believe it was in March. We started talking to some of the doctors that were treating Elena, and they said that they always wanted to focus on this type of cancer. They believed that if we could cure this type of cancer, that it would change how we focus on all kinds of cancers. they likened it to the next frontier in cancer research, kind of like what happened back in the 50s with leukemias. And it created chemotherapy, and they felt that this had the same potential. So after hearing that so many times, we got frustrated. And that night, instead of writing a story about Elena and Grace, I wrote about how we were doing this wrong, how we were focusing on cancer by focusing on those cancers that affect the greatest number of people, not necessarily on those cancers at which we can learn the most from. And the last words of this, frankly, angry blog that I wrote were the words, "The cure starts now." Didn't expect anything to come from it. Frankly, didn't even remember it, kind of got it out of our head, went down the road. And I got a call from Brooke a couple of weeks later saying, "What did you do?" And I said, what do you mean, what did you do? She goes, "You didn't start something new. Please tell me you didn't start something new." And I said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And she said, "Well, I have all these checks written to The Cure Starts Now. What the heck is The Cure Starts Now?" And even I didn't remember really what it was. It was a couple of days later that, looking at the journal, I realized, oh crap, they're responding to this calling, if you would, this rallying cry of it, and all these people came together really spontaneously from around the country and kind of joined this cause that now today has become the Home Run Cure, and The Cure Starts Now.
And it's something that the medical community supported in saying, you're exactly right. If you can cure the big bad bully on the block, the rest of the other cancers, we're going to learn what needs to get done to cure other cancers.
Absolutely. And it's not something that's new either. A lot of people think that this is something that we invented. It's absolutely not something we invented. If you go back and you look at the history of cancer research, one of the biggest advancements we ever made was when a researcher went against the grain and focused on those cancers that affect children, those cancers that are kind of your biggest bullies, those cancers that are immune to current treatments. And the guy was Sidney Farber, Dr. Sidney Farber, and he ended up creating chemotherapy and changing everything we know about cancer research. He was a pioneer, much in the way that there were pioneers before him. But unfortunately, if you look at our history and you go back all the way from his last big invention, we haven't invented really anything new. We've gotten better at surgery, immunology, chemotherapy, and radiation, but we haven't necessarily created anything new. And so when we say home run cure, it's because we're hitting for the fences. We're going for that long shot that no one else has the courage to be able to go after. That's what we're all about.
Well, the nice thing, I know when the Cure Starts Now Brain Tumor Center based in Cincinnati had their retreat a little while ago, and we were fortunate enough to be there. It's really interesting to look back 10, 15 years ago, what was happening in the scheme of pediatric brain cancer, and to be in a room with 50 plus doctors knowing that that's going on in multiple hospitals around the country, around the world, that the stepping stones you guys have laid actually have ripples that are rippling way out into the world.
But the saddest part about it is that all these researchers know this. They've known this from when they were in college and they were studying it, and ultimately it just comes down to having the courage to be able to stand up and say, this is worth fighting for. This frontier is where we need to advance. So speaking of which, you're going to hear a little bit about the home run cure in this next segment, because we're going to play that video, our home run video, that was created really at the beginning of this charity, so that way you can learn a little bit about it and why it's important. And we have some interviews coming up too.
Yeah, we've got interviews with, I believe, the Hochschild and the Dohertys.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought I'd messed that one up.
So we're going to be going and running through those, and you can learn a little bit about Ella, and you can learn a little bit about Odin in the next segment.
Hi, everyone. I'm here with Erica. Hi, Erica.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I want to thank you for being part of our 2022 Giving First Give-a-thon. Thank you so much for talking with me tonight, but most importantly, thank you for allowing us to share Ella's story. Well, let's just start it off. If you don't mind, please tell us all about Ella, what you loved most about her, what she was like, and what the world has been missing out on.
That's a loaded question.
Yes.
There's so much. Ella came into the light, into the world, a Spitfire, and I like to say she went out of the world a Spitfire. The doctor almost didn't make it there when she was born. And she was spunky from that time on. You know, Ella was really an old soul. I kind of, you know, looking back, I felt like she knew that maybe her time was going to be short on earth with us. And so there was always something going on, whether it was a dance party with her brother, playing with her friends, playing soccer, dancing. She was always busy. She liked to spend lots of hours with our neighbors, not the kids, the adults. She would just sit and talk with the neighbor ladies in their yards and be like, Ella, it's time to come home. And they'd be like, she's fine. So, you know, she made friends wherever she went. One of my favorite stories about Ella was a new girl had come to her school in the 2nd grade. And that was, Ella only went to school 2 weeks in the 2nd grade because she passed away in November of that year. She became that girl's friend within the first week. You know, she took her under her wing. Ella was a leader from an early age. You know, I would watch her organize the kids and what they needed to do. She wanted to be a teacher. We built her, you know, a teacher's desk and the whole setup. And anyone that came over, they had to be her students, whether they wanted to or not. You know, I think what I miss about her is her heart. She always took care of the underdog. I remember one time her and her brother were playing out with the neighbor kids, and he was quite a bit younger than all the other kids, and they didn't want him on their team. No one wanted him on their team. So she picked her ball up and said, I'm going inside. And I said, what happened? And she's like, well, they wouldn't play with Caden. So I was done. Because we're going to play with everyone or we're not playing at all. So she always took care of everyone around her. And I think, you know, I miss that about her. And I think she would have been a great leader.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the little bit that I have read about Ella, you had said that she wants to be a teacher, or she wanted to be a teacher. And I feel like she did that in her short life here. I mean, I feel like she taught everyone how to live, how to be kind, and how to do the right thing in her short 7 years that she was here. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would.
Yes. Yeah.
I've always said she taught us so much.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel blessed that I was taught by her, that I was taught to love life, that I was taught to live life and to cherish relationships and to cherish people in my lives versus things. So yeah, she definitely was a teacher, and many people have said that to me over the years, what Ella and her story taught them.
Yep.
So
Well,
she
I can see
definitely
why.
was.
I can see why.
Yeah.
Your family has a motto. Do you mind sharing with us what that motto is and how it came about?
I'm not a quitter. So Ella passed away on November 21st, 2008. So about 3 weeks before was Halloween, and Ella loved Halloween. She always had to have the full costume, the full experience. Trick-or-treating was her favorite thing to do. At this time, walking was pretty much almost gone without assistance. So we loaded her up in the stroller because she still wanted to go trick-or-treating. And she would get quite tired after certain amounts of activity, and about an hour in, you could see that she was tired. And I said to her, you know, you want to go back home and lay down and rest? And she said in her groggy voice, "I'm not a quitter." And so we went on for another hour at least. And, she wanted to visit like every house in the neighborhood. And she pretty much accomplished that. My husband and I have held those words in our heart. Ella never quit. She kept going, as much as she could until the end. We've changed those words to our motto that we can't quit on helping raise funds for the cure for DIPG and for all cancers, because that's what the Cure Starts Now motto is. I wholeheartedly believe in what the medical board has said, that there's something about DIPG that I think will unlock a lot of cancers. And we've all been affected by cancer, not just DIPG. I lost my own mother to colon cancer. I've had skin cancer. So everyone's affected by cancer no matter what. DIPG is just a monster. And I think that monster, if we can unlock it, will give us a lot of answers for a lot of other cancers, and it will save a lot of families a lot of heartache.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I hope that is the case. And that's what we're doing, is trying to fight the biggest bullies of them all, and that's DIPG, DMG, medulloblastoma, pediatric brain cancers. You being here right now is proof that you are not quitters. Here in a few days, it will be 14 years since your sweet girl became an angel. And here you are still tonight, still fundraising and not quitting. Doing this for Ella and so many other children. What advances in DIPG have you seen during these past years that have come directly from donations? Basically, why is donating important to you?
When Ella was diagnosed 14 years ago, we were basically told to enjoy our time. There was one trial at that time for DIPG. Unfortunately, we tried it. She didn't tolerate it well enough. And so we had no other options. My husband and I spent hours and hours researching, and we tried a lot of alternative therapies for her. What I've seen in the last 14 years and what the Cure Starts Now and the fundraising efforts that we've done is I've seen multiple trials. Families have choices. I see families asking, what trial is better, and so the fundraising is working. There's multiple doctors across the world that are focusing on this cancer because of the research dollars that we've raised, and because we can help them fund their research so they can get these. I've seen kids live a lot longer, like your daughter. 3.5 years is amazing. Ella had 10 months, 11 months. And that's what most kids back then did. And many, many kids nowadays are living 2 to 3 years, some even longer. And so, we just have to keep pushing and keep raising that money to help these doctors find the answers. It's out there. The answer's out there. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah. Well, I can, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I appreciate it.
So tonight, give first for Ella Hope, because our children deserve more than the leftovers. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the opportunity to talk with Erin Doherty, who is the mother of Odin. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Odin, he fought for DIPG for 18 months at the young age of 2 and 3 years old. There is no doubt that he was taken way too soon from all of us. I wanted to know if you could start off by telling everyone about Odin and what the world has missed out on.
He was a really loving little boy, always had a smile or a roar for people. He loved Batman, playing with his friends, chasing his dog, running around outside. He had a good sense of humor, loved his baby sister. He like so many of our kids, he seemed to kind of be an old soul as well. He'd be kind of quiet and just observe things. And he was just a really sweet, loving little boy.
I've seen pictures of him, and there's one that I love all of his pictures, but there's one where he's like I think there's like maybe some plants or something around him. He's like peeking around oh my goodness. He was a doll baby. And you said that he loves Batman, but didn't he call Batman something else?
Yes, it didn't matter how many times we told him it was something else, but he called Batman Fat Man. He had a little tent in his room that he'd crawl in, and we called it the Bat Cave. And a lot of times, Mom was not allowed. Dad was allowed in it, and sometimes baby sister, but no mommy.
Well, Daddy was allowed in it because he thought Daddy was Superman.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I love that. Can you tell me what this connection with Blue ice cream is?
I think it probably started when we took him out to a farm around fall activities, and he got Superman ice cream, and it's this really bright blue, and it has red and yellow in it too, but he has this picture where he's just kind of smeared with blue. And so afterwards he'd play serving us food, and there was always a blue ice cream, so it made an impression on him. I think he thought, wow, it's really neat that it's a blue ice cream cone. So usually for his birthday, we will go and we'll have some blue ice cream in his favor. So, we take family pictures with blue ice cream, but yeah, we got him a play kitchen, but before he had the play kitchen, he'd serve us blue ice cream from the exercise bike. And apparently, it was blue ice cream and beer.
He was an old soul. He knew what he liked. Yes. Well, then
serve Daddy beer. Yeah.
The next time I go for ice cream, I'll make sure to get some blue ice cream in his honor.
Well, they're interesting flavors. If you're lucky, you get blueberry, but most of the time it's cotton candy.
Yes. Well, maybe I'll just let my kids get blue ice cream, because cotton candy, whew, I'm too old for that. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it is sweet.
Well, thank you for sharing a little bit about your boy. You have been connected with The Cure Starts Now for several years. Your family started and ran one of our chapters in North Carolina, and you are now joined with over 50 families as part of our ambassador program. Can you share with us what The Cure Starts Now means to your family and what you hope people know about our organization and the work we do?
I was really impressed that a lot of the majority of the money raised for the organization goes directly to research and helping find that cure, and really did kind of sign up for the home run cure, and the idea that if we figure out brain cancer, which is one of the most difficult, maybe we can unlock other cancers. And so that really, that was really profound to me. And I wanted there to be more options. I think most families have never heard of DIPG when their kids are diagnosed. When we were told, we said, okay, this is going to be difficult. So what do we do now? What's the treatment? How do we beat this? And, they basically said, there's nothing really we can do. We can buy you some time.
Right.
And we had great doctors. We had people who helped us along the way. And that time was very valuable, but I don't want anybody else to hear there's nothing more we can do.
Right.
That's just, he was a month shy of his 4th birthday, and that's not long enough for anybody.
Not at all. It's not at all. So again, thank you so much for sharing his story, for continuing to fight, to continuing to honor him. We are so glad that you're part of our family, and we appreciate you doing this with us today.
Well, thank you.
So tonight, give first for Odin, because our children deserve more than leftovers. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Welcome back. I am Brooke Deserick. You have us back. Brooke Deserick.
Heidi Barnes.
We are both moms, and I am the co-founder and executive director of The Cure Starts Now.
And I am the director of family support. Speaking of family support, let's just jump right in on this. One thing that is very important to us here at The Cure Starts Now is supporting our families through the thick of their fight and after and continuing. So we have a lot of patient tools and websites and support groups that we have created to help give that support. And, The Cure Starts Now is a collaboration of cancer families. We started off with our DIPG families, DMG families, and then we've now also do medulloblastoma in our brain cancer families. And actually just this week we hit that we support over 700 families, which is, it's a bittersweet number because, obviously we don't like that number growing, but until we find the home run cure that Keith and Jim just recently were talking about, we want to be able to support as many people as we can.
Yeah. And we've been building these tools over the last 15 years. They're tools, both that we as parents have figured out our best practices, but also we have worked with the experts in the field to find the best possible solutions for families as well.
Yes. So what kind of things have been built that you wish that you would have had 15 years ago?
Oh, like everything, right?
Yeah.
So when we were battling 15 years ago, there was no real one site that you could go to for any information. As a matter of fact, when Keith, being who he was, went out and got a medical journal or a medical textbook and looked in the back and under DIPG, went to the page for DIPG, and it was literally 2 sentences.
Oh my goodness.
Of this book that was this thick. So we really wanted to make sure that families had a one-stop place to get the information that they need. And again, we don't purport ourselves to be experts, but what we wanted to do was compile as much information and put it in one place so that the parents had only one spot that they had to go to get this information.
Right. What is that place called?
DIPG.org,
Yes.
O-R-G, and medulloblastoma.org.
Yes.
And then most recently, we started we tweaked a tool that we have had for a while, and that was based on feedback from you. Why don't you talk about your baby?
Are we talking about the trial finder
Yes.
or the toolbox?
Oh,
I'm not
all of
sure.
it, right?
Okay. Okay. So recently we created a toolbox. If you go to dipg.org/toolbox, there are steps that we think are the most important steps that you should follow or can follow when you're diagnosed. And part of those steps is our registry, which we'll talk about in another segment. And a consult and a trial finder, which is the other thing that Brooke was talking about. So trial finder, right? You can go to clinicaltrials.gov and search these trials. But if you register for this trial finder, it's our amazing IT department has created where you can have search functions, where you can search certain words. You can put in your zip code and search what trials are actively recruiting X amount of miles away from you. You can look at things that are not recruiting, and it is a phenomenal tool. It gives you all of the information that you need to be able to print it off, take it in to your team, and discuss what trials are out there. And so excited about it.
Yeah, and it saves those searches too.
Yes.
And what it will do also is email you when status change
Yes.
in any of the trials, which is essential when you're a parent in the fight to know this. So know that we fund research, but we also make sure that we're funding those tools and things that parents really need to have to fight these cancers. We want to talk about DIPG and Medulla Warrior. Go ahead and talk about that a little bit.
So we also have 3 programs that allow us just to kind of connect to the family on a more intimate level. I know that's a weird choice of words, but it just allows us to connect even closer, where they can join our warrior programs, DIPG Warrior, Medulla Warrior, and Brain Cancer Warrior. It allows us to follow their journey. This is for children that are battling, adults and in angels, and we spotlight them on our social media. We follow them super closely and post updates about their MRIs and if they are NED and if they get good scans. And it's just there's something about being connected to somebody or an organization that just gets what you're going through.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to be for these families. We want to walk the journey with them. We want to be there to support them and to laugh with them, cry with them, celebrate all the good things, and hold them in the trying times. And that's what this program allows us to do.
Yeah, and empower them. I mean, there's no more hopeless situation than being diagnosed with cancer, and we really want to let them feel empowered in their decisions and their choices, and that's what our Warrior program really what it's sought out to do. And so it's been, we've had well over 5,000 shirts sent out worldwide. I'm sure we're nearing 6,000 actually.
Yes.
But it's been a great success.
One thing that while we were doing interviews with some of these families that they had mentioned, several of them mentioned, was that they were thankful that they had this platform to be able to share their fighter's story. And I would often tell them that I wish that such a platform did not exist, because that means cancer still exists, but I'm honored that they allow us to honor their child, and that we do give them a safe spot to do that. So I could talk about this all day long, because it's something I'm very passionate about, but we've got to go on to a couple more interviews. We've got the Fredman family, who is a Medulla. Julius is a Medulla fighter. Make sure to watch his video, it's wonderful. And then we also have McGuire family. Finley is an angel and the sweetest little girl. So check those out, and make sure to donate. give-first.org. See you soon. Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you all to Gabe Fredman. He is the father to Julius, who has been battling medulloblastoma for 3.5 years. First of all, wow. What a true warrior and hero you have.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight and sharing his journey.
It's an honor to be here, and obviously proud of Julius. We're proud of our Hearts of Gold shirt. He was really happy when he got it. He found his name immediately and wears it to school whenever it's clean. So we're super just grateful to be here on this side of sort of the intense parts of the battle. So, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for coming. I want to hear all about Julius and how old he is, what he likes to do. How did you find out he had cancer, and what his journey's been like?
Sure. Well, Julius is 9 now. Super inquisitive. We kind of call him our zoologist, our botanist. He's always talking animals and pouring through books, and really into very concrete, very scientific, very factual based, curious kid. Also loves Pokemon. He reads the Bible. He's quite accurate about the Pokemon strengths. And he also likes chess. He plays a little bit of cello now, likes soccer and playing some sports. Just a pretty well-rounded, kind of silly 9-year-old kiddo at this point. He's in 3rd grade. We found the medullo right near the end of kindergarten. He had just turned 6 years old. And honestly, we thought he needed glasses. So we had noticed kind of some squinting in his eyes. His teacher pointed out to us, and we just went to what we thought was a normal eye appointment. At that appointment, the doctors obviously thought it was a little more serious. And so by the end of that, they came out and they said, you need to go to the emergency room and get an MRI right now. They ended up pushing us to the next day, but we got that MRI. And when we came out, there was a neurosurgeon waiting for us. Pulled up the scan, and there was about an orange-sized tumor that was quite visible, attached near the cerebellum, which is kind of like classic medullo. So for us, we didn't have some of those scarier signs or that time of unknown that I've heard from other families. For us, it was just completely like getting hit by a Mack truck. Like, we were normal in the morning, and by the time we go to sleep that night, our world had just completely changed. And so from then on, it was just kind of no looking back. Like, how do we move forward from here, and where do we go? So that's kind of how we found it. It was quite a whirlwind at the beginning. It obviously keeps going, as many folks here must know, to even be here listening to us. But so that was sort of the beginning of our journey there.
There was some amazing news given to you guys back in July of 2020.
Correct. Yeah. So after 14 months of treatment, we were considered no evidence of disease. And that's like, in our world, that's just like music to our ears. It's great every time you hear that. Obviously, we had to go back for quarterly scans. We're on to 6-month scans now. So they pushed us back, and we've continued to get clear scans. And we're just beyond grateful. For medullo, they say until you reach that 5-year post treatment threshold, that the risk factors are greater. So as we're at 2.5 years of out, we're just continuing to just think positively and just count our blessings, because it's been amazing. We're just so grateful.
I've been following his story through your page, and first of all, I want to tell you that every picture that I see or a new one that is sent to me, he is a cutie pie, and you are going to be having to knock some girls off of they're going to be chasing him, because he is adorable.
Oh, thank you. And he's full of joy. And I just have to say, like, throughout treatment, he just insisted on having fun and laughing. And even on those bad days, like, he wouldn't let the bad moment become a bad day, is all I can say. And so anybody who spent time in the hospital, there's going to be those moments that are terrible, and he would just manage to kind of shake it off and sort of wipe off the tears at times, be like, now we're playing Uno, or now we're making a stack of cups so I can throw stuff at him, and we just play games and Monopoly and just draw, and he just insisted on being joyous. And I think If you ask our nurses and our medical team, they would all know, like, you come in, there might be stuff flying across our room. Like, you never know what might be happening, because he just really insisted on being a happy kid as much as he possibly could, despite everything he was going through.
Well, I think that he gets his joy from you.
No.
Just from the little bit that I've talked to you. I mean, you exuberate positivity and joy. So
Thank you, Heidi. I think I get it from him. I think he really showed us how to like face challenges and not let those dark moments cloud everything in your day. And I think we really, like me and his mom and his sisters, we kind of followed his lead and just sort of, we have to laugh. We have to have fun every day. We have to remember to what we're living for. And so,
absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you.
Yes. So you are here tonight fundraising for Julius and all of the other children. Why is that important to you and your family? And what do the donations received mean to you?
I mean, it means everything to me. When I think about people donating, big or small, it means hopefully somebody never has to go through what we went through with Julius or what you're going through. That one day this is just a story we're telling about how things used to be. Like when they talk about polio or some of these antiquated illnesses, that's really where my heart is and where I see the funding going. And we need cures. I think when I started on this journey, I started doing some research and I found out that most of the same medicines we're using now are the same ones that have been used for the last 50 years. So as I was researching, that made me really irate. I would get really angry. And so how can I channel that energy into something positive? So I found the Cure Starts Now. I found the Healy Foundation and some of these groups that are doing advocacy around policy and just direct funding. And so for me, channeling my energy into something that I feel is part of the solution, finding the cures, finding more medicines, more techniques. I mean, we're talking about little kids that are going through some archaic forms of treatment, and it's deals we have to make as parents to prolong our children's lives, like just straight up. There has to be a better way. There's so many smart people that if we give a little bit more money and we give them some time and space to do what they do, I have faith that they will come up with better cures, better treatments, better solutions for all of our kids. And again, so that family coming after me doesn't have to do what we experienced. And so again, I agreed to sign Julius up for any kind of long-term study so that they could use his experience to learn from moving forward. And I think we just need more funding for these home run cures, because these are kids and their lives matter so much. And it's not just them or their families, but these are communities that are really impacted when these kids get sick. It really ripples out. And I think even if you've never known one of these kids or a family, like personally, you're here listening to us now, and just it probably impacts you, right? Any parent can face this nightmare. And so anything we can do to just promote awareness, promote cures, if there's anything positive I could do in this world, it would be like finding some kind of solution to childhood cancer, particularly these brain tumors.
Amen. You said that perfectly.
I think it was so important for me because I think a lot of us in this small, special community, when we get this news, you just don't know where to turn. And I think the Cure Starts Now not only was a wealth of information, but positive people that I could turn to and commiserate with and get advice from, and who, as we were talking about a little bit before, but people who can face the music, people who can have these really, really difficult conversations about sick children and stand tall and provide support and honesty. And I was just honored to be a part of that. Through community networks here in California where I live, I have been connected to other families, and it's just, as I meet families coming into this world, the first place I think is like, well, come get affiliated with the Cure Starts Now, because if you need clinical research information, if you need real people to support, you just want some cool t-shirts to wear in pride. I think that was our first connection, was getting the Julius Medgelow shirts that our whole family wore. Just those small things too, right? Those spiritual, like uplifting moments and the grander piece. It's an organization that I'm so moved by, and I'm so moved by all the families, and I'm just honored to even be invited to be an ambassador. Because anything I can do can help, right? Every family matters, and anything that any of us can do, it matters. It really does matter.
Well, all of us here at The Cure Starts Now are moved by your family and moved by Julius. And that's why we do what we do, is for Julius and all of the other children. Family truly never fights alone. And we are so thankful to have you part of our team. It is our mission at The Cure Starts Now to find the home run cure for Julius and his fellow warriors. And we do this in honor of all the strong and brave warriors that are now angels. They deserved more. Julius deserves more. So for all of you guys watching tonight, give first to Julius because he deserves more than leftovers. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing his story.
Thank you, Heidi, and thank you, everyone. And just any contributions, prayers, thoughts. Obviously, monetary contributions matter a lot to us here too. But again, just for being a part of the movement, it matters. It's deeply appreciated. It really is. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, everybody there. All you do is amazing. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old.
Hey, I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old.
Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm I. I'm 6 years old.
Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old.
Hi, my name's Joshua. I'm 9 years old.
Please give first to me. Please give first for me.
Please give first for me.
Please give first for me.
Please give first for me. Please give to me first.
Please give first for me.
Hi, everybody. So with us tonight, we have another one of our ambassador families, Melanie McGuire, who is the mother of one of our Medulo angels, Finley. Hi, Melanie, how are you doing?
Hello, Heidi, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I am so appreciative that you were able to jump on and do this interview with us so that the whole world can learn a little bit about Finley. Like I know her, and I've been following her journey and your guys' journey from the beginning, and my goodness, she was such a sweet soul.
She was.
Yes, she was. So let's just jump right in. Tell us all about Finley. What was she like? What did she love? And how did she get the name Fearless Finley?
So Finley was born in May of 2019. She was our third girl. So she was part of, the sister squad, we called them. They were, pretty inseparable, especially the younger two. She idolized her sisters, wanted to do everything they did, which I think is why she did so many things that I feel like were far advanced for her age. She played with Barbies. She played with toys that, normal 18-month-olds didn't play with. But one thing about Finley, she smiled all the time. She was always, always happy, never wanted to miss anything. She would smile and her whole face would light up.
It's okay.
She used to come running to me every time I walked in from work with her arms up and just wanted to be hugged and loved. And I think she just was a happy girl, and she loved her sisters so much. They loved to dress alike. Something about Finley that is really funny is that she used to climb on everything. But she was little, so she couldn't reach the counter. So she would carry around a toy bucket and then flip it over and step on it so that she could reach like the chocolate off the counter, or, the toys she wanted off the counter, or the permanent marker she's not supposed to have. And then another really favorite memory of mine with her is her and Tegan took the advent calendars off of the dining room table and ate all of the chocolate underneath the dining room table out of them. And I walked in the room to find them giggling underneath the table, just mouths ring with chocolate, and they just thought it was so funny.
Well,
And,
that explains how she got her name Fearless Finley.
yeah, so Fearless came from mostly after her diagnosis because she smiled through a lot, regardless of what she was going through. And but you know, we would find her on top of things that you would never imagine this tiny little 19-month-old would climb on top of, but like the play kitchen, two-tiered, and there she is. We see her from the other room standing at the very, very top of it. Her little stool, her self-made stool, onto the first level, and then I don't even know how that she got onto the higher level, but she was just standing reaching for like a picture. And that's just something she used to do. And Frozen was by far her favorite movie. That's one other thing. We watched that probably every day in both hospitals we were at.
Let it go.
Yeah, nonstop. Yep. And
Yeah.
she used to try to sing as much as she could. You know, she didn't have a big vocabulary at 19 months, but
right.
would say Elsa and go to let it go, and had a little
Yeah.
microphone that sang Frozen songs, and she put it like all the way in her mouth and tell us
That's
she loved.
Such a little girl that was fighting such a big battle. Now she was diagnosed with medulloblastoma, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. 19 months old. And she fought that battle with the exact same energy that she would use to get her chocolate off the counter. She used all of her strength and won her battle right before she turned 2 years old, correct?
Correct.
Taken way too soon, and that's what we've got to fix. And that's what we're doing as families, joining together and raising funds for pediatric brain cancer. What drew your family to The Cure Starts Now, and why was it important to you to become one of our ambassadors?
So we didn't have a long journey during our fight with Finley. But you know, one of your foundation, like The Cure Starts Now, was one that always came up as something very important with brain cancer, especially obviously the DMG, DIPG, but medulloblastoma was on that as well. And it's just something to me about specializing in trying to find a cure or a treatment, or for such a big diagnosis for such small children, you know, and then the treatment is just, they're not there. And I like that you guys always focus on something that is just almost so deadly and so debilitating, that if I could help in that respect, it makes me feel like I'm contributing something. And it helps, you know, me gain knowledge as well.
Right.
And reading some of the stuff you guys do. And I don't think anybody fully understands the realm of pediatric brain cancer until they've lived it.
That's true. And I can assure you, Melanie, that what you have been doing and what you are doing, with all the support from all of your friends and family and supporters, you guys are making a difference, making a huge difference. And we focus on the biggest bullies of all here at The Cure Starts Now, and that is DIPG, DMG, medulloblastoma. And, you know, it's our mission to find the home run cure to cure those diseases and to cure all cancer. And we just are so thankful that you are part of that. Tell us, when speaking about your community, tell us how your community has supported your family and Finley's battle, and what the continued support means to your family.
Since she was diagnosed in December of 2020, our community definitely came together. And by community, I mean, you know, our close-knit group of people, and even people that I was close to many years ago, have definitely been at our side, at our backs. They always donate when I post a link to something or share something, or you know, they were there for us when she was sick, and they would, you know, help us with the other kids. They would drop us off food. They would drop her off toys, clothes, everything. But more importantly, you know, that's all so thoughtful and so generous, but donating to try and make it so that this could hopefully not happen again to someone else's child they know or to their own child. They definitely, even last year and into this year, have been very supportive with the financial donations and, the words of encouragement, the always thinking of you and, trying to help me remember her.
Right. And, something that I think potentially people who are not in the battle or have experienced what you and I and so many of our families have experienced or are experiencing is that even after the battle, it's just so important. A simple $1 donation, $5 donation is a way of them saying, we are still here for you. We want to continue to help. And we're very thankful here at The Cure Starts Now that your passion is the same as ours. We want to find the cure. We want to make sure that another family doesn't go through what your family had to go through and what all of our families have gone through. You had given us a quote, and I wanted to share it with everybody if you don't mind. So in the words of Melanie, she had said, "We will always push for raising funds in memory of Finley because it's the best way I can think of to remember her and honor her hard battle with such a devastating diagnosis. While remembering her in this way, we can hope the funds raised make for a better future for pediatric cancer warriors like Finley." Melanie, thank you so much for coming on and for talking about Finley. And I know talking about her brings so much joy to me, so I can only imagine how much joy it brings to you.
It does.
So tonight, give first for our fearless Finley and all of the warriors like her, because they deserve more than leftovers.
They do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Oh, Finley McGuire, that is such a heartbreaking story. You got to feel for the parents who were, it's hard enough to go through it. Elena was 5 when she was diagnosed, but I can't even imagine, a baby.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yep.
Before we get started with our special guest, I want to give a shout out to some families who have reached over $1,000. Serena Mulligan's family, Grayley King's family, Leah Duran, Hope Fuller, and Alexis Agan's family. Yes.
That's great.
And we have reached over $55,200. So
that's so awesome.
Thank you guys.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
We are not even halfway there yet. So please, please, please keep giving at give-first.org. I am joined today by my good friend Lisa Hill.
Hello, everyone.
She is mother of Lauren Hill, one of our most famous of DIPG patients. And thank you so much for coming out. I know you.
It's my pleasure. Yeah. It's always great because Lauren was so dedicated to the cause and our chief motivation officer for a good year or so is she was racking up funds for research, which we still desperately need, which is why we're here. But her advocacy and giving purpose to a horrible diagnosis is what gave her light and to be able to tread through all the dirtiness and the sickness that DIPG brings on to their bodies as they start to deteriorate. So it's kind of making lemonade out of lemons and making a cause. And I feel like, since Lauren had a voice, DIPG has kind of ramped up and is very well known, especially here in the tri-state area, for sure. But I also hear a lot of our other chapters or other foundations say that they often use her because she was well known throughout the whole United States and through ESPN and the Sports Network. So yeah, kudos for them to help us tell her story and also get out the word.
Yeah.
That word, desperate for funds.
Yeah. So she was battling DIPG, and she was a basketball player.
Yes.
And so talk a little bit about how it came to be this big basketball game that we were all a part of.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a big basketball game. Lauren signed on before she knew she had the IPG to play for Mount St. Joe, a local college, Division III here in Cincinnati area. And then she got the diagnosis that she had the IPG. And of course, as time went on, she started to deteriorate. And we had to, the coach, Bear, had to petition the NCAA to attempt to move up the game because, you know, Lauren's muscles and her right side was starting, you know, to lose motion. And in order for them to allow her to make her dream come true and play a college game on a college court, which was ultimately what she wanted to do on her next level, is play at that level, and that we would have to maybe move it up. And of course they granted it, and this local story in News Crew, Local 12, and Brad Johansson, shout out to Brad Johansson and Eric Gerhardt for telling our story and following us around for our entire journey.
And telling it beautifully.
And doing a beautiful job, and including documentary at the end. But anyway, the story aired, and we had almost 1 million views in a 12-hour period. And when I saw that, I immediately came to you because it was like, I think this might be bigger than anybody's expecting it to be. And we had talked about having the game at Mount St. Joe or moving it to a bigger arena because there was so much public interest, along with our hometown. And we had amazing hometown support in the Lawrenceburg, Greendale, you know, Dearborn County area. And in a matter of 20 minutes, we sold out Xavier. We moved it to a bigger arena. Lauren said that was fine, and sold out over 12,000 seats in 20 minutes, which is, or I guess it was 10,000. 10,250 to be exact, sorry. And
that's like Taylor Swift speed right there, right?
It's insane. And I don't think, game day came and she made this shot, and there were cameras from everywhere, Fox Sports, ESPN, I think every practical news station that was either sports or local covered it. And I think, looking back, it was kind of insane because when you're on the floor, you really just see the floor level or a few rows up. But to go back and look at the pictures and see all the people all the way up to the rafters, or when you go back in later and you look up and see all the seats that you didn't even realize were so high and they were all filled, is just
well,
crazy.
And everybody cheering, and the whole game stopped. The minute she took that shot, and I was up at the top, I remember as soon as she made that shot, like, number one, everybody exploded, but even the other team just stopped and were like cheering.
And that story is amazing to
moment.
watch too, because they did go back and do one about Hiram and from the opposite side and how the story affected them, because they didn't really know what they were getting into. They agreed to give up home court advantage and come down and play in this Division I arena, and I don't think they understood the impact until, we had dinner with them, and then they were just absorbed it. And they were even in tears because they understood how big, and, they love basketball just the same as Lauren. So, to be able to allow her to have that. And I think a lot of people don't even realize, like, she did not feel good in the beginning. DIPG is so, it's like a roller coaster. 1 minute you can feel really good, and then the next minute everything changes, and you have to allow your life to adjust. So if you're a control freak or you're a super planner, like, to learn to unplan is really hard as a parent. But it just, she felt terrible, and we literally had to build up. And luckily, Lauren
got a lot of energy from her teammates, and that gave her like life, and their energy just
And
fueled
10,000
her.
of her friends
and
fans.
Yeah, and to go back and to like look at pictures, and you see people from your neighborhood and people you work with, and it was amazing. It was an amazing experience, and I always say thank God she made the shot, because it would have been an entirely different story if she had missed it. But wow, I mean, it was a lot of the reporters are like, that is probably the best
moment of a lifetime.
Yeah, that they've experienced out of all the Super Bowls and things like that they covered. That was, by far one of their favorite moments.
So on top of that, then
yes, like the fundraising.
everything happened after that. Like
Yes.
she became Wheaties box.
Wheaties. She had
her own card, her own
rookie card.
Rookie card.
She had NBA sports cover, like the basketball game for Nintendo, I think, or PlayStation, one of them.
Yep.
And yeah, I was gonna say she signed a zillion jerseys.
Yes.
And she swore she would die signing jerseys, but she didn't, so that was good. But yeah, she was like a celebrity, and
I remember she's sitting down with Keith, and Keith saying, "So what's your goal? Like, how much do you want to raise?" And she's like, "I want to raise." I think it was at
$1 million the first
$1
time.
million, and he's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And she's like, "Well, now I really want to do it
Just
because
to
you're
prove you wrong."
doubting me." And okay,
Slightly
all right.
competitive.
Yeah, she was so competitive.
A little bit competitive, yeah.
So we said, okay. And much like this, except with, at the time, phones.
Yeah.
We did a telethon for her.
Yes.
And we reached, I think, $1.22 million.
Yep. By the end of the year.
Yeah.
By the end of 2014.
Yeah.
And then Keith was funny because he's like, "Okay, well, now what, Lauren?" And she's like, "Okay, we're going for 2.2." And then Keith is like, "I don't know if that's realistic. You should maybe think about that." And then she's like, "No, we're gonna do this."
Yeah.
And we have since obtained. Shortly thereafter, she passed away. We did finally reach $2.2 million.
Yeah.
So that was it was an amazing journey, and so much support and love from our community and everybody who followed her story. And I think most of all, like, everybody asked what Lauren wanted after she passed, and she was avid that she does not want to be just another statistic, and that she wanted people not to forget about her name and her cause and all these other kids that are still fighting every day for better treatments and ultimately a cure, and to keep giving, not to stop just because she's not here and she's not advocating for herself. I'm now her voice to remind people that, her dream is still here, it's still feasible. We haven't found a cure yet, and we have to keep going and not quit on all of these other youngsters who are fighting every day. And it just breaks my heart to hear, like, the last story. I'm going to tear up for a hot second, but like, you've got this little baby, who can't, it's bad enough a 5-year-old can't express like how they truly feel on the inside, but I can't even imagine trying to figure out like what is wrong with an infant who can't even articulate words at all.
And she was a unique case, being an older adult.
Yeah.
It normally, DIPG normally affects kids about 5 to 8 years old, around that way. So it was extremely interesting to talk to her and kind of get from her what those symptoms are and what
how
she was feeling.
Yeah,
and
she helped so many people. I know there are a
did.
couple people that stopped by the house that had, younger kids, 4 or 5 years old, just to pick her brain and to try and figure out like the symptoms and what they may not be able to express, so that they could understand what their child was going through from a patient perspective, and not from a doctor or a nurse, because they didn't go through it themselves. So to be able to have Lauren as a bouncing off is kind of a blessing to a lot of other families as well.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it's awesome because there's so much footage of her out there. If you Google her and you hear in her own words and her own voice, like how dedicated to this cause and to research that she was. And a lot of times it's just inspirational to go back for me if I need kind of a kick in the butt and a good reminder of, what still needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So raising money, is that therapeutic to you, trying to go through and, after her passing?
I think, for me it is. It's therapeutic to be around other families, to mentor them, to be a sounding board, answer questions, help guide them to resources, be there in the last days. A lot of times they reach out towards the end because, they're just desperate for somebody else who's been through that experience. But for me, raising research, we're making progress compared to where Lauren was when we were diagnosed. We've got longevity, which is exciting, and it's not a cure yet, but heck, if we can get 3 or 4 years, who knows what those 3 or 4 years will bring later. And it's kind of exciting to watch all the research unfold as we're going, and they're getting more technologically savvy with the research and genomes and all these things we can't really see with our own eyes, but it's exciting. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
You're doing amazing work, and we appreciate you continuing Lauren's legacy.
Thank you.
You're going to learn a little bit more about Lauren and her life in the following video. And then you'll learn a little bit more about Atticus too. So thank you for joining us. Again, remember, your donations are matched 3 times. So make that donation. And once you make that donation for $22 in honor of Lauren Hill.
That would be awesome.
Yes.
We introduced you to Lauren Hill just after her 19th birthday. We were at the impromptu post-practice surprise party.
When I got home, I told my parents that I was going to wear it around underneath all my clothes like it's a superhero uniform. Days like this. Because it just reminds me of being strong. Like to stay as strong as I was back then.
The back then was her as a Lawrenceburg High School Tiger. Basketball had become her passion, but only because her soccer coach cut her as a goalie in her senior year, after not allowing a goal in her junior year. And she wrote a paper for English 101 entitled, When Everything Changed.
Life isn't fair. People will always have things happen to them that will knock them down. But it's bouncing back to one's feet that's the most important part.
So basketball it was. And on her 18th birthday, she committed to play at Mount St. Joe.
And I was like, man, I got to make a memory. Like on my birthday, I got to make a good memory that I can go back and remember. And I decided that that was the night I was going to call the coach and confirm that I was coming to the Mount to play.
The terminal diagnosis followed 49 days later. DIPG, diffused intrinsic pontine glioma. Number 22 was given 2 years maximum to live. When everything changed. In the brain, but not in the heart.
Motto is never give up. Not that she ever did before, so I wouldn't imagine that it would change
It
now.
hasn't changed much, but
she's still never giving up.
I never for a second thought about sitting down and like just not living life anymore.
And live she did, with purpose. Her doctor said she could be the face of DIPG, a cancer that usually strikes children between 5 to 8. At first it didn't really make sense to her, but after one particularly passionate prayer session in January, it became clear that she needed to be the voice for the children who couldn't articulate the frustration and the futility that she was feeling.
Because I was desperate, and I would ask God that, I didn't want to be another local story that disappeared, and I just became another statistic on a paper. And I prayed that God would keep me there, and if He kept me, I would do anything I could to be the voice for little kids.
So Lauren began her journey. holding fundraisers and speaking out about the ravaging disease inside her head. But not many noticed until basketball season approached and a new MRI.
I knew in the back of my mind that it had grown.
What did she say?
Just, there's nothing they really do say. Because I can't do anything.
Given until December to live, Lauren was determined to play college basketball. At least one game. After Hiram College agreed to give up a home game and the NCAA granted an exemption, the game was moved to November 2nd.
She's put her teammates first. She's put her family first. And just to give her that one last wish would be incredible from our program and our players.
When we told Lauren's story, it became a goal not for Lauren or for her coach or her teammates. It became a goal for Cincinnati and then the nation to see Lauren play. The game moved to the Cintas Center, sold out to 10,000 fans in less than an hour. And on November 2nd, Lauryn Hill played college basketball.
The screen comes, the ball goes down to Lauryn Hill, and the layup is good. A layup for Lauren. And number 22, we will remember that layup forever.
One layup to open the game.
The rebound, Dennis, back to Lauren. She goes back up and got it.
And one to close it. She, of course, corrected me during the broadcast.
Let's not call it my last game.
You want to go somewhere?
This is my first collegiate game.
She would play in 4 games before calling it a career, including a pair on the floor where she dreamed about squeaking those shoes. The Harrington Center of Mount St. Joe. 5 baskets in all. Her point total, a perfect 10. Lauren had a goal to raise awareness and cancer research funding.
DIPG has taken away way too many lives, but now with your help, you can do Layup for Lauren's challenge.
And that superhero that she wanted to feel like was born. Network interviews, international celebrity. Lauren was making good on everything she said she would.
I'm just so happy that it's having this big of an impact. And I want to thank everyone for donating and helping research.
The face for DIPG, the voice for the voiceless children, and the name behind the donations to fight the battle against pediatric cancer.
I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for others, and I'm fighting for the future. Because if we find a cure for DIPG, the home run cure, we can cure all cancers.
On February 6th, in a private ceremony for family, teammates, and friends, Lauren was presented with an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Mount St. Joe's. The Doctor of Humanity at 19 seemed appropriate.
You have accomplished much, even more than most of us here could imagine accomplishing in our own lives.
She was a huge gift from God, and if He takes her back, then we'll have to deal with it. But why we had her for 19 years, she was ours.
From the time I met her until the time she left us, Lauryn Hill changed very little. The cancer changed her appearance, but it couldn't change her heart or her desire to serve others and make a real difference. She became my good friend, and I love her.
When I leave, that's why I'm not scared. I'm scared for everybody else, like my family, and how they'll handle it. I know they'll be fine.
Goodbye, 22. You were a hell of a player, and when you came along, that's when everything changed.
Let's just absorb it in. Listen to him chant.
Welcome back, everybody. With us tonight is the Schoonover family from Tennessee. We have Mom Maria, Dad Josh, and last but definitely not least is Atticus the Great. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We are so happy that you could.
Thank you so much.
Atticus, we're going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Okay. Tell us all about you. What are some things you love, your favorite holiday, your hobbies? We want to know everything.
I am 10 in 5th grade. I really like to read, and my favorite book series is Harry Potter. I've read all the books and watched all the movies. I like playing with friends in video games. I really like my dogs, Robot and Potato.
That's your dog's names?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I love that. What kind of dogs are they?
A golden doodle and a Nuberdoodle.
Oh, I like that.
How about your favorite holiday?
Oh, my favorite holiday is like the Christmas season.
Ooh.
I really like Christmas, and also my birthday is right around then.
Yeah, I think your birthday is December 23rd.
Yeah.
Yes, so right before Christmas. So that makes Christmas extra special, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something that you didn't say that I saw about you, and I think it's incredible. So it may have changed, but what do you want to be when you grow up?
What did you say about starting 5th grade? Do you remember? You wanted to be of the United States.
Oh, yeah.
President of the United States. I think that is, I can't, you know what? You've got my vote. Yes. Well, I think you are such an incredible, special little boy, and I am so excited that you are here with us tonight. Thank you for talking.
You're welcome.
Maria and Josh, can you tell us how you found out Atticus has cancer and what that experience has been like for your family?
Yes. I don't mind jumping in on this. So it was back in the fall of 2020, and Atticus was just at the beginning of 3rd grade, and we noticed he was experiencing an unusual onslaught of headaches, and the headaches started increasing in severity, and there was nausea associated with it, and we spoke to his pediatrician, and they didn't really notice anything. And we watched it for about another month or so, just just his own change in behavior of having more headaches and increasing just in strength and interfering in a disruption into his life. And I went back to his pediatrician and just said, I'm no longer comfortable with this, and I really feel like we need to look further into it. And I've always said how appreciative I am to our pediatrician for starting high and, deciding to kind of knock out the major stuff. And then, we would go from there and figure out what in the world was going on. So he immediately ordered up an MRI for us. And truly, I don't think either of us, and Atticus included, ever would have expected our worst fears to actually present themselves. But it was January 11th, 2021, and we went to Atticus's MRI, and really before I had even gotten home, I had gotten a call from his pediatrician, and he was very kind and said, I can't speak to you while you're driving. And I think immediately hearing the tone in his voice and the shakiness on the other end really indicated to me that something was wrong. And we got home, and my husband and I then received another call from him as well, from his pediatrician, and just kind of laid the news for us that they had found a tumor. And immediately just by seeing where it was located, they were fairly confident in the fact that it was medulloblastoma and that we needed to get to the hospital immediately. So frankly, I had never even heard of this form of brain cancer. It was something that I was just not familiar with, and had no idea what was in store for us. And it was terrifying, to be quite honest with you, and to be quite blunt. And we took Atticus to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital. And I think it was less than 24 hours, he was in having a craniotomy to remove the tumor. And that is the beginning. That was on January 12th. And since then, we have always said January 12th is Atticus's great day, because that was the day his neurosurgeon, his fabulous neurosurgeon, was able to successfully remove the tumor. And when what feels like the real fight actually began. So that is his great day. And yeah, that's how we found out. And that's where our story changed.
Right. And he fought so hard. He did like 10 rounds of chemo.
He did. So following surgery, yes, 9. Yeah. Following surgery, he did 30 rounds of radiation at Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
Yes.
And our family moved up there for 6 weeks, and we had about a month off during that time afterward. And then we began 9 cycles of chemotherapy that took about 10 months. So,
okay. Yes.
Yes. So I think it was officially March 29th of 2022 that we got the call following his post-treatment MRI that he was considered cancer-free. So
that's the second great day, correct?
It is. It really is.
Yes, that he was declared cancer-free and considered a survivor.
A survivor. Yeah, absolutely. And I have to share, Atticus sometimes has said, even during treatment, he's like, I mean, I'm basically a survivor at this point. And I love that, because how we explained cancer and how he internalized it is it was there. And then on January 12th, it was gone. And so for him, that was really the day that he became, this warrior, this survivor, this, just hero in many ways. And I've loved hearing him say that, because that was his perspective of from the beginning, and it's not necessarily how my husband and I were able to approach it, because just parents, we love him, and we had to see some really hard times and walk through some difficult challenges. But I love that Atticus had the perspective of, well, January 12th, it was gone, and I never looked back, kind of thing.
If only us parents could have the same perspective as our heroes, our warriors, our children.
Yes.
If we could see the world through our children's eyes, if we would see it completely different.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've learned so much from Addison, and I'm sure you have learned so much from Atticus through this journey. Normally it's the parents that are teaching the kids, and the kids are learning from the parents, but in our situation, I've learned so much through Addison. I'm sure you can relate.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh gosh. I mean, the perspective, as you just said, is one in which I had through his eyes, and also as a mother has completely changed in the last 2 years, completely.
Yes. I agree. I feel you completely. Well, speaking of being cancer-free and survivor, there's normally things that you do when you finish radiation and you finish chemo, there's normally a bell that you ring. And I can't help but notice that you guys have a bell on your front door, like right on your front porch. And I have to ask, was this bell hung and installed specifically for that day?
Yes.
It
absolutely.
was?
Yes. We had this beautiful brass bell, and it's engraved with his name on it. And we just wanted everyone to know when they walked through this house that there was a champion who lived here. And we have had Atticus ring that bell every scan since, to just, declare, like, listen, world, it's not going to win for us. So no matter what, and and I use that term win, it definitely overcomes and it overwhelms and it takes away and all those things. It's undeniable what cancer can do. But I just feel that our family is bound and determined to still find joy throughout much of the darkness that we've experienced and moving forward.
Well, I love what you said of that you wanted everybody who walked through that door to know that there was a champion there. And I mean, that brought tears to my eyes. So, wow.
It does to me every single time I see it. It's just not that we need a reminder, we know it, but
your reminder's sitting right there in between you guys right there. Yeah, that's your reminder. You guys are an example of hope, and this is what our community needs to see. And we are so thankful that you are part of our family, a family that truly never fights alone. We will always be with you guys, always cheering for you. Atticus, I can't wait until we see you ring the bell again on your next Claire MRI. So I just want to thank you guys so much for joining us tonight and for sharing your story.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving us this platform to be able to share a story and hopefully create some impact and awareness and just spread the hope, it's out there, and we appreciate it so much.
I wish this platform didn't exist because it exists because cancer exists, but we, as all of our families work together, we're going to knock it out. We're going to find that home run cure. And Atticus is an example of that for sure.
He's a part of it for sure. Yeah.
Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
So everybody watching, give first to Atticus because he deserves more than leftovers. Bye, you guys.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Welcome back. Gosh, it is always so amazing when Lisa comes in and visits with us, and I could listen to her story over and over again, and the impact that she is still making in honor of Lauren is incredible.
Yeah.
So we have some exciting news. We have the Slivka family that has reached over $4,500. And we have Elena who has reached over $5,000. Which brings us over $57,000. So we are very obviously thankful and appreciative, but you guys, we have matching up to $117,000 that has to be used today, or we have to exhaust those funds, or we don't use it, right? So donate, donate, donate. Up to $117,000, 3 times your donations. Yep. Speaking of Elena.
Yes.
Her legacy and what you guys have been doing has truly made a worldwide impact.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got chapters in Australia, 2 in Canada, and I don't know if you guys can see this big stack here. Can you tell me about what is right here?
Yeah. So when Elena was battling, we had a blog, and I think Keith talked about it a little bit. But we had a blog about our journey, and it was mainly for us to be able to tell her younger sister Grace about the journey. And well, some of our relatives have larger mouths than others. And quickly we were crashing websites because we had so many people reading this blog.
Yeah.
And people were asking us, especially after Elena had passed away, you should really publish this book. And we really didn't want to do it.
Right.
Because it was more of a very private thing for her sister. And so we finally relented and said, well, as long as we do it limited, and we'll do it self-published, and we'll do it, and all proceeds will go to The Cure Starts Now. Well, we shattered self-publishing records, beating even Tuesdays with Morrie, and quickly it got picked up by Good Morning America, and then the book was picked up by HarperCollins and made into and republished under their name, and in the end it was retranslated into 22 different languages and resold.
There's that number again, 22.
I know, 22.
Wow.
But it's amazing. We actually, even a few weeks ago, were reached out by a film company in Tokyo that they want to do a reenactment of her story.
Really?
So, her story, her impact, and her story is so primarily based in love. Elena was such a loving and caring little girl, and the story and what she was known for was leaving these notes. And after she passed away, we found out she had left notes for both myself, my husband, our daughter, even the grumpy little chihuahua that was never hers, but she claimed to be hers. Grandparents, aunts, uncles. So she was thinking even that far ahead to make sure that we knew that she loved us even after she was gone. So that story is timeless, and
Absolutely.
it's told in all of these stories. And it's continued to be told, and I love that because, that's who she is, and I love that, research is a wonderful aspect of what we do, but the family support she would have loved, because that's her core, was loving on people and making sure they felt supported. So.
Well, you and Keith did something right and are still doing something right, and she is about love, and her story was about love, and you guys have just carried that on, and I'm just so thankful that we can be part of that continued journey. And she truly is making a worldwide impact, so I can't wait to see the final impact that she makes.
Yes.
Well, we are out of time. We need to go on to see a couple more interviews. We've got an interview with Corcoran family in honor of sweet Brenna, and then also with the El Kasabi family in honor of Dania. So watch those, and then we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am sitting here with Bonnie and Robert Corcoran of our Brenna Strong chapter of The Cure Starts Now, based out of Maryland. So thank you all very much for sitting down with me.
Hello.
Hello.
And you all are a brand new chapter. We're so glad you are part of our family. So welcome. I want to hear, you started your chapter in honor of your very sweet, beautiful little girl, Brenna. So please tell us about her. Tell us what she liked. Tell us what she enjoyed. Tell us about Brenna.
Brenna was a very spunky 4-year-old. She liked, yes, a lot of sass. She liked everything sparkly and princesses and makeup. She loved makeup, real makeup, not fake makeup. And she also liked really loud cars and motorcycles. It was kind of very well-rounded. She took dance class and played t-ball and did cheerleading and gymnastics. So she was a busy girl.
She liked all kinds of things, huh?
Everything.
And I mean, you all have a very large family, right? She had a lot of brothers and sisters.
She's the youngest of 6.
Youngest of 6, yes.
Yeah.
So you stay busy.
Yes, we do. We actually have a grandson as well. So there was 20 years between Brenna and our oldest daughter.
And you said, I think I remember you mentioning to me that was her best friend, was your grandson, right?
Yeah. Our grandson, they were 17 months apart. And that was her very best friend. She called him baby. He was 3.5, but she called him baby.
She was so much older.
Yes, yes. At 4, she was definitely way older.
Oh, too sweet. Well, tell us about how did you find out that Brenna had DIPG?
Her very first symptom was her right eye turned in. So we had taken her to the eye doctor in the beginning of January, and they told us it was called strabismus, and it's can be very common in children who are born addicted to drugs, which Brenna was. We only took custody of Brenna when she was 6 months old, and then legally adopted her later. But so they gave her little glasses, and she looked really cute. And then a couple weeks later, all of a sudden, she went from fine to having very much stroke-like symptoms. Her mouth drooped, and her speech was really slurred, and she couldn't walk straight. And so we took her to a local ER, because if it's a stroke, time is of the essence. So we took her to the closest ER, who told us she had a virus and would be fine in 7 to 10 days. But having so many other children and being a teacher, we know that that's not correct. And so we took her over to Johns Hopkins, and they did a rapid MRI. And January 25th, they told us that there was a tumor on her brainstem, and they believed it was a glioma, but they had to do a more in-depth scan the next day. And that's when we found out we had DIPG.
Right. Well, thank goodness for your mom and dad hunch.
Yeah.
You knew there was something else well, good. I'm glad. And how did you hear about The Cure Starts Now? Like, what brought you to us?
One of your chapters reached out to us after we posted about Brenna and messaged us. Heidi messaged us, and that's how we found out about you guys. Yes. She's been very supportive through all of this, and answered questions and reached out, and just a wonderful support, because there's just not a lot of people who even know about it. So
you're right. Right. Well, and that's part of what you want to do too, is raise awareness and fund research for these brain tumors.
Absolutely.
So if you could, I guess we are here today at Giving First for fundraising for kids like Brenna. So what things do you want your supporters to know that The Cure Starts Now does? What do you want to tell them that they do that has brought you here and makes a difference?
I mean, the biggest thing is funding research, which is so important, because there's just not enough funding. There needs to be more, and there needs to be more research, because parents should not have to do what we did, ever. But I think the biggest thing for us, and the reason that we picked The Cure Starts Now as to be the foundation that, we wanted Brenna's name to be attached to, is because through all of it, you were such a huge support to us as parents. And that was so big for us, to have people who understood how we felt through the midst of going through it and the fighting. Giving us our t-shirts. We got the t-shirts with the little shields and Brenna's name on them. And
yes, the warrior shirts.
Our warrior shirt. And, for our little warrior, and, just having all of that, when so many people don't even know what it is, but having people who do and can support you is huge. And like I said, the funds going to the research, I mean, there just needs to be more.
Mm-hmm. We just need to find more out about this. We need to fight the biggest bully, and that biggest bully is DIPG and pediatric brain cancer in general. So we do call our chapters, we are a family, and I'm so glad that you are a part of our family now. do you mind if I read your quote that you gave us for giving first?
No, go ahead.
It is beautiful. So this is in, I want to do this justice. This is Bonnie and Robert's words about the difference Cure Starts Now can make and how you can help by supporting them. They said, "We are so thankful for all of our supporters that have donated to the Cure Starts Now. You are helping us keep our promise to our little girl. The day Brenna was diagnosed, her father and I promised that we would never give up and we would never give up trying to find a cure for her. That promise has not ended with her passing. We continue to do our part to search for a cure. With each donation, research can be funded to help find that cure. No donation is too small. Donate today and help find a cure for all the families who are still fighting." It is so beautifully put. It is so beautifully put, Bonnie and Robert. We're so glad you're part of our family. Thank you for sharing Brenna's story. Thank you for being a part in all that you do for the Cure Starts Now. So please give first to our children, for children like Brenna and all the families in the fight, because our families deserve more than leftovers.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Of course.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. And my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old. Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old. Hi, my name is Joshua. I'm 9 years old. Please give first to me. Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first. Please give first for me.
Welcome back, everyone. With us now is another one of our ambassador families. I would like to introduce you all to Mona and Hamid, parents of the beautiful DMG warrior, now angel, Danya. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining and finding time to come on and talk about her story with us.
No problem. Thank you.
Mona, you posted a while back that you miss her face, even the angry ones. And I must say that I have never seen a more beautiful angry face before. And those big brown eyes showed nothing but joy in every picture. I feel like every picture that I see of her, she tells a story with her eyes. She's just a beautiful, beautiful little girl that was taken way too soon from us. I would love for you guys to share with everybody watching more about your little girl. What did she like? How was her personality?
So Danya was just like the sweetest little girl, and I remember feeling like God blessed me with this little girl. Like I almost felt like I don't want to say I didn't deserve her, but it was like, you know, she barely cried. She understood the reasons we gave her for things. She gave the best hugs. Like she wasn't just like, she squeezed you with her little arms and made you feel like she was giving you the hug. She was funny. She liked making us laugh.
Yeah, she definitely was just a very well behaved, just the most well behaved kid that I've ever seen, really. You'd ask her to do something and she'd do it, or she would say like she would say that she doesn't want to do it, but she'd have a reason, and her reason would make sense, and I'd be like, okay, well that makes sense.
Or she'd want to know why, and then you'd explain why, and she'd be like, okay.
Yeah. So she was very reasonable.
Was she 15 years old?
No, no. She was when she passed, she was 5 years old. So she didn't really act like most of the 5-year-olds that I, know, but
Yeah, I mean, we would want her to like eat her vegetables or something like that. And so she would always negotiate how many and how much, and, and if she gets treats. And so, I tried to instill in her like some sense of business, so she would use that against me, when, asking for cookies or something like that. So, yeah, she was just very logical. She wasn't really too emotional type of person. But she had a lot of fun, and she just every day was just like the feeling that you get when you walk in the door and she's just there and she's Baba, and like she just runs to me is just like the best feeling ever. I felt like kind of like Superman,
Yes.
I felt like the most important thing in the world to her, and when she's gone, I kind of like feel like Clark Kent, I feel, or like with kryptonite, I feel immobilized a little bit. But
yeah,
when I'm with her, it was like every moment was fun, even if we were just sitting on the couch, like watching TV or cartoons or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, she just every day was just like 1,000 times better,
Dania loves snow. Like, we live in Southern Virginia, so even in the winter, it might snow during the winter. It might not, it's so she saw snow maybe like 2-3 times in her whole life, but she would talk about it like year round. And so her funeral was in February, and it was just kind of a chilly day, but we were driving like the funeral procession to the cemetery, and it was like a 30-minute drive there. And as we were driving, it just started snowing, like just gentle flurries. And
yeah, nothing where it's like you'd barely even notice that it's there almost, but it just fell down so softly.
And all of our family was in different cars, but as soon as we got there, we got out of our cars, we're all like, did you see the snow? Did you see the snow? Yeah. And it was really nice. It was just
yeah, the weather played there's two key, like on that day, it was two things that very interesting that happened. It was the snow, and then when we were burying her, and everybody was helping out, burying her as our custom. But when we finished, I was standing there, and then everybody kind of started walking away a little bit. But as soon as I finished with the last like patch and making it soft and everything, and smoothing it out, like the clouds opened up. It's really weird. The clouds opened up, and like the sun just right where I was standing, and on her grave, it was just like a beam of light that was like, and it was so warm. Like, I remember like I had a jacket on, and I was like, oh, I don't need a jacket. Like, it was really, really warm. So those two signs kind of like gave us a lot of just comfort.
I'm so thankful that you guys shared those very personal and precious moments with us. Do you mind sharing with us what the Cure Starts Now means to your family, and why it was important for you to become a bigger part of our family as an ambassador?
First of all, the Cure Starts Now, like, it does amazing things for families that are battling. Like, they have a whole warrior program. And so even beyond that, like, one of the reasons that I'm happily committed to fundraising for them is because they donate 100% of their what they collect to brain cancer research, pediatric cancer research. And so I mean, it's pardon the pun, but it's like a no-brainer. Like, sorry. Yeah, it's just, how can I not support something like that where your money is literally going to research that, new things will be discovered, and the hope is that things will change. So
Yeah. And you never know, like I said, just whatever you can donate, because even a $5-10, it all adds up to something. And you never know like how close you are to real solutions. And so we just have to keep pushing forward. And unfortunately, more and more families are going through this, and hopefully we'll be able to reduce that number or get cures. I mean, if I had a cure for it, if we had a cure, and if in any way that we can provide a cure, like it just doesn't make sense not to support it. It doesn't make sense not to put effort forward.
And we are so thankful that you guys have partnered with us, and together, all of the families with The Cure Starts Now. I feel it in my heart. We're going to find that home run cure, and it's because of families like you. So thank you so much again for joining us tonight and taking the time to come and talk to everybody.
Yeah, no problem. We're very happy to do so. I did want to say one thing though.
Yes.
We're very blessed to have been able to spend the 10 months with her, and I just want to thank all the other families before that allowed the research to come to where it is now, to allow us to have 10 months, because without that it would have been a month or two or something, I don't know. But I've always felt so thankful for everybody else who helped get the research and helped
help move that needle. Help move that needle. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So thank you very much. Thank you to you and to all the other families. We really appreciate every moment that we spent with her. We got to consciously say, we're spending this time with her now because we're not going to have it in the future. And we got 10 solid, wonderful, wonderful months out of it.
Well, I'm happy that you can find the blessings from it. But we want to make sure that the future families have a lifetime.
Yeah.
And we truly believe family never fights alone. And as much as we wish that you were not part of this community, part of the DIPG, DMG community, it is a wonderful community full of loving people who have gone through very challenging times and continuously think about that next family. And you're one of those families, and I appreciate it. So everyone watching tonight, please give first for Dania and children like her, because they deserve more than the leftovers. Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Giving First here at Cure Starts Now. Excited to say that we are now over $64,000 of donations, which is amazingly awesome. So please don't stop donating, and remember they're tripled.
It's rounded, so we apparently we don't know the full numbers in here yet. So
No.
that's good. We'll take over 64,000.
Yeah.
It's a good jump, but it's a last minute jump.
It's exciting jump. So in this segment, we're going to talk about the DIPG DMG collaborative and how important this has been to the cause of research and science.
And it happened accidentally. But first, you are?
I'm Lisa Hill, Lauren Hill's mom.
And I am Keith Deserick with The Cure Starts Now, and Elena's dad. So the DIPG DMG collaborative, a lot of folks wonder what that is, and it's kind of a real general term. I don't think we were tremendously creative when we came up with the terminology.
That's all right.
But it goes back to our roots, and going back to when we looked at DIPG DMG and we realized we didn't know anything about it. And one of the things we really wanted to do was really start from scratch because there was no community, nobody knew anything about it, and we didn't want to waste money on throwing money at the problem. So the first thing we needed to do was look at what is DIPG, what's the genetics of it. We need to look at what are the patterns, and we had to effectively assemble a registry.
Yes.
And this happened back at a meeting that we had in 2011. It was a challenge meeting. It was a meeting where a couple of researchers from Chicago and Cincinnati effectively were telling Brooke and I that we needed to, they needed our help, and that we needed to be able to speak from a parent's perspective about how important this cause was. And we brought together this room. But what we didn't, and it was a room of great researchers. It really started and kicked off everything that exists today in DIPG research. But what happened afterwards, I think, was more interesting, and that was other foundations wrote us checks, and they were checks that we didn't expect to get, and they came with a note that said, "You're finding research that we couldn't find. Please take our money and go ahead and use it." And this became what is today the DIPG DMG Collaborative. And Lauren, Fight for the Cure is part of that collaborative. I don't know from your guys' perspective, what does the collaborative mean for you?
For us, it's just having our own personal foundation, and we are a smaller foundation, so we don't raise a lot of funds in order to fund a full grant on our own. So for us to be able to donate the amount that we can that year and be able to pair up with other foundations to fund some cutting edge grants is still highly important, and very strong beliefs in what we believe in, as far as research goes. So that just continuing that on is amazing, and to be able to pair up helps us get further.
That's a good point, because honestly, no hospitals really look at the money that you give them until it reaches $100,000. When you get to 100,000, it actually funds a trial. Anything less than that, you're effectively just wasting the money a lot of times.
Right.
And so, because they'll use it in many ways, they'll apply it to the general budget, and you really won't achieve anything. And so, what the collaborative is 27 independent foundations. 26 not Cure Starts Now groups, and they come together, and we pool our money and our resources to focus on the best research that's out there. But what makes it even more important is the contribution, not just of money, because money's fine, and even when we got the checks in the very beginning, I called them up and said, I appreciate the money, I appreciate the faith of this, but that's not enough. And that probably wasn't the best way to start the conversation, I believe, in retrospect. But thank you for the money, but it's not enough. What we wanted out of them was we wanted their minds. We wanted their thoughts. We wanted their ideas, and we wanted their network, because this isn't going to be solved by one family, one charity. And so that was kind of the genesis of it. And today, those 27 foundations all meet together every year.
Yes.
We trade ideas, we trade thoughts, and we really help to create the strategy that today forms everything that we know about DIPG research.
Yeah, and just best practices to be able to network and see what failed in one foundation and what didn't work, and to know that you can you can network through that and just navigate like pros and cons of doing certain things, and that helps you not make those same mistakes so that you can be more productive quickly without tripping up on some of those landmines that you don't really know about until you go through them,
And we all look at each other's ideas and say,
that's awesome.
I want that. Can I steal that? Can I take that?
Can you send me your notes on that?
Yeah, and so we attend each other's events, so we're really helping to support each other. And it's nice. It's nice to have family, effectively, is what it is.
It's a good family to just hang around and, ups, downs, and all having fun while we're raising funds. So
well, and I think a lot of people get wrapped up in this. They get the idea that their name has to be connected to it, and that's, I guess, one of the other things of the collaborative is that when we fund stuff as a group, and we all fund everything. Nobody goes into it and says, that's my grant, and tries to stake claims. We're not trying to have infighting where everybody tries to grab the grant that they want to fund. If we fund it, we fund them all, because strategy isn't built by saying, I just want that one. You're never going to get anywhere. Okay, strategy is built by saying, we're going to assemble every piece of this, and we're going to deliver it as a full package. And so for that, we all put our names, our charities' names to it. And we feel that that's important too, because otherwise, if you're just claiming a grant, you're just contributing to a long-term problem of competitiveness, unfortunately.
And I think it's also a unique group as well, because once every 2 years we have the symposium, which allows us to be around the researchers and the doctors themselves, and we can talk to them. And often, we're eyes and ears on the ground level, you know what I mean, where we're hearing and seeing things from other families, and we're able to also give them feedback. And sometimes it's caregiving, sometimes it's research related, sometimes it's just a harebrained idea like, hey, have you guys ever thought about this, or could this be connected? But it is a great way to network with the researchers, and I know they appreciate it too, because we're funding their research. And how many times have we heard how they're so grateful for every dollar that we're able to give them, so that they can move forward with the science and growth in their research areas, and for them to be able to be in the same room with our families that fund them is priceless, even for the researchers.
Well, and that changed. I mean, when we first did it, I think the researchers were a little tentative about it.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to really deal with that. But as we got into it, and we showed them that we weren't going away, we showed them that we were still willing to invest in what they were doing. I think that's really what made the difference. And ultimately, they came back and said, we absolutely love it, because then we came back the next year and said, should we split this up? And they said, no. We want you in the room because you're a partner in this, and we can see that you're committed to it as well.
Yeah.
So, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about the DIPG Collaborative, what makes a difference. And I think what you're going to see in some of the next videos is going to be a discussion about that this isn't a competition. Curing cancer is already hard enough, and our biggest competitor is the cancer and not each other. And that's really what we're about, whether it's chapters, whether it's DIPG Collaborative members, is about that unity and really kind of pulling everything together with it. So we have a couple interviews. I don't know if you want to do the introduction of the interviews.
Sure. We have the ECUS family, which is Reflections of Grace, great foundation, amazing people. We also have
the original ones.
That's
the first one I got the check from.
That
JTHF.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say one of the very first ones that have been here the longest, I should say. We have a great video on the DIPG Collaborative, along with an interview with the Healy family from the Brooke Healy Foundation.
And hopefully we'll have some totals. Do we have any new adjusted numbers at all? 65,000. So we did 1,000 right now.
Snap.
All right, well, we'll be back in a little bit, but watch this, learn a little bit about the collaborative and why it makes sense.
Well, we're able to talk with Tamara ECUS of not only just a friend and a partner in the effort that we have to be able to cure this type of cancer, but also the director or president of Reflections of Grace, which is a foundation. It's kind of similar to the Cure Starts Now, but a little different in what they focus on as well. More importantly, she's the mom, and her daughter is Grace. And thank you for joining us, Tamara. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Grace. I can see her. She's all over your shirt, all over your jacket.
She is.
What you got? I see the pin. What's over here on the other side?
My jacket is made of all of the patches from our races. So each patch on my jacket was a T-shirt at one of our races.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So we have all different ones all across it. So I have a very dear friend that has made it for me.
That's wonderful. Well, before we jump into the race and Reflections of Grace, tell us a little bit about Grace, if you don't mind.
So Grace was just, she was the baby of our family. We have waited for her, and just we're so excited to have her join our family. And she just really encompassed love. She loved her brothers, she loved her parents, she loved her friends, she loved anybody. But she was this kind of person that even at a small age, where my babysitter would say, oh, you felt like you could sit down and have a cup of coffee with her, because she made you feel like you were the most important person in the room. And she loved to touch your face and get real close to you. And when she gave people hugs, she hugged you around your neck and she squeezed your neck. So she embodied love for us.
And hearing that they're older than their years is something we hear a lot in this community with it. But obviously when Grace, when you found out that she had DIPG, how old was she?
Well, she was 4, and it was just after Christmas. It was right after New Year's, and she'd not been sleeping real well, and we just were kind of thinking that maybe she was doing some 4-year-old things, right? She was starting to remember dreams, and do things like that. But then she started to lose her balance, and she would fall, and she would say, "I feel wobbly." And so that's when we really were alerted to the fact that we really needed to take her and get checked out. And I thought, oh, inner ear infection, something, her equilibrium is off. And really, we were lucky enough with our pediatrician that we had an appointment in the day. And by that evening, then he had sent us straight to Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. And we were told that something was gravely wrong.
And that's unusual back then, because you were Grace was diagnosed about the same, I think a little bit after when we were in the battle.
Mm-hmm.
And this really wasn't known. I mean, the IPG, as general rule, no one really knew what it was. So it's kind of amazing they even directed you to the hospital to
right. And now when I hear the stories of parents who were directed to physical therapists and all kinds of other things, I do, you think about all the gifts that you were given in all of this turmoil and all of this horribleness really that you were experiencing, and our pediatrician was a gift to us because he knew that something was off, and he sent us right away to the right place.
Well, and obviously you know, and I know, but I don't know if everybody else knows. She lost her battle. How long ago was that now?
So now it's coming on 15 years. We're coming on the 15th anniversary in February.
A tough anniversary. Went through that already. With that in mind, though, you and Brian decided that you wanted to do something about this, and you wanted to try to beat this type of cancer. Can you talk to us a little bit about what Reflections of Grace focuses on?
Sure. We have a threefold mission at Reflections of Grace. We really felt very supported by family and friends. And we know that there are families, out there that are not that supported. And we were grateful enough to have people support us financially and just with food and just time. And so we wanted to give back to that type of situation, but we also wanted to know that, we want someday that this not to be something that parents ever have to hear. And so that's why we were so dedicated to thinking about research. And while we're helping families that are in the fight, we wanted to be able to say, these are the things that we are doing so that this is not going to happen in the future. And we were committed to that. And then the third part of our mission is awareness. And you and I have talked about that and how we really need to be more, it needs to go beyond awareness, but sometimes that's that first step. And we know that a lot of times people don't know about this until they do. And once they know about it, then we can begin to, have them share our compassion for other families and research and be able to move this forward.
Now, where we get connected, because obviously Cure Starts Now is just entirely research. That's all we focus on. It comes back to the symposiums. And back in 2011, there was this bright idea was proposed by some researchers to come up with a meeting to effectively explore this home run strategy, the idea that we could cure something greater than even DIPG by focusing on it. I think that's where you and I connected, was that you were at that first symposium, and you created something that I wasn't even planning on, even beyond the symposium. You created the collaborative. Can you talk a little bit about that and kind of how we got there?
Well, we knew, and we knew that we wanted to do things, and social media wasn't what it is now, and we read your blog before we knew you, and really were, touched by that, and it spoke to us in so many ways because we were also on the same path. And so then when we became connected with you, we really knew that we wanted to make something, even if it was small for us, we wanted to make something bigger of that. And we knew we weren't able to do some of the things that, large foundations could do on their own. And we wanted to also do it quickly. We wanted to start making some impact quickly. And I think that that's one of the reasons why we really reached out and to make the collaborative, is because we wanted to get as much as we could. We could have waited around for a long time till we, made enough money ourselves to put into a research grant, but we wanted to be able to do something as quickly as possible. And that was the best way for us to be able to do that.
And it started out just, you attended the symposium and you sent us a check. Mm-hmm. And that just seemed very odd to me when we received that. And so after a conversation that we had, I believe it was just on the phone, it kind of created this thing called the collaborative. And what it is today is 27 foundations that work together to be able to fund the very best in research. And, you know, you in your own right, you're kind of a founder of it, I guess. This crazy idea that foundations can work together, and we're not in competition to try to be able to cure cancer. So, you know, today, you've seen the grant rounds. How much did we fund in this last round?
It was like $2 million.
Yeah, a little over 2 million. Yeah, $2.2 million. And that's in addition to whatever else we've done in just in the last year alone, which has been about 4.5 total. So it's become something rather powerful that, you know, just started with effectively a simple letter and a check that you sent over to us and an idea we weren't thinking of.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, and I think at the core, you know, the collaborative is exactly that. It's people working together so that we can make this something that's making a difference.
Absolutely. And, you know, once again, it comes down to that strategy. It comes down to foundations working together, because we're not only going to have the perfect idea, we're not going to have the exact way of being able to get to the cure. And we're very honored to have you not only in that collaborative, but also as a friend and you know, a source of wisdom for us as well. You're on our board of directors now, and that's been there for how long? Does that go all the way back to the beginning of it, pretty much?
Yeah, no, for a while now. But I think it's important to, you know, to be able to have that voice for the collaborative and have that voice for the collaborative from another parent as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you guys are doing absolutely wonderful things. We love Grace. I love the jacket though, too. That's just a great idea.
She's my very dear friend wants me to tell everybody it's one of a kind. People were like, absolutely. Oh, can I get one of those? And she was like, no.
Well, fantastic. Thank you for joining us and helping explain a little bit of what makes this different and what people are investing in when they do Giving First. So
thank you, Keith. We're honored to be a part with such great families.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Back in 2011, we started the DIPG Collaborative, honestly, as a little bit of an accident. What it was is that we had a bunch of researchers that came into Cincinnati to talk to us about the home run strategy. And at the same time, there was a lot of interest from other foundations who were frankly looking for research within the DIPG community and some of that home run research that the Cure Starts Now has always been about. What happened from it was this interesting creation of today what we call the DIPG Collaborative. And I think that's very important to the growth of research that we see now, not only in DIPG, but in all types of brain cancers. Because at the end, if we're going to be asking researchers to be collaborating on new trials, new protocols, things of that nature, we also want to make sure that we're doing the same thing on our side. Because if the researchers are collaborating, they're obviously sharing data. But on the foundational side, when we're sharing data, we're also eliminating some of the duplication, because maybe each foundation doesn't fund the exact same thing at institutions that may not even be talking to each other. And that was kind of the beauty of it. I mean, it's one thing to try to have Cure Starts Now in the chapters and all of us be aligned and really be a powerhouse for DIPG. But when all of a sudden you get other foundations that may have different goals even, but at least when it comes to research, they all join together, that's when I think you're going to have some really powerful things start to happen.
Cure Brain Cancer was created in 2013. We rebranded in that year. We focus on research, advocacy, and awareness. Our mission, which is to increase survival from 20 to 50% by 2023, is very clear, and we're going to achieve that by accelerating treatments to patients. To me, all of these things in collaboration always comes back to people. When I meet someone, I guess my other self internally says, is this someone that I could work with in the future? I felt that immediately when I met with you, Keith, and I'd also met with Ren before. And I think the basis for that, again, goes back to this respect for different opinions. There are many things we probably don't agree on, and there are a lot of things we do agree on. But I felt that the whole concept of a collaboration of what you were trying to do and get people to offer a solution to people to come to put their research through the CSM MAC, which is world class, and get really good research up and running. And this fit the bill, not the hero. okay, which in effect means we don't want to take the limelight. We just want to facilitate things to happen, okay? And if we don't take the limelight, that's fine. We really value being a part of the DIPG collaborative. We respect and we value everything that Keith, you and Brooke do. We think it's fantastic. And also all the other members and some of the leadership team that have recently been, all of the leadership team who have recently been appointed. It's not an easy thing to run a collaborative, even a small one. To do so across such a vast geographical area of the States, and then to internationalize that, I think is really fantastic. And I take my hat off to you and Brooke and to everybody involved in the collaborative. I think it can only go from strength to strength. I think it's a model for how collaboration should be done and will be done in the future. And I wish everybody in the collaborative every success.
Since then, the DIPG community has expanded, and also the DIPG Collaborative. We have now about 26 individual foundations, and they do have different goals. Some of them focus on family support, some of them focus on different types of cancers, some of them focus on DIPG, but the neat part about it is they've all come together, and each year we identify different types of research protocols through the Cure Starts Now Medical Advisory Council, and we share them. We share them with all various types of foundations out there in the hopes that we all join forces to really fund the best, the brightest, and the most innovative research possible.
Well, we had the opportunity to talk with Steve Healy from the Brooke Healy Foundation. Obviously, you guys may know about Cure Starts Now, but what you may not know is the partnerships. You may not know about how we work with many other foundations out there. And the Brooke Healy Foundation and the Healys are actually kind of that lead and that beginning of that connection to all these other foundations that we talk with. With that in mind, Steve is a dad. And his daughter, Brooke Healy, is the reason why he does this. So, Steve, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
If you would, tell us a little bit about Brooke, how you discovered, obviously, about DIPG, but more importantly, what should we know about Brooke and how do we see her through your eyes?
Brooke was a very intelligent girl, very perceptive about things around her, repeated conversations weeks and months after they occurred, and surprised her mother and myself to a degree where we're like, wow, this kid is really special, and I think all of these kids are special in some way. But for me, in starting the foundation, it was, I can't let other families go through what we went through. I can't let other kids go through what Brooke went through. And I know that I'm never going to be able to save her and she's never going to come back. But I think that if I can fight in her name for other people, and it would be very soothing to know that we make a difference someday, and we are going to make a difference someday as we're chipping away, that this will not happen to other families again.
Well, a lot of people are surprised by that. I mean, they look at it and, I'm sure you get the comment as well, is that how could you do this every single day? What's your answer to that question?
To me, it's not a choice. I'm like all of us. You can go sit in the corner of a room and sit in a dark room and be miserable the rest of your life and thinking about what you've lost. And I don't think that was an option for me ever, or my wife forever, or the people associated with our foundation. It was, always moving forward in some way. And, I definitely see the other side of that, and I understand the other side of that, but for me, it's not a choice. It's just, this is something we're dealing with, and this is something that we're going to work on. And this is part of our life now. And that's just the way it is,
In this, obviously with Giving First, we're talking about raising funds, but I think folks are also going to be somewhat surprised to see that bringing in another foundation. Obviously, we're connected through research, and the Brooke Healy Foundation, the Cure Starts Now, and also 26 other foundations all work together. Can you talk a little bit about that and why you feel that's important as well, and kind of how that works?
Yeah, absolutely. To me, that's the most exciting part about being part of the DIPG DMG Collaborative and the Cure Starts Now, and the groups that we're associated with, and the multiple chapters of the Cure Starts Now, it's not a competition of different foundations trying to be better than others. It's the collaboration of the foundations trying to make each other stronger because we're all contributing to the same cause. We all have the same goal. Our goal is collectively together to find a way to defeat DIPG and eventually defeat all cancers, especially pediatric cancers. And, you know, when we fundraise and we share ideas and we talk to each other and we say, hey, this works for us, you guys should try this. And, you know, we went down that path. That's not a great path. You might want to try something else. It makes all of us stronger, which makes the entire goal stronger itself. So it's really amazing how well we all work together and how much we share with each other and how much we grow off of each other. And Keith, you and I know this. We've each stolen ideas from each other over the years. You know, I've come to your gala. You've come to my gala. I've walked out of your gala saying, okay, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And you've walked out of my gala doing the same thing. And I think that helping each other grow is really an amazing part of all of us moving forward collectively to the same goal.
Well, and I think that, you know, so many times people think that nonprofits are in competition with each other. And the reality of it is we're not, especially in this community. What we're after is we're in competition with cancer and we're trying to beat it. And so it's going to take all of us because, you know, as you pointed out, we're not always going to have all the best ideas or all the right ideas. And so the network is really what builds that. That goes beyond even fundraising, though. It goes into research as well. You know, we obviously you're keen to all of the research that we do. We share everything that we focused on. Why is funding research as a group important to you as well?
Well, early on, before we even joined the collaborative, we had some fundraising. And then when Brooke passed, we were like, what are we going to do this to start a foundation? And then what are we going to do with the money? And for us, helping families was a piece of it. And that's a large piece of what we do. But the rest of us and myself really pushed for it. We need to change the outcome, because when I sat in front of Dr. Swedane and I said, what do you mean there's no changes since 1963 when Neil Armstrong's daughter was diagnosed with DIPG? What do you mean it's the same protocol? What do you mean? You know, he said there's not enough money. And I said, well, why isn't the government giving money? And his answer was that they just, you know, they give what they give and it's spread out across 27 different pediatric cancers, and DIPG gets little to none because it's not a very popular cancer. So I said, how does that change? And in that sentence, he said, it's parents like you are going to have to go out and fundraise and make a change. And that's basically the mission we've been on ever since, to make that happen, because if we don't do it, it's not going to happen. And it's evident that since 1963, when Neil Armstrong's daughter was diagnosed with a DIPG, to 2008, when my daughter was diagnosed with DIPG, and your daughter also, that nothing has changed. But, you know, since then, with your involvement, my involvement, all of our partners that we have within the DIPG DMG Collaborative and the Cure Starts Now, we have made significant change with the registry, with learning what we're trying to attack, with having a path and not throwing random darts at a dartboard. So I see the change. I see it progressing. I'm excited about the progress. Obviously, we all want it to be tomorrow. That's not going to happen. So we're going to keep fighting and pushing along, and we're going to see that change. And it's not going to happen without us doing all the groundwork. And that's just the way it is. And we're going to do that. And I know that you're in that fight with me. So.
Yeah, well, and curing cancer is hard, but you know, what we need to do is have incremental steps towards that cure every single day. And you know, these ways of sharing ideas are wonderful. Matter of fact, I you know, even before we started talking, you know, we talked a little bit about this whole idea of giving first, and I believe your comment there was, "Oh, that's a great idea." So my hunch is you're probably stealing that next year, aren't you?
Oh, without question, yeah. It's genius. It's genius. I mean, you know, to think about pediatric cancer gets, you know, roughly 4% of government funding, which roughly turns out to about $250 million a year, and $250 million a year for 27 different pediatric cancers with multiple subtypes. And like we talked about, DIPG getting none of it, you know, there's not a piece of the pie there for us. So when you're constantly fighting over funding, like on a Giving Tuesday kind of thing, where every foundation comes out of the woodwork, I think giving first makes a lot of sense for us to get a leg up and be first and think about the kids first and make it all about the kids for a change, and make a difference and let everybody get excited about it. So I think that's great.
Yeah. Well, and full disclosure, it's not my idea, it's Brooke's. So I'll have to go ask her for permission on that one. But yeah, the whole concept is our kids don't deserve leftovers. They need to come first. So
absolutely.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for talking with us about this. And obviously, we hope it comes out and we can fund more research just from this very day alone.
All right, Keith, I'm with you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Heidi Varnes and the Director of Family Support here at The Cure Starts Now, and we've got a new face with us here. This is Jackie Criswell, and I'm going to let her introduce herself and how she's connected with us here at The Cure Starts Now.
Well, hello everyone. So glad you're joining in. My name is Jackie Criswell, and I am the Director of Chapter and Family Relations here with The Cure Starts Now. I am also proud aunt to Elena Deserick. So The Cure Starts Now has been a part of my life for a very long time. Been kind of behind the scenes, and as family, I'm also Keith's sister. And so I've known about it, been a part of it, but I have now officially come on board. And I work with The Cure Starts Now, so you might hear a lot from me on email, but sometimes you don't see my face so much. So I'm very happy to be here talking to all of you about Giving First today. So we do have some exciting news to talk about. So we have a family who has raised over $8,000 today. So I want to give a great big shout out to the Slivka family. Congratulations. And believe it or not, that's going to bring our total to $73,000. Y'all are knocking it out of the park. Keep it up. This is great. We've still got a couple more hours to go. So let's talk about kind of why we're here and what makes The Cure Starts Now different. We're going to talk about funding. So Heidi, there is a lack of funding in pediatric brain cancer research.
Yes.
There's a fact out there that blows my mind every time I hear it. 4 cents of every federal dollar goes to pediatric cancer research. A fraction of those 4 cents goes to brain cancer research. And an even smaller fraction of that goes to rare cancers like DIPG and medulloblastoma. So what are we doing to make a difference?
Well, that's a great question. And I mean, that statistic right there, that fact, should do nothing but infuriate you because our children, as we mentioned in other segments, we are supporting over 700 families. So we've got 700 families at least that have been affected by this, where their children are getting pennies for research for their disease, for their cancer. And us at The Cure Starts Now, we are taking a different approach to it. We are not built by huge corporations. We're
grassroots.
We are.
Yeah.
We are built by families, and we collaborate with other foundations that are built by families. And we say, we're not getting government funding. We're going to stop wasting our time trying to fight the government for more funding, and we're going to do something about it, and we are going to start from the ground, and we are going to start funding research that is not duplicate research. It is new research that we're seeing informational data about, where our MAC team takes a look at it and sees that there's a chance here. Like, let's fund this, see where it goes. And it literally moves through all of the steps that trials have to go through. And we're not dabbling in it. We've
been dabbling for 80 years in funding. So we have to change this.
Right.
It's not working the way it currently is. And that's what we're doing here at The Cure Starts Now. That's what our families and our collaborative team is doing.
Right. Dabbling's not working. So the big thing is that like I said, we're not duplicating research. We're not taking research that may have worked 5 years ago, 7 years ago, and try to put a spin on it and see if maybe we can get it to work this time. It is brand new information. It may not be sexy research, but it is groundbreaking research. For an example, we've funded a trial that from the ground up that has never been seen before in the DIPG community. And it is in active trials right now, has been for the past year. It was created specifically for DIPG, which we do not have anything out there for that. And that is exciting, and that is because of the donations that we receive that we are able to make this happen. And this is, we do not use any government, we do not get government funding. We are building this with the $5 donations, the $20 donations, the $500 donations.
From our families.
Yeah, and with that, in the 15 years, we have funded over $29 million in research and support. And that's been funded because of families in the fight, because the families that have experienced it, because the families are sick and tired of being told to go home and make memories. And we're going to keep fighting until it's found. So with that said, we've got more family interviews. We've got an interview with the Becknell family, their sweet daughter Bailey. Then we have a cute little Give First for Me videos with all of our little warriors that are saying cute little things. And then we have an interview with DMG warrior Joshua and his family. So watch those, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to welcome another one of our ambassador families. With us, we have Anitra.
Anitra with the A, Anitra.
Anitra and her amazing family and supporters that are with her, surrounding her. I think it is amazing that they are still standing strong with her.
Yes, this is Bailey's Brigade, Bailey's Blue Crew, Bailey's team.
I love it. So you are here in honor of your sweet daughter, Bailey.
Yes.
Can you share with us some things about Bailey? What did she like? Maybe her favorite holiday? And if you're okay with it, share a little bit about her cancer journey.
It's kind of hard to say the things that she liked because she liked everything. She loved family. She loved spending time with her friends. One of the hobbies that she really enjoyed up until her diagnosis was dancing. She was a part of the local competitive dance team. So she's been dancing since the age of 2 or 3 years old. So that was one of her hobbies. And the year she was diagnosed, she had made the junior high school dance team as well. So she didn't get to participate in anything because her diagnosis was that August and school started that August.
Yeah. I saw some pictures of her in her dance costumes. There's with a yellow dress on, and boy, she had the pose, and she knew what she was doing.
Yes, that was her last year of dancing, actually, those pictures. And it's so ironic because that particular dance was more of a gospel song. And just the layout of her position on that dance, it just makes you just wonder, because it was like the song ended and the light was shining on her and she had this one dance to do on her own. So that yellow dress really meant a lot for us. And when we seen her in a dress, we all thought, oh, look like, she's going to church, not realizing that we would use that same picture a year later on her obituary.
So you, along with over 100 other families, are here fundraising tonight for your loved ones. Why is continuing to fight and fundraise in honor of Bailey so important to your family?
I've had certain people actually ask me that question due to our ending result. And my response to them would always be, if someone who was diagnosed before Bailey had taken that extra step to see about raising money for research, maybe we would not be in that boat. So no, it did not benefit us in a sense, but hopefully it could benefit someone else down the line.
We asked all the families to provide a quote, letting our donors know why donating matters and what their donations mean to our families. Do you mind if I share your quote that you gave to me?
Sure, most definitely.
Okay, so in your words, you said funding for pediatric brain cancer is vital. Through the funding of research, a cure will be discovered someday in the near future, or at the very least, an effective treatment option that prolongs life without disrupting the quality of life.
Yes, ma'am.
That is what we need. And I can assure you that all of the families, we truly believe family never fights alone, and all of the families work day in and day out to do exactly that. We need to find an effective treatment. We need to provide hope to these families so that they're not told to go home and make memories that there is no treatment. We want one day for a family to be diagnosed with DIPG, DMG, and the doctor say, I'm sorry, your child has DIPG, but don't worry, we've got a plan.
Yes.
We need that, and that is what we're fighting for, right?
Yes.
Right.
I want to thank you so much for getting your family together, showing us what it means to family never fights alone. This is proof right here.
This is a small portion. This is only a small portion of the support we have. As I stated earlier, when you said the dance pictures, her dance studio supported a lot. My job supported a lot. The community itself supported a lot. So we had support from other family members, friends, just everybody that came, everybody who heard the story wanted to do something.
I'm so glad that you have that going through this type of journey and this type of battle without support. I couldn't imagine. And I'm so thankful that you had that. And to all of your family that is standing behind you, I want to personally thank you guys for continuing to support her and to continuing to fight in honor of Bailey. It is so important. And I'm sure if you could have everybody here, you would. But a Zoom video is only like this big. So I just really appreciate that you were able to come, and it's been an honor to talk to you. And I can't wait, and I look forward to working with you, in the future as well. So is there anything else that you want to share?
I think that's it. We covered a lot.
Yes, we did. You are a woman that is on a mission and to the point, and I love it.
Thank you.
Yes. So with that being said, everybody that's watching, please give first for Bailey and children like her, because they deserve more than the leftovers.
As we always say, let's do it for B.
Let's do it for B. Let's do it for Bossy B. Let's do it. I can go on and on, right? You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old. Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old. Hi, my name is Joshua. I'm 9 years old. Please give first to me. Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first. Please give first for me.
Hi, you guys. I am so excited that you guys could join us tonight for our 5th annual Giving First Give-a-thon. Thank you so much for coming. I first want you guys to introduce yourselves real quick. Let me know who you guys are and let the world know who you are.
I am Joel.
Okay.
I have the brain tumor. Yeah, I can have a brain tumor. And I'm Joshua.
You're Joshua.
I'm Jocelyn. I'm mom.
And my name's Jesse. I'm Joshua's dad.
Well, you guys are a fabulous 4 family, and I'm, like I said, so excited that you guys were able to join. I'm going to start off because I want everybody to know about your amazing firstborn son, Joshua. Joshua, can you tell us a little bit about you and things that you like to do?
My favorite holiday is Christmas. I like to play with Legos and I like to watch TV.
Oh, I love that. And I've heard from a little birdie that you also like to snuggle.
Oh, yes, very much.
Oh, I love to snuggle as well. That's probably like one of my favorite things to do. I think that's incredible. And I think you're pretty amazing as well. You've got a younger brother over there who looks up to you, huh?
He annoys me to death, but I love him. He is completely correct.
Yes. And Joel, you're 8 years old and you're his younger brother, right?
Yes, you're
I-
completely correct.
I have a question for you. I wanted to know, what does it mean when you see your friends and family doing fundraisers for Joshua and for other children like him? What does that mean to you?
That means that people are really giving in for charity and helping people. To me.
And that's amazing. And for an 8-year-old to be able to see that, that is, we're doing something right. The community's doing something right. Well, I'm so happy that you guys were able to join. I can tell that you guys are itching to get off camera and go play. Are you guys getting ready to go to the other room to play?
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Joshua. Keep up that fight. We're so proud of you.
See ya.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Tired.
Yeah. It's a lot, isn't it?
But I'm excited to be here and to raise awareness for this fight.
That's amazing. So I know that we didn't want to get into the nitty-gritty things in front of the kiddos. So let's talk about Joshua and his journey and how he was diagnosed and what he's gone through. He was diagnosed in March, and what has he gone through since then?
He had
had 3 brain surgeries.
He had 30 rounds of radiation. And then during the radiation, we ended up having to be in the hospital in the beginning because the tumor started swelling with blood. So then we were in the hospital and they started us on a higher dose of the evil drug called Decadron, but it's a necessary drug sometimes. And then we went to Hawaii, which was amazing for our Make-A-Wish. And then after that, just recently, we literally just got out of the hospital maybe 5 days ago. We were there for 11 days, 12 nights.
Oh my goodness, what were you guys there for?
So we, in August, we had started the PNOC 022 trial.
And that's the ONC201 Paxlovid?
Yes, and it's actually said to be very good for, it's got a lot of good things, but Joshua happens to be my unicorn. And we were weaning him off of Decadron, and Decadron acts as can suppress if you have an allergy, correct? So we were weaning off, and while we were weaning off, he had this spike in glucose. So we were actually brought in just to monitor his glucose. But while we were there, he got a huge rash, fever, diarrhea. Nobody knew what was wrong with him. Still didn't know what was wrong with him for at least 5 days until he started getting fluid in his lungs and inflammation in his lungs. And then the dermatologist found out he has what is called DRESS, which in other words, he was allergic to the trial medication.
Oh, goodness.
So we were taken off.
And that's just, another thing that is stacked against him, because on top of him having DMG, then having this allergic reaction, there's a couple other special things about your boy as well.
Yeah, he is autistic and has dyslexia and ADHD.
Yes.
So being with the autism, I think masked a lot of the things, and we were being pushed around, just saying, give him more ABA when in reality his aggression was because of the hydrocephalus that he presented with in the
Right.
beginning.
So it was hard to pinpoint the symptoms of the brain tumor because of everything else that was going on with him. It was hard to get doctors to listen and to do an MRI to determine that he has, in fact, diffuse midline glioma. My heart goes out to you.
But we've been holding on to faith this whole time, and we've been through hell and back. But Joshua is actually the best he's been in a long time right now, which is, I'm in awe.
Oh, that is amazing. And that's something to speak for you guys as parents, to be able to advocate and push for him and to make sure that he was getting the care that he deserved to get and needed. Speaking of how I'm in awe with you guys, you reached out to me and asked to be part of the ambassador program, which is amazing that while in the fight that you have such a passion for raising funds for pediatric brain cancer research. Tell me what drew you to CSN and what you hope people know about our organization.
So the Cure Starts Now focuses on cancer, and most of it, the brain cancer for children. So when I stumbled upon your site via Facebook and the DIPG, DMG groups, I was drawn. I love the logo. I love what you guys stand for and how you guys are raising awareness, raising funds to do to pay for research that can ultimately be the cure that is so desperately needed for not just Joshua, but for all children that have brain tumors, especially this terrible DIPG, DMG, where they give you 1 year, but me and Jesse are like, forget you doctors, I don't care what you say. We're going to do everything and anything. And I knew that this was the place that I wanted to start helping. And my heart was like, and the Lord told me, go and be a voice. And I've been a voice so far, and it's been really cool.
And that you have, and it's been such a privilege and an honor to know your family and to learn more about your family and to watch your family go through this journey, because you guys both go day in and day out with nothing but positivity, hope, and faith. And
I think it's helping other families as well.
And that's what this community.
And you've been such an inspiration to us too with your daughter.
Well, thank you. And I do appreciate that. And that's what this community is about. We are about helping each other and providing that support to all of the other families. And I'm so thrilled that you guys are part of our ambassador family and working on a bigger level with The Cure Starts Now. So thank you very much for doing that. So while you guys have been in this battle, tell us how your community has supported Joshua and your family so far.
Okay. So we had Joshua in a basketball league done by the Escondido Police Department. And that was just before we had our diagnosis. So he went to like one practice and then got diagnosed, and then had to spend all this time off the court doing, radiation and all that sort of thing. So they threw a fundraiser for him, where they have the police officers play the high school students, and they raised quite a bit of money to help us with expenses and so forth like that. And they did a raffle, and they had food, and all of it, all the proceeds went to us.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then also, as part of an ambassador, I reached out to our school that Joshua goes to, and the principal there also had a niece named Savannah that recently passed away from brain cancer as well. and we decided to do the Caps for the Cure, and they went above and beyond. It was amazing. Everybody wore gold that day. Everyone wore crazy hats. They allowed me to talk in front of all the kids. I don't know about that, but I guess it was good.
You did an amazing job. You did an amazing job. And the school did an amazing job.
The school raised 1,600, and I just told them how much it meant to me, because not only are they helping other kids, they're helping find a cure for Joshua.
Yes.
And I pray that this is the time, now that we've been talking more about it, that within our timeline right now, that if it's a clinical trial, and it's just a clinical trial that is just doing phenomenal, even if it takes a couple years for the FDA approved, hey, I'm okay with that. If that's something that is gonna cure Joshua and cure your daughter and give them many more years to live, which is what we want.
Amen. That is what we want. And I feel like we are so close, and
I really do too.
All the donations that we receive from all of our supporters, especially during Giving First, just means so much to us. And I'm just so thankful that you guys wanted to participate in this year, and that you guys were able to talk and tell everybody what it means to you. I couldn't thank you enough for joining us tonight.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's our privilege.
And we're supporting and cheering for Joshua, and he's in our hearts every day. Thank you, guys.
Give, guys, give.
Hi, we are back. I hope that you enjoyed the interviews that you got to watch. We have some exciting announcements again. We have FADA, who has hit $1,000 on their fundraising goal. Very nice. And then we also have
$83,000 total
Yes.
raised. So
Oh, we also have the Verhalens that have reached $1,000 as well.
congratulations.
Yes.
So since we talked last, we said you guys got to step it up. We only got a couple more hours left, and you listened, and we have $10,000. So congratulations. This is great.
Yes.
This is great news for our family. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you so much. So
this segment, we're going to talk a little bit about what Jackie and I do.
Yes.
And I like to say we are a pretty good duo.
yeah, I have to tell her, I said, I was going to tell her today, I said, Heidi, I really like your jacket.
Oh, and I really like yours as well. I
Yes.
mean, we are such a good duo that we dressed literally to
The
the
same
T
thing.
the same. So
Yes.
great minds think alike, right?
It helps us serve you guys better as families.
Yes. How are other ways that we serve families? What are some things we do?
Well, the two of us, along with Grace Deserick, we make up the family support group here at The Cure Starts Now. And Heidi, she works with a lot of our DIPG families, all of our DIPG families, along with our ambassador families. I work closely with all of our chapters, 40 worldwide, Canada and Australia as well as our brand cancer warriors. And Grace, she works very closely with our adult DIPG warriors along with our medulloblastoma warriors. So we kind of, all hit everybody that we need to.
We do. And some ways that we support and show our love to our families, and it does take three of us to do it, is, we connect with them through social media. We send out encouraging posts to them. If we know it's an MRI day or treatment day, we post, happy birthdays and happy heavenly birthdays and angelversaries. And it's just a way to let them know that we are thinking about them and we are always here for them. And
well, I don't know about you, but I get very invested
very
in
much
our
so.
families. I want to know, how's it going? Hey, did you have that scan? I want to hear how it is. I want to know. I want to be able to support you. That's why we're here. That's why we do what we do.
Yep, it is. You had mentioned that I also help with the ambassadors. So the ambassador program is something new that we started this year. We've always had the chapters for as long as I know. But the ambassadors is a little different. It's something that you can join just to make a bigger commitment to the Cure Starts Now. But you also, you know, you give to us and we give back to you. And if you're interested, if you're watching and you guys are in the fight, or even, you know, have an angel, you can reach out to me, and we would love for us to work closer together, and you join our ambassador program. So we've got 53 ambassadors, and I think this kicked off, I think maybe March or April, and we've got 53 families that have committed to that. And then you've got 40 chapters.
I do, yeah. We do have, you know, kind of a tiered system to our support. Like, we have our warriors, which many of you are, which we love. And it allows us just to stay in touch with you, love on you, give you the support that you need. You have the access regardless, but we can help you as much as you want. Those are our warriors. Then we have our ambassadors, and then like Heidi brought up, we have our chapter level, which we have over 40 worldwide. And at this level, this is when a lot of families just really want to be invested, and they believe in the home run cure. They believe in research, and they believe in the difference that the Cure Starts Now is making in pediatric brain cancer. So they want to do more, and they become a chapter with us. And as a chapter, you get a lot of support from the Cure Starts Now headquarters. You know, you have personalized banners and flyers and mailings. You have event staff that can help you with any event that you want. We can come out there if we can and help you with your events. You know, you're not alone. This is so much more easier than setting up a foundation on your own, because we handle all the hard stuff. We handle all the red tape, all the tax filings, which I don't know anything about. I don't wear that hat. But luckily we have a great staff that does. And that's why, you know, being a chapter is such a great thing for the Cure Starts Now. And also, as a chapter, you have the potential to be a part of the decision making of grants that we fund. We have a strategic advisory council that our chapters, this is the potential that you have to be a part of, that take the recommendations from our medical advisory council, which you'll hear a little bit more about later in our live broadcast. But they take those recommendations, and they either they ratify them, and they say, yes, that we agree, these are the grants we would like to fund. You know, because we said last segment, researchers depend on foundations like the Cure Starts Now. And so this system that is set up with us has allowed us to support these researchers and these maybe smaller grants that, you know, might not be funded, but could make the biggest difference in these very rare brain cancers that we are fighting.
And the opinions of the chapters and the strategic chapters, it's important to us. You know, they are what this foundation is built upon, and we want their feedback. We need their opinions, and it's just an amazing way to connect everybody into it. And the biggest perk you get with being a chapter is Jackie. She is your go-to, and she's going to help you with everything. And she is really, I'm telling you, I love working with her. We also have support groups through social media, through our Facebook. We've got a DIPG DMG support group. We have a medulloblastoma support group and a brain cancer warrior support group. So they are just groups on Facebook that you can come to, and you can ask questions. You can read what other people are doing. It is connecting with families who are going through the exact same battle as you are.
So you don't feel alone.
Right.
We don't want you to feel you're not alone.
I mean, our biggest hashtag at the Cure Starts Now is Family Never Fights Alone, and we truly believe that. We are a family, and we are with you along the entire way.
And I will say, every single decision that is made with the Cure Starts Now is families in mind. It all boils down to the families. That's why we have the systems in place, because we care about what the families want with the funding for this research, like our Strategic Advisory Council is made up of our chapters, which is made up of our families. So that's what's important, is you're a part of this difference that we're making for sure. So, I mean, with that being said, I don't know a better way to segue into more of our family interviews. You are going to hear from our chapter in Colorado, the Wanaka family. Their sweet Piper battled DIPG, and she was just a light. Her smile lit up every room. She also loved to color her hair many different colors. So I love seeing all these pictures of Piper. So you'll hear from them. You'll hear, it's very sweet.
Yes, and then you'll see a little short video about her as well. And then you'll also hear about the journey for Braylee King, who is a DIPG angel. So sit back, watch, get your checkbook out, make some donations.
Hey there, how are you, Karina?
I'm great, Jackie. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for talking to me today. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. So tell us who you are and what you are doing with the Cure Starts Now. And I want to hear about your precious Piper over there right behind you on the banner.
Yeah, so my name is Karina Wanaka. I started the Cure Starts Now Colorado to honor my beautiful Piper. She passed away 4 years ago at the age of 4 from DIPG. And, in the aftermath of that, we just wanted to direct that energy. We didn't want to stop talking about her, stop talking about the need for DIPG funding. And so it was kind of a natural transition for us to have this place and to join in this bigger community with these other chapters, to do what we could to share our stories and to keep pushing for better for future families.
That's wonderful. We're happy to have you as part of our family for sure. So tell us a little bit about Piper. What kind of things did she love? What did she enjoy?
Oh man. I always say Piper had the most, glittery princess, typical, she was diagnosed at 3, so your typical 3-year-old girl, on the exterior, but she had this ironclad interior, which, you might not suspect. And that really came out as she was diagnosed and began to fight, just this inner strength, this resilience, this just knowledge. I mean, she seemed so grounded. And, not to say that it wasn't difficult every day, but I think that surprised me. I think it surprised a lot of people who only knew her as this, bouncy little girl full of spunk and sass. So she was just a very dynamic person. She was an artist. She loved to dance. She was a master storyteller. A lot of great qualities.
Yeah, and that's a sweet age. 3 years old, 4 years old, very sweet age. And I love her hair color. She was known for changing her hair color, wasn't she?
Yeah, and that came later. We'd never done that before her diagnosis, and it was just offered. A friend of ours said, would she enjoy that? Which of course she immediately said, yes, can we do it right now? And then it was just something we continued to do. So if there was a photo we were going to take, or, a trip we were going to go on, or, just anything, it became this, just an additional way for her to kind of have self-expression and make it fun.
Mm-hmm. And not take, she's got a lot of serious things that was happening to her at that time. This was one way to lighten it and let her have some fun too.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
Absolutely.
So what kind of fundraisers have you done, and how has the community supported you with everything as a chapter?
Yeah. Oh gosh. I mean, I think even prior to us becoming a chapter, right out of the gates following diagnosis, we had such an outpouring of support. My sister created a GoFundMe page for us. Friends of ours created these Piper Warrior bracelets to help raise money for her treatments, and also money to go towards research. We had friends put on a concert for us. So many, her school continuing to help us bring awareness to the table, welcoming her, making her feel welcome and normal on the day she felt well enough to visit. we had an amazing church community that just showered her in love. And I mean, strangers, the list goes on. We had just people, what we realized, you know, I always say it's kind of this interesting moment where in the darkest of times, when your worst nightmare is coming true, humanity suddenly is this beacon of hope, and people showing up and in ways you couldn't have imagined. It's really a shining light. But then since creating a chapter, we've had many events. It's been difficult. You know, we moved and then during the pandemic, and then the pandemic, you know, was a big challenge to continue in traditional events. But we've had a lot of success just telling her story virtually. We've had business partners like Bale Fair Goods, which is still running right now, that have offered to, you know, share a portion of their sales, or, you know, just creative ways of jumping in and helping us kind of move the needle.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of that, I see your pin here that was designed especially for Piper, right?
Yeah, we have just a wonderful community that this was just their idea. A friend of mine, Christy King, came and designed that, and Bale Fair Goods is selling the pins, all of which will help support this cause, you know, research for DAPG and all the fighters that, you know, we talk about.
Mm-hmm. So tell me what drew you to the Cure Starts Now, like what made it stand out to you and what made you want to be a part of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, because I think in the beginning, when you're just learning about DAPG and finding your footing, it's an overwhelming moment. But we found out, you know, we met Brooke, she was coming through Denver, actually Keith too, separately. You know, we just had these kind of alignments where we were able to connect with people and learn about what they were doing, and know that that was something really unique. Because I mean, even at the moment of diagnosis, we said, where can we go for support? And they were like, I don't know. I mean, you're going to have to look around. And we have some local organizations that help with pediatric cancer as a whole. But, you know, we were really pushing to find people who could understand precisely what we were going through with DAPG. So we were so grateful to find the Cure Starts Now. And honestly, I mean, they are the original. I mean, it's 15 years ago that since, you know, the formation of this organization, where no DAPG nonprofit had existed before, you know, solely talking about that funding, that really pulling together researchers and resources. So to know that they were ahead of so many other organizations, to know that in those 15 years, they've, you know, upwards of $26.6 million has been raised for the topic of brain cancer in children. To us, it was just an obvious choice. You know, this is an organization that we want to continue to work with and help see it across the finish line.
Well, and it's families like you, chapters like you, that are the driving force behind the Cure Starts Now, for sure. So what would you want, like your family, your supporters, your friends are watching you right now. What would you like to tell them about it? Like, what do their donations and their contributions mean to you?
Oh, I mean, that's probably the hardest question you've asked, because there are no words, you know, even though our daughter has since passed, and there, you know, this isn't a fight for her anymore. I'm sorry. It's still incredibly important, and there's still so many children, you know, being diagnosed right now, who are in the thick of the fight right now. So what I would say is, you know, first and foremost, thank you, thank you for all you've done. Thank you for loving Piper and coming, you know, just following us on this journey, and also just stick with us. I know that this is a tough topic. It's tough to look at the statistics. It's tough to look at the faces that are affected. It's tough to see these kids, you know, see these kids pass when there is not the answers that we're seeking. It's hard to channel that into motivation because it can be incredibly crushing. So I would just say, you know, stay with us, because like I said, when we cross the finish line, and that day will come, you know, these families and all these chapters involved are relentless. And because we've given everything to this fight, and we just know we understand how important this work is, and how it will only get done by us working together, continuing to, push it forward, because again, government funding is still sitting at just 4%. It's simply not enough. It will take too long. And it's just, the urgency it's hard to convey. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, is to just continue to see the positive and the possibility, and the Cure Starts Now is great at showing where those dollars are going on the, your Facebook page. You get to see the grants and the researchers and the progress, and hopefully feel that hopefulness in addition to the challenges.
Yeah. And it is a long road, but we are, we're trucking on down it and we're making progress. And I'm so, so glad you're a part of this family, Karina. Thank you for talking to me. Your passion shows, your love shows. I love your spirit. So I know Piper just exuded all of that. So thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you for all of the work that you do. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Of course. All right.
This is Piper. Like other kids her age, she loves unicorns and Elsa. She loves playing with her little sister and playing dress up with her dolls. But unlike most other kids her age, she was diagnosed with DIPG, an incurable form of brain cancer. Piper was a spunky 3-year-old, a glitter explosion, as her father describes her. She walked and talked before other kids, took her vitamins, brushed her teeth every night, ate healthy, and was rarely ever sick. But that changed in June of 2017. In early June, she developed a slight slur to her speech. Over the next several days, her condition worsened. When Piper woke up on June 12th, she could barely walk or talk. Her parents immediately took her to a children's hospital, where the doctors informed them that she had DIPG and that they were unable to do anything to stop it. But that hasn't stopped her. At nearly 9 months post-diagnosis, Piper continues to enjoy life thanks to treatments made possible by research funded by The Cure Starts Now, by you, our supporters. Piper is one of, at most, 300 children battling DIPG nationwide. These children are not like other kids. They're different. They're warriors. They face each day with unmatched strength and fortitude. From surgeries to radiation to medication, these children endure it all with incredible bravery. We're inspired by the courage and determination of these warriors battling DIPG, and they're why we fight the biggest cancer bully, taking risks and funding innovative research left unfunded by the government in the hopes that a cure for one cancer will be the cure for all. But battles are not won alone. It takes an army. Help us, help them. Help find the home run cure for cancer.
Welcome back, everyone. With us tonight, joining us is Christy King from Wisconsin. She is part of our ambassador family, and she is the mother of sweet Braylee. Christy, thank you so much for finding time to talk with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. Well, let's just start it off and ask, do you mind sharing with us all about Braylee, how you found out she had DIPG and her journey?
Absolutely. Braylee, she was a 6-year-old happy little girl, happy as can be. She loved school. She loved riding her bike. She loved playing games. She loved electronics, playing dress up and, just any other typical 6-year-old. She just loved to be a 6-year-old child. And I found out she had DIPG when we were on vacation in Florida, actually, this past October. Just at the airport, she started walking on her tiptoes. I thought that It was just a child being a child. So I was like, we'll take care of this when we get home. We'll work on her walking normal. And as the week progressed, she just continued to get this left-sided weakness. So I called her doctor to make an appointment for when we got back home. And the doctor told us that we needed to go to the emergency room. So we went to the emergency room, missed our flight home. And that's when we found out that she had a tumor in her brain, but they didn't give us any other details. They just said we needed to fly straight home the next morning. So we went to Children's in Milwaukee. And that next day is when we found out that she had DIPG.
And the world turned upside down.
Absolutely. I mean, even from that diagnosis, she was still happy. I mean, she could see how scared we were, but she stayed so strong and so happy. And, we got everything worked out in Milwaukee to start her radiation. And we were in contact with many, many hospitals, and St. Jude reached out to us. So we headed down to St. Jude probably 4 days after diagnosis and spent all of November and all of December. They were doing radiation, physical therapy, everything that St. Jude has to offer. I came home just before Christmas, spent Christmas with the family and friends. It was fantastic. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to do any trials, but we did do some at-home things that the doctor would let us. And shortly after that, things progressed, and hospice was with us. They were great. And 8 months after diagnosis is when she was gone.
Taken away from us way too soon. And I had the privilege and honor to follow her journey through your Facebook. And it shook all of us. I never had the privilege to meet her, but I could just feel how sweet and how strong and how incredible of a little girl you had through your post and everything that you did. And our heart goes out. We know that this is still fresh for you, and for you to be able to come on and continue to fight and to continue to advocate for Braylee is definitely inspiring and shows us where Braylee got her strength from.
Absolutely. Yeah. I will continue to fight until we figure this out. We'll never stop.
That's right. Well, this may be a hard question, and I'm sorry if you can't answer it. You just tell me you can't. But with the holidays right around the corner, what was Braylee's favorite holiday, and can you share some memories with us?
Absolutely. Her favorite holiday was Christmas presents, and her birthday was New Year's Day. So shortly after Christmas, she got more presents. So just that whole holiday in general, Christmas and New Year's. But I mean, one of our favorite things was really decorating the tree. I'd turn on my favorite Christmas music, and somehow she would ended up being her favorite Christmas music, and we would just stop and dance. And the whole just experience of decorating for Christmas is just a joyful time, and we loved it. And she loved the elf on the shelf. She named her Tink when she first got him, so she looked forward every morning seeing what trouble Tink got into and where she was hiding and all that good stuff. And shortly after that was her birthday, and she loved to go skiing with her dad. We have a mine shaft here that just has a whole bunch of games, kind of like a Dave and Buster's. So we would do that, get McDonald's, just do all her favorite things, and opening presents, just like any normal 6-year-old loved presents. So
Oh, well, I mean, I know I love Christmas time, and man, to have a birthday right after it, oh, that would be wonderful. Christmas all over again.
She told me, she says, I don't want a present that does both Christmas and my birthday. They have to be separate. I was like, okay, I will make them separate. And
so she's a girl who knew what she wanted from the get-go.
Yep, she knew she wanted all the presents. It was quantity, not quality.
Oh, I love it. Well, thank you for sharing those memories with us. Why was it important to you to become one of our ambassadors with The Cure Starts Now?
It's important because before our journey with DIPG, I had no idea what it was. I didn't know. I mean, I didn't even believe that my child would ever get cancer. I didn't believe that. You just, you see it, but you just skip right over it. And since it happened, I'm going to make it a point to continue to advocate for her and, just let people know that cancer is real. Like it doesn't matter who you are, like cancer does not discriminate. So I just want to raise all of the awareness. I want, the end goal obviously is to raise enough funding so that we can put a stop to this monster of DIPG, not only this cancer, but all cancers for all ages.
Right. I really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
It means so much that you're able to continue doing this, and I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, thank you. We will prevail together, no matter what cost.
Amen.
Thank you.
So everybody watching tonight, give first to Braylee, because our children deserve more than leftovers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, we are back and I've got some special guests. But first, I want to celebrate. We are at $92,000. So we have a special guest with us today, Miss Addison. I'm sorry, I should have had you introduce yourself.
Hi. What's your name? Hi, I'm Addison. I'm 10 years old.
And let's see, what's your favorite animal?
A dog and a unicorn.
Dog and unicorn. That'd be cool if there was a dog unicorn. A dunicorn.
Yes.
Yes. So, Addison, you are fighting DIPG.
Yes, I am.
Yes, and I wanted to ask you a few questions, if I can, about that. So tell me a little bit about how DIPG has changed your life.
DIPG has changed my life because I've had to done a lot of radiation, and that has made it kind of difficult to stay in school and learn like the whole lesson. And then I have also done a lot of like MRIs where it has like radiation also changed my like hearing. It like made it where my hearing was more sensitive.
Oh, okay.
And then, which it's supposed to decrease. It's supposed to decrease.
So now you have like superhuman hearing.
Not really.
No. Oh, okay. All right.
Because
she still doesn't hear me when I say put your clothes away.
Oh. Uh-oh. So you're a pretty brave little girl, right?
I would say so.
Yeah. So what's it like to try to be like what do you do to try to be like a normal kid while you're fighting cancer?
I try to stay in school as much as I can.
That's important to you?
And then I also just try to have a normal life with my family.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have a big sister, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And what's her name?
Aubrey.
And what do you like to do with Aubrey?
I like to play like Minecraft with Aubrey.
That's fun. And you like to ride around in a golf cart with her, right?
Yes.
Does she drive or do you drive?
She drives.
She
I'm not
drives?
old enough to drive yet.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've been pretty special to all of us here at The Cure Starts Now. Like, you're kind of a hero in our office, right? Talk about a little bit about what you do around here, because you're kind of a boss.
So, I kind of just like, I made a spot underneath somebody's desk and I call that my desk. It's my desk. Nobody can take it. Nobody.
And it's pretty well decorated. Yeah, it's under Grace's desk and she's decorated it for you.
Yeah.
And you're in charge of a very special task here in the office, right?
Mhm.
What is it?
Cutting paper.
Cutting paper, exactly. You're very good at that.
I am. I also just like sweat it.
Shred it, yes, yes. So you've got a lot of people out here that are watching tonight. What do you want to tell them why it's important that they give money tonight to Cure Starts Now?
It's important to give, you guys should give money to the Cure Starts Now because it could go to be help funding to solve brain cancer and every other type of cancer.
Yeah. Awesome. That's awesome. You said it better than I do. Yeah. Now, I've been told you have some interview questions for me.
Yes.
Do you want to hold the microphone now?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
How has DIPG changed your life?
Changed my life. So I used to be, I can talk loud. You don't need. So I used to be an accountant. Can you believe that? So I counted money. And after DIPG, and I started doing the Cure Starts Now. Now I do marketing, and I help families, and I focus all of my extra energy outside of family into helping other families like yours. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
Oh, well, awesome. Anytime.
Did you ever think you would be in the role that you are right now? Are in right now?
No, not at all. I never imagined that I would be a mom of an amazing little girl who would battle cancer. I always used to watch videos and commercials of kids battling cancer, and I never imagined in all of my heart that I would be one of those parents. But I wouldn't give up the time that I had with Elena or with you, because I adore you, or any of these kids. You guys are all so special to me, and you have given me such light, and I fight every single day for you guys.
Thank you.
Oh.
How different was treatment for DIPG when your family was in the fight?
Oh my. So they barely knew that, they had barely just named it DIPG when Elena was diagnosed. So not a lot of doctors knew what it was, and there was no real treatment for it. So they had to look at other kinds of cancers to get an idea of what type of treatment that they should use. And so we weren't given a lot of hope or a lot of options. And that's when we said, you know what, no parent should be that way. So, your parents are lucky that they have this whole big long trial finder of different trials that they can look at now and pick from. And that's because we have amazing people like those that are on here tonight giving, that are able to give money so that we can make sure that we fund all this research to help kids like you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Should we interview your mom?
Do you
What
want?
should we ask your mom?
Oh goodness.
What's it like having a kid with cancer?
Oh goodness.
Oh, that's a hard one.
I'm just being funny.
Oh.
I love you.
I love you too. I
I can answer that though.
Okay.
Because I think it's important that people know what it's like. It is horrible and wonderful at the same time. Addison is 44 months post-diagnosis. So we have been very blessed to have been given 44 months on a diagnosis that we were told she had 9 to 18 months. Addison and all the children that I have connected with throughout this journey has taught me so much. I have a different perspective of life. Addison, I don't want to say I wouldn't change anything about this because, I mean, obviously I would change the fact that you have cancer. But I promise you that I am doing everything in my power, along with all of the amazing people here at the Cure Starts Now, to give you options, to give you hope, and
Don't cry.
to watch you grow up.
Don't cry.
She's not looking this way.
Yes.
I'm crying too.
To give you hope and I want to see you graduate high school. And that's what we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Woo!
Yeah.
And she wants to yell at you because you've stayed out too late with your boyfriend.
Yes.
And she wants to say, go back upstairs because you're not wearing that to school.
Yes.
And all that fun stuff.
Yes.
Yep.
And we want to thank you, Addison, because every single day you inspire us to keep going. So you are an incredible, incredible light in all of our lives. And I always talk about my amazing, amazing friend Addison, who is doing so much. I know, you're making me cry. Quit it, Don. I know.
But you just need to keep being you, and you need to worry about, you need to worry about what every 10-year-old needs to worry about, and we'll focus on the nitty-gritty parts of it. But you also had something today. You went to school half a day, and then you drove here because you had to do
An MRI.
So we are in the middle of skin anxiety right now, and awaiting some MRI results. So some positive vibes and
Yes.
love coming this way would be wonderful. But this right here is what your donations are doing.
Yep.
This right here is hope, and this is promise, and this is what it's working.
Yeah. So please give, and I keep saying before you forget to do it, please go to give-first.org and give. Your donations will be tripled. 3 times, that's right. So now is the time to do it, because if you give 20, and we were just talking about math, right? If you give 20, that will equal 60. And
Yes.
now is the time to do that. So
Because
please.
20 times 30 equals 60.
Yeah. About.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
Sir.
But now is the time to give. And kids like Addison, we can't wait. There are vital, vital trials out there that we need to fund for her and because of her. So please give.
Yes.
What else do you want to tell them? Give.
Oh.
Give.
Give.
And then give.
Give first for me.
Awesome.
With that, we also need you to celebrate something else.
Uh-oh.
Because we have 2 birthdays today, too.
Oh,
You gonna tell her it's her birthday? It's Brooke's
Okay,
birthday.
it's my
and
birthday.
It's Katie's birthday.
Oh, boy.
So we got you a plate of cupcakes that I guess like 20 people are gonna have to share.
Uh-oh.
So
Awesome.
You can stay there and sing.
In the microphone, nonetheless.
we sing?
Yeah.
Happy
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brooke and Katie. Happy birthday to you and many more.
I'll let you blow. Yes. Awesome. Well, we've got Nerf, one of our amazing fundraisers that we have is Nerf Cancer. And a shout out to Dad
The Dad
Gaming.
Gaming. What can you talk real quick about Nerf Cancer? What have you done through Nerf Cancer? The Minecraft?
We've done Minecraft Twitch streams where people from the Dad Gaming have came on me and my dad's server and made houses, and then we had a build competition.
And while you're doing that, while you're playing Minecraft, your most favorite thing, they were also raising money.
Yes.
For The Cure Starts Now. So if you have a kiddo who is interested in video gaming of any kind, reach out to us here at The Cure Starts Now. We can get something going through Nerf Cancer. So while they're playing those video games that probably drive you nuts sometimes, we can be raising funds for The Cure Starts Now. We are also going to go to talk a little bit about the Cure Starts Now Brain Tumor Institute at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. And also, we are going to learn a little bit more about Miss Claire, who is 4 years post-diagnosis. Yes.
And she's another one of our incredible warriors that we celebrate as well.
Yes.
So please give first, because your donation will be matched
3 times.
3 times. Thank you, guys.
Every 30 minutes you stream, a child is diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. Alert your subs, go live, and help fearless kids in the ultimate boss battle. Join the raid at nerfcancer.org.
As we kick off this Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, we want to recognize the monumental work of Brooke, Keith, and everyone at the Cure Starts Now Foundation. Your efforts have become a worldwide crusade, shining the light on our little heroes everywhere who battle the unforgiving enemy that is cancer. We also want to recognize the legacy of Elena and all of the warriors who fought and continue to fight cancer every day. We want to thank the Cure Starts Now for your continued partnership. To recognize and solidify our collaboration, we are happy to announce the Cure Starts Now Foundation Brain Tumor Center. Here, we will continue to move our mission forward to attack these terrible diseases from the bench to the bedside. We are grateful for your support and do not take your trust in us lightly. There is much work to do, and the battle is far from won. Your words, written over 13 years ago, the words that started a movement, still hold true and drive our focus every single day.
Surrendering at the hands of this disease is not inevitable and not God's will. It is a calling that we, as a society, will prevail.
It's about targeting those cancers that offer us the most to learn. Some of these cancers affect thousands of people, others affect few. But regardless of magnitude, the lessons we may learn may cure us all. Pediatric brain cancer is one of those cancers. We can cure cancer, one child at a time. And in doing so, we may be ensuring that decades from now, the fight will be won.
Let us as a society find it unacceptable that the fight cannot be won, and that it should take decades to cure what we should have cured decades ago.
Not long ago, we discussed creating a new and different way to attack DIPG and other rare lethal cancers. We talked about it needing totally new approaches. Really, how the light bulb wasn't created by just doing R&D on the candle. We resolved to work together to figure out new and exciting ways to move this important work forward. I could not have anticipated the monumental effort that you undertook to lead us towards the cure. Today, we take a big step forward in that movement. Thank you for your partnership, your strength, and your hope, and for all that you do every day.
Hi, everyone. So I am here with the Ronabon family. To everyone watching, you will want to sit tight and listen to the next 10 minutes or so, because this is a story of inspiration and hope. This is a story showing that your donations are working, and this is a big miracle little girl. Welcome, welcome with us.
Hi,
tonight.
thank you for having us, Heidi.
Oh, thank you so much for joining. With us tonight, we have one of our ambassador families. We've got Mom Carla, Dad Chris, along with little sister MJ, and of course, our DIPG warrior, Miss Claire. Let's dive right in because we have a lot to talk about. So let's start off. Tell us about Claire. Tell us about, I want to hear everything.
Sure. Claire is 7 years old. She's a first grader. Here, we live right outside of Cleveland. And so Claire is just, we're celebrating some big wins this week because Claire just lost some front teeth. Claire, can you share? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I see that. We've got some teeth missing there.
So we have a big week, a lot to celebrate this week, but Claire is 7 years old and she was actually diagnosed with brain cancer with DIPG when she was only 2. So this is quite the miracle that we're still here talking about it, and Claire is thriving today for so many reasons. But I think one of the big reasons is because she was enrolled in a clinical trial actually funded by the Cure Starts Now.
Yes.
So we were so fortunate to be able to join a trial specifically for DIPG, and it really has been so successful, and Claire's thriving because of it.
Oh, that is amazing. And we have been honored to be part of your guys' journey and to watch her grow. And, you know, soon you're going to need to change the big miracle little girl to like big miracle teenager, right? Like, soon. Yes. Yes. What do you think about that, Claire?
Yeah, she acts like a teenager sometimes.
Yeah, I will say she's already got the attitude of a teenager, so we're part of the way there.
We'll take the attitude, right? We'll take it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we are obviously here tonight for Giving First. So you are fundraising in honor of Claire and so many other children. Can you tell me why that's important to you?
Sure. I'll start and Chris can join in since Claire's got the camera.
Yep. Let me count how many teeth you got there. Yeah, you're missing some.
So honestly, I feel like we're so lucky to be in the position to fundraise for the Cure Starts Now and other kiddos with DIPG. We certainly had never heard of DIPG until Claire was diagnosed in 2018. And I always think about, even though we had not heard about it, the work that the Cure Starts Now is doing and all the funds that you were raising before our family was impacted directly impacted our family once we were in this position. Claire is a success story with DIPG. I think to be where we're at now, we're the luckiest people in the world. And so I feel fortunate that we're able to be in this position to raise funds for the Cure Starts Now and other kiddos battling DIPG, just because I don't want another family to be in our same situation. And hopefully the donations lead to a cure.
I agree. And that's exactly what our mission is our mission is we don't want another family to be told to go home and make memories. And we're going to fight the biggest bullies of them all, which is DIPG and other pediatric brain cancers, and find that home run cure for all cancers. Now, Claire and MJ, you guys have something that you're going to be doing here in the next couple of months. Do you guys know what that is with the Cure Starts Now? Claire, you've done it for a couple of years, but MJ is going to help you this year too. Do you know what that is?
No. Paint a heart.
Paint a heart. So each one of you guys are going to get a heart so that you guys can paint it. And that's another way that you guys fundraise with the Cure Starts Now is by participating in our heart auction. And Claire has participated 4 times.
I think so. I don't even remember, but it feels like it's something we've always done.
Yes. I think we're going to have to dedicate a wall at our office for Claire's hearts.
We do like a craft.
So we cannot wait to see those hearts from both you girls. So you guys gonna need to start thinking of an idea of how you're gonna paint it, okay? Can you do that, MJ? Okay, yes. Okay, so you've got a lot of people watching. You've got a lot of people who are following your guys' story and journey. For the people watching right now, what would you like to tell them? What do these donations mean?
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I can take that one. I think, for us, it means what you're seeing right here, right?
Yeah.
If it weren't for donations made to the Cure Starts Now, which fully funded the clinical trial that Claire was on at Cincinnati Children's, we might not have, what you're seeing in the frame here. So we're extremely lucky to have had this time, and we can't thank those who are kind enough to donate enough, because what it's given us and hopefully will give others is hope.
Yes.
I think it goes without saying that, receiving this diagnosis is the hardest thing that anyone could ever endure. And knowing that there is this little bit of hope, or this big bit of hope right here, hopefully, and hopefully that will lead to bigger and better things, like it just an outright cure. But for now, this offers us hope. We certainly hope that it offers others hope as well, and just can't thank those who are willing to give enough, because again, I don't know that we would have what you're seeing in front of you right now if it weren't for those donations.
Well, that is perfectly said. And what I'm seeing right now is a fabulous family who is living a normal life with a very trying diagnosis. And I see hope.
Yeah.
This frame right here, I want to freeze frame it, and I want to put hope, the words hope around it. So thank you guys so much for sharing. Thank you so much for allowing us to watch from afar and to be connected with your family. It means so much to us. Claire, we absolutely adore you. We adore your whole entire family, but I just want to thank you for taking the time to come on and talk tonight.
No, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you everyone for donating to the Cure Starts Now. We are so grateful.
Okay, you heard what she said. Thank you for donating. So tonight, let's give first to Claire and children like her, because they deserve more than leftovers.
To our matching donation. So please don't wait. Give first, give-first.org. I have special guests with us today. This is Missy and Mark Meinhardt, and I'm so excited to have you guys here. I would love for you to be able to tell us a little bit about your story and your Sophie.
We would love to. Thank you for having us here. We're honored to be here. And this is such an important cause. Mark and I started our journey raising money for pediatric brain tumor research. Really started in August of 2006. Our family of 4 daughters was on our way to Hilton Head on our family vacation when our youngest, Sophie, she was almost 18 months old, started vomiting and just not feeling well. And during the week while we were there, we went to urgent care, who ultimately sent us to the ER because they just thought, let's just run tests and not ruin your vacation, make sure nothing is serious. Was diagnosed with an ear infection, which we ultimately found out she did not have an ear infection. Gave her some medicine to stop the vomiting, saw a pediatrician on a Monday. She was fine for the next couple days. Even by Thursday was in the pool. But overnight from Thursday to Friday, things got worse again, and suddenly she wasn't using her left side. We ultimately decided to take her back to that pediatrician because we were going to be leaving the next day for that long drive home. And next thing we knew, she was getting an IV in her arm at the pediatrician. An ambulance showed up, and we were being taken to Savannah, Georgia, which was the nearest pediatric hospital. We had no idea what was going on. Pretty soon, when she got admitted, she went straight to the ICU, which was very scary because no one was really telling us what was happening. Got sent down to get a CAT scan, and the CAT scan revealed a very large brain tumor. So we went from one Saturday leaving on our vacation, and 7 days later, we're at a hospital in Savannah, Georgia, getting that kind of news. Sophie was in critical condition, and we kept saying, what does that mean? And basically what had happened when they gave her the medicine to stop the vomiting, it stopped the brain's ability to release that pressure. And that's ultimately how we found out. The next day, we were air cared home to Cincinnati Children's Hospital on a Saturday, and on Monday, August 21st, Sophie went into surgery to remove the brain tumor. That was the only option we were given. And unfortunately, during surgery, she died. She died on the table, and the brain tumor was just too large for her little body to fight, and that's when our journey started. We didn't really know what happened. Back then there was no iPhones. We didn't even own a laptop in 2006, so we couldn't Google to even see, what is this? What's a brain tumor? What just happened? Ultimately, a few weeks later, months later, I should say, we met with her doctors just to have a sit down and figure out what happened. And what we learned from Cincinnati Children's was that Sophie was going to die no matter what. There simply is no effective treatment at that time, and no cures, and no known causes for brain tumors. And basically, it was due to a lack of research. And that was when our journey of grief suddenly turned into a different type of journey. We became very, almost angry, and could not believe that this was happening, that she ultimately was going to die no matter what. Sophie's kind of tumor was an ATRT, and she had less than a 10% chance of survival. And at this time, it was probably late November. She died in August, so we probably met with the doctors late November, probably around this time. And I just remember feeling very bitter. With the holidays coming up, and everybody tells you it's the holidays you're going to miss the most, but it's the everyday life that you miss. Getting up, feeding your child, diapering your child, it's just the everyday things that you miss the most. And that was when Mark and I made the decision that we were no longer going to be bitter, we were going to become better. And we set an appointment first of the year with Cincinnati Children's because we were going to raise money. We didn't know how we were going to do it, but we were going to raise money. And our older daughters ran cross country, and Mark used to run with our two youngest, including Sophie, obviously, in a jogging stroller. And we thought we were going to do a 5K. And during that journey in 2007, everybody told us not to do it. You don't do it. You're not going to be able to do it. You're grieving parents. You have no idea what you're going to do. And that fueled us to make it successful. We're very stubborn people, and we were passionate. It was our daughter who lost her life, and she lost her life because of lack of funding and research. And we were not going to let this happen to anybody else. So we started a run called Sophie's Angel Run, and it was held in Bridgetown on the west side of Cincinnati. And we held it in conjunction with our parish's Oktoberfest that had just started that first year in 2006. Our race was going to be on a Sunday at 1 o'clock, which was not good racing time, but we were not allowed to change the mass time. So all these odds were against us to being successful. But our community and family and friends pulled through. And that first race, we were hoping for 300 people. We were praying for $5,000. We ended up having over 1,200 people participate, and we raised over $40,000. And I think at that time, Mark and I figured out, when it was all said and done, that we had struck a nerve, that, maybe our journey in Sophie's legacy was to spread the word and give other families hope, because a lot of families that came there, a lot of their children that were participating were fighting brain tumors. And I know today you're hearing stories of children who are fighting right now. And our race gave hope. It gave hope for people to say you're not alone. And we're here and we've got your back. And in the last 16 years, we've held that race and we've raised over $1,065,000 for brain tumor research. Okay, talk about the transition.
Yeah, so like you said, the family motto was to become better and not bitter. And we were really surprised that our daughter had a brain tumor. We were really surprised that she went within 2 days after the diagnosis of the brain tumor. But we were also surprised by other things. Some of the other things were how nice and genuine people are. Parents, grandparents, strangers would take us, they would hug us. And I think that unfortunately we had to go through this tragedy to understand just how nice and how well-meaning most people are. You don't see these things on the news, but I will tell you firsthand that most of the news is negative. Most of the lives of people who have pediatric brain tumor research or pediatric brain tumor victims in their families will discover how nice people can be. So the momentum that we had with Sophie's Angiogram was very important. And when we started each year, we would, will we do it next year? Probably. Yeah, probably. But we were onesie-twosies. We ultimately decided to continue going. But the whole time that we were going, we knew of the Deserick family, Keith, Brooke, and Elena, and we were really inspired by what you did. And our pediatric brain tumor research dollars were raised by mostly Missy's work, our nice community, and one event per year. And it took a whole lot. And we realized over the course of time that as our families got older, as the dynamics in most of our volunteers' families change and our family change, that we may not be able to do this forever. And then that's another decision. It's like, okay, this isn't cured yet. It's not cured yet. So we still have the same missions. And our missions are raise money for pediatric brain tumor research, raise awareness for pediatric brain tumors, help our families and ourselves grieve, and we also do a memorial scholarship. Well, we were going to continue the memorial scholarship, but we weren't sure if we could continue our 5K run in the fashion that we were doing it with the success that we've had doing it. And so we got our board of directors together, and I said, let me make one phone call. We don't really want to shut it down. We still have to work on this. And I made one phone call, and the phone call that I made was to Brooke and Keith and say, hey, could you help us? And I will tell you, we didn't get real deep into the Cure Starts Now until just recently, and we could not be more impressed. I even told Brooke, I'm like, gosh, you guys are better than I thought you were. So I'm not sure what kind of compliment that is, but I meant it as a compliment. We had dinner with you, and so we are just thrilled to be with this organization, and we firmly believe that putting resources, the resources that we had alone with you all, it was the best course of action.
And the Cure Starts Now helped us this year with our race, and we'll continue to do that. And we're still going to be a part of it. I think, I told Brooke, somebody came up to us when we made the announcement and said, why are you giving up? And we're not giving up. And I think this is what's important is it's important to be courageous enough to ask for help and know when you need to ask for help. Mm-hmm. And it was so hard when we lost Sophie. So many people would say, what can we do? What can we do for you? Well, when you're at the bottom, you don't know what anybody can, you don't even know what to ask for because you just don't know. And what I've learned in this last 16 years was it's okay to ask for help. It's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. And so that's what I think we're all asking for you today, so that our journeys don't have everybody else's journey. We want that journey to change for all these families that are out there fighting right now. And there's a lot of successes and changes that have happened in 16 years that were not there for Elena and Sophie. And we're hoping that all of you see that and support this and share these stories and get people to help raise money so that we can make a difference and change the outcome for all the children that are fighting today.
And so a few weeks ago, you guys helped me do a little bit of a surprise. So the Cure Starts Now Brain Tumor Institute at Cincinnati Children's was having a retreat, and we did our own like Publishers Clearinghouse moment with one of the researchers. You want to talk a little bit about that moment?
Yes, and so here at Cincinnati Children's Hospital in Cincinnati, we are very fortunate to have these brilliant researchers, a wonderful facility, and just a great culture of learning and wanting to give. And so we got the great big check, and we met with, we showed up, surprise, and we knew a few of the docs in the room, and Dr. Liu was there, and these researchers, they need this money. This is so important to them. And sometimes you look at big buildings and you look at big grants and you say, gosh, is my little 30,000 or 40,000 or whatever it is it going to really is it going to move the needle? And I can tell you, when you look the researchers in the eye, like Dr. Liu, it is that important to them. It will move the needle. It will make them more motivated to continue with their work, and it will also inspire their peers. And I think when we gave that big check to Dr. Liu in the room, I could tell some of the other ones were looking around like, hey, I want a surprise like that. And these are the ripples that move people, and these are the ripples that hopefully will inspire other researchers. So it's not always glamorous working in a lab, but and it's a grind. But I'll tell you, this whole thing is a grind. Raising awareness, raising money, having folks like this, and I wish you could see who all is behind here. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary. And one of the things that we wanted, Missy and I wanted, we didn't want pity, we wanted results. How are we going to get results? To continue this grind, continue to solicit for money. We didn't ever dream that we would be the folks that would actually ask for money, but here we are. And you know what? I have no problem doing it because I believe in the cause, and I believe in the Cure Starts Now, and I believe in the Desrick family. So thank you. But yeah, that was cool. Giving Dr. Liu a great big check. He was just thrilled, just thrilled.
Well, I'm going to hand it back to you, Brooke, but I just want to say we were fortunate to meet Addison on the way in here, and what a success story that is. And that's what gives us hope and wants me and I know Mark and all of us here and listening to keep this going, because that's why we're here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love that she's out there even. She is so, she's as good of a fundraiser as I am, I'll tell you what. So we have great news too, and I love that this happened while you were here. I mean, we just broke $100,000. You guys are really good luck. Maybe you should stay the entire time. Who knows?
It's not luck. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity, and this is not luck. This is people working, and this is awesome.
It's passion.
Yeah. And this is 105 incredibly determined families, knowing how vital it is that we're funding this research. And the majority of these families, their children aren't around anymore. And so this means even more to them that they're helping the next family. And that's what you've been doing for the last 15, 16 years.
And it's so emotional because when you see children like Addison who are surviving, that's what we've wanted. Yeah. And to see the hard work and right in front of us and what that's done in just 16 years, that's amazing. So I hope everybody out there is watching, and we'll make that donation and get friends to donate. And you don't have to donate thousands. A penny is more than we had yesterday. Yep. So whatever you can give. Yep.
And when it's matched 3 times, it's 3 pennies.
That's 3 pennies. Exactly.
So next we have 2 wonderful interviews with the Bridier family and the Flores family, telling the stories of Jade and Eliana. Thanks so much, and remember to give.
Thank you.
Hi, Vicki from Central Texas Chapter. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, good. I'm always glad to see you.
Same here.
Now, you started your chapter 6 years ago in honor of your sweet, precious little girl right behind you, Jade. So tell me a little bit about her.
Jade was 4 when she was diagnosed with DIPG. She's just a bright, brilliant little girl. We love her and miss her tremendously. Just a normal little girl who loved, like you have one, right? You have 2 actually, but you have a little one, Blair, who loves princesses and dresses and parties and birthdays, and it's all about them at that age. And she was absolutely perfect. I mean, we love our children, and Jade was my first and my everything. She made me mother, and so being diagnosed
And very smart.
Very
She liked
smart.
to do. You taught her sign language, which I'm still amazed.
Yes, yeah, she actually signed a lot. It was really important for me to communicate with her somehow. So we did a lot of sign language from when she was 6 months old on, and that's how we were able to communicate. It was wonderful.
Well, tell me how you knew something was wrong and how Jade was diagnosed.
I actually never knew anything was wrong with Jade. She didn't have any symptoms. As you look back now and think about all the times you spent with your child and wonder what you missed along the ways, all the signs, I might have said the only thing I could even think about was maybe she was a little bit more tired than normal and slept a lot. But, as a working parent too, when you come home, you're just thinking your child needed a nap or napped a little bit longer. But, her diagnosis happened so quickly. Jade, we were on vacation and she slipped and fell. And that evening, her eyes crossed, and that was the first sign that we've ever seen of any sort. And then that was 2 weeks before her diagnosis rapidly happened, and within 5 days, she passed away from DIPG. And so really, the symptoms rapidly progressed every single day from the day her eyes crossed. But prior to that, we would have known that there was anything wrong with her at all.
And so why did you take her to the doctor when she was diagnosed?
Well, I took her because her eyes crossed and went uncrossed.
Okay.
So, we just assumed, okay, take her to an optometrist or ophthalmologist, and maybe she just needs glasses. But, as you working in a hospital, as an administrator at that point in time, I worked with so many physicians and nurses who said, this doesn't sound right. Kids don't cross their eyes from a fall. It's got to be more than that. So you need to take her in. And that's when we started with the MRI, the CT scan, all the specialists that you can have out there, from neurologists to pediatricians, ophthalmologists, optometrists, to find out that she had DIPG.
Well, and it was so quick. It was only 5 days. And I mean, any family, this is life altering. And, but y'all got pretty connected with the Cure Starts Now right away. Like, why has it been important to you to get involved with the Cure Starts Now and start a chapter?
Well, as you look into childhood cancer, you realize, especially someone who's been in healthcare for so long and have never really heard about all the childhood cancer underfunding and advocacy out there, you have to do something. How could you not? I mean, these are our kids. And if we don't do it, who will? So it was actually Jade who guided me to the Cure Starts Now. But I was actively searching for an organization, a foundation that was as passionate as I was, that focused on primarily DIPG, but all brain tumors predominantly, and that, is willing to battle this disease that nobody is willing to take on. It's a monster beyond what we know, Melissa. We face that every single day. But to hear from researchers and to hear from other healthcare foundations and healthcare organizations that said, we don't touch DIPG because it's fatal. There's no point. And there has to be a time when we all stand up and say, DIPG is as important as any other cancer out there, or more important. And we and we see those strains in every other cancer out there. We have to do something. So that's why we fight so hard. And that's why we started our chapter, was not only in honor of Jade and carrying on her legacy, but really funding that type of research.
Well, I'm glad you have, because you're my partner in crime and we have a lot of fun while raising money. So I thank you, and I'm glad you're on my team.
I am too.
Glad you're my friend.
I know. We work well together, definitely.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. And my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old. Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old. Hi, my name is Joshua. I'm 9 years old. Please give first to me. Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first. Please give first for me.
Hi, Karini. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, good. I love your precious Eliana behind you. Now, you are a Texas chapter, recently formed Eliana's Love. So I'm really excited. You're a part of this so we can get to know your chapter better. But first, most important, tell us about Eliana.
So Eliana is just a big ball of energy. Always is. You know, she continues to be a big ball of energy through sending us so many signs and just letting us know that she's always here with us. She's a baby of our family, and she was our boss baby. You know, she told it how it was and told the kids what to do, and us too.
Well, I see she's wearing the tiara. I know she also likes bows. I feel like every picture she was about bows, right?
Yeah, she was all about bows and princess and just making sure everybody knew that she was, you know, in charge in our family. So that our family pictures on her picture, you know, she just made it clear that she's a princess and she needed to have that tiara on. So we didn't even,
Hey, I don't blame her.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's been a few months, but y'all have formed a chapter, and I know a lot of that was just the community surrounding you and still being by your side. So tell me about your community support.
It's been amazing. It has, you know, they have showed up for us in ways that we didn't expect, you know, them to. They continue to be, you know, along with our family, our backbone. You know, they encourage us, you know, they're always letting us know that whatever we need, you know, they're here, they're going to do whatever they can. You know, we just recently had Eliana's first event with the Cure Starts Now, and it's messages after messages and just everybody behind us just letting us know that they're here and they're going to fight this battle with us. It's been amazing.
Well, and y'all even had to switch the date, but that didn't slow you down.
It did not. You know, I was so scared, and it was just that time was scary, you know, just because you don't know the reaction you're going to get from our supporters. And, you know, it made it even better. Everybody showed up, everybody was there, and it worked out.
Well, tell me why you chose the Cure Starts Now and to form a chapter.
So we learned about the Cure Starts Now through Gina. When Ellie was first diagnosed, she was communicated with me when we were going to St. Jude's, and she has just been one to just keep in contact with me throughout the whole thing, just whatever I may need it, you know, anytime that I had a question or just to vent, you know, those times when the early on diagnosis days where you're lost, you're confused, and you just need somebody that's been through it, and she was there. Like, so to know and that somebody, you know, from the Cure Starts Now, and recently too when we went up to do our training,
your orientation,
our orientation, yes, and Alonzo and I were just blown away by everything that they've done and they've started, and it's amazing. So we just want to continue to do that.
Is there anything that really stood out during that orientation that you liked hearing?
the website, the DMG.
The DIPG.org.
Yes, that really stood out. It's a great thing to have for patients, for families, like that it's available there. And there's just so much that the Cure Starts Now is doing for our children. And I'm so excited to be part of it and just to continue to do and give those families some hope.
Yeah, it is pretty great website because it's got all the toolbox and resources that parents can go to. And it's got that active trial where you can get notified as trials are changing and getting updated and added. Definitely something I would have liked during Brock's battle. So I can see.
That is, that is something that I mentioned to Alonzo. And I said, I'm like, this is amazing. I'm so glad that this is here. I wish I knew of it, but when Ellie was diagnosed, but it's just, we're giving those families hopes. And this is why we came on with the Cure Starts Now and formed a chapter in Ellie's name. Just, we told her we would fight for her. We would share her story. And this is just the beginning.
And she's got 2 siblings that are cheering you on, I'm sure.
Yes, they are. They're always so excited to, do in their sister's honor and just say her name.
Well, I personally am very glad that you joined. Obviously, I've known you from our DIPG Texas Moms Retreats, but I'm glad that we get to share Eliana and you're a part of all this. So thank you for everything you're doing. And I know it's going to be great things from all of us. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Melissa.
Hi, guys. Welcome back. Those were heart-wrenching stories.
Yes.
I hope you don't, in watching those stories, I hope you don't come across or come away from them feeling sad, but I hope you feel inspired to give more. These families who have gone through such pain and, the deepest depths of despair are turning that pain into purpose, and that is amazing. And that's really what the Cure Starts Now has been built on, is this grassroots effort of families who have said, you know what, I always felt as though I wasn't going to be one of those cancer families. There's no way my child would ever be diagnosed with cancer. And, once it happened, they said, you know what, we're gonna make this make sense as much as it can.
Right. And, something I also want you guys to remember is that we are not, our mission here is, yes, obviously to cure DIPG, DMG, medulloblastoma, pediatric brain cancer, but our main mission is, in curing those, we are going to find the home run cure. So this, in reality, affects each and every single one of you, because sadly, cancer hits everybody somehow or another. So, yes, give first to our kids, because through our kids, we're going to find the cure for cancer.
Yeah. I mean, not to put it on myself, but back in 2020, right as COVID was hitting, I was diagnosed with triple positive breast cancer. And, after losing my daughter to cancer, I always thought, well, I've got that get out of cancer free card. And sadly, it wasn't true. But what I learned from that, and I'm cancer free now, which is amazing. But what I learned from that whole experience is that there is a possibility. Breast cancer is so well funded. That when I was diagnosed, they handed me these papers and said, this is your roadmap. This is, you'll take this chemo for this amount, these days. And they gave me an entire roadmap of what it would take from beginning to end to get from diagnosis to the cure. And what a blessing to have that. Why can't we have that for our kids?
Right.
And not that I needed it, but it really re-strengthened my passion for fighting for our kids. The other part of it is I certainly, being on the other side of it, know what these kids are dealing with, what it felt like to go through all endless surgeries, endless scans, the scanxiety that unfortunately you're feeling today. You know, going through chemo and having chemo brain and having all the side effects from it. I certainly felt that.
Yeah.
So I can certainly empathize with them as well. So my goal, and I hope with what we raised tonight and what we're doing this, you know, this year and all of our efforts, which we've got a banner year this year, is that we'll be able to fund that roadmap for our kids.
Right.
And be able to say when the next kid's diagnosed, I'm so sorry you have DIPG, DMG, medulloblastoma, ATRT, but here's your roadmap to the cure.
Right. That,
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we're asking
Yeah.
for. I mean,
Yep.
that's all we just need for not another single family to be told to go home and make memories. And we're not being dramatic here, folks. This is really our reality. Like, we were told on March 5th, 2019, I said, what do we need to do? Pull her from school and go home and make memories. And I'm sorry, that's not okay. And here she is, you saw her tonight, and she hasn't missed a single day of school minus treatment. So no, doctors, we're not pulling her from school. She's going to beat this, and we need an effective treatment. We need a roadmap, and we need so much.
Yeah.
So,
and we have some really exciting trials coming down
Yes.
the pike right now, waiting to go through the final hurdle of approval. Trials that have shown in the clinic that we funded from beginning to end, that are showing in the clinic curing 2/3 of mice.
Yes.
And we're just pushing it as hard and fast as possible to get it to our kids. So, you know, the Cure Starts Now just doesn't wait for this research to come to us. We certainly go out, seek it out, and push it as fast as possible, because only parents who have gone through this know and have the passion to know that we need to do this as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And push it as hard as possible. So we are the loudest advocates out there for our kids, for your kids, for all of these kids. And you know, what you're doing today and what you've done, and if you haven't done, now is the time. Again, donations are matched up through $117,000. So if right now we're at $104,000, give or take, we have up through $117,000 to make full use of that match. And please, please do not let us leave this broadcast without using all of that match. Super important. We're at 104,000. We need to get to 117,000 to use all of that match. That is our goal, 100%. So please give today, give right now before you forget, till 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So give right now. Give-first.org.
And yes, we are begging and we are pleading and we are promising you that 100% of that goes to research. And this is groundbreaking research, and this is research that could save so many children. The trial that Brooke was talking about, 2/3 of mice, that is currently in trial with adults, that my daughter does not have a chance to be on, that showed 2/3 of mice survived, needs funding from us so that my children and children like my daughter and children like her can get it. And this is big. And give first for the children. We're begging.
There's
please.
no excuse.
Nope.
No
They
excuse.
deserve it.
Yep.
Yep.
100% we need to give this money. We have had amazing funding cycle year this year, up to over $4.5 million of research that we have funded. But sadly, I mean, that's our largest ever, but sadly we're still short in funding everything that needs to be funded. We still have research out there that we had to leave on the table. And so our efforts tonight are going to make it possible to perhaps fully fund some of those research projects. So again, give first, matching, 3 times matching, 3 times. I wish Addison was still here. She was really good at the
She
3.
was good.
Up to $117,000. So we're almost there. I'd love to see somebody just like hit it out of the park and just do the big one, the big donation. But wanted to give a shout out to our matching donors who have given so generously and so selflessly to Dawn and Bob Litterst in honor of Ayla Slivka and Ayla's Army. Thank you so much. You guys have been amazing to give. And also to the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation and the Hayden family in honor of Jeff. Thank you so much for being such incredible matching donors this year. And wanted to roll us into our next set of interviews with more of our Texas ladies. In case you didn't know, we kind of take over Texas. And wanted to tell you the stories of Mary Catherine and Sydney.
2 other children that deserved more. And we're doing this in honor of them and children like them. So we'll talk to you in a little bit.
Give first.
Hi, Gina, from the Hearts for NK chapter. I see Mary Catherine behind you. How are you?
Yes. Hi, Melissa. I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, good. She is so beautiful. Tell us about Mary Catherine.
Well, Mary Catherine was 4 years old, and she absolutely loved taking care of her baby dolls. She loved playing in her, sorry.
I said,
she loved her baby dolls, and she loved to play in her kitchen, and she cooked all sorts of things in her kitchen, all kinds of meals for her dolls and for us. She loved playing outside on our playscape and swimming in our pool, and her favorite swing was the yellow one. But most of all, she loved being part of our family, and she always wanted to go, no matter what it was. She loved going to her big brother's Little League baseball games, her big sister's soccer games. She loved going on family vacations. She just wanted to be part of whatever we were doing. And she had just started going to preschool in the fall before she was diagnosed. And she absolutely loved her friends from preschool and was so excited to get to start real school the next year. And what she wanted to do is she wanted to have a red convertible and live in New York City. She fell in love with New York City actually during her treatments, and just really loved that city, and loved, going around and shopping and eating at restaurants and finding. We were on a quest to find the best spaghetti and meatballs we could find in the whole city of New York. So,
well, she definitely had a lot of spark. I mean, you can see it in every picture and every smile. And I love seeing her family pictures. And your whole family is amazing. And having 3 siblings, y'all are pretty ingrained in the community. And I really saw them all rally around you during her treatment and even after that. So tell us a little bit about your community support.
Yes, our community was absolutely amazing, and our family. during her fight. They brought us meals. They helped with laundry. They took our other kids to school when we had to take Mary Catherine for her radiation treatments. One friend, I remember one time, made a huge batch of cookie dough and brought over her entire stash of cookie cutters so that our kids could make Christmas cookies and have some sense of normalcy during, a really difficult time. They took care of us in so many ways. And I really don't feel like we could have done it without them. They were just huge supporters, and of course our family as well. My sister-in-law came and stayed with us multiple times and took our kids to Fort Worth, and just gave them so much of herself and her family during this time. And it was we'll never forget it.
Well, and it didn't really end with that. I mean, you formed your chapter 3 years ago. You've now done a golf tournament and they rallied. What do you want people to know about the Cure Starts Now, and how you've been able to get everyone to continue to support?
Well, we want to say, first of all, thank you to all of our supporters. We just thank you for your continued support and for believing in this cause, for honoring, not only Mary Catherine, but this is also about, all the other families that are in the fight against pediatric brain cancer. And we want our supporters to know that your support is making a difference. We believe that we're closer to finding the home run cure for cancer than ever before. It's very important to me that we do something that turns our grief and pain over losing Mary Catherine, into making a difference. If we can help raise money to fund research that, ultimately leads to a cure, I feel like we will have done all we can do to honor Mary Catherine and, again, so many other families and children that are in this fight right now. 15 years ago, DIPG was the type of cancer that was so very rare that few researchers were working on trying to understand it. And now, in large part, because of our focused work, what the Cure Starts Now is doing to bring this cancer into the light, and other rare cancers as well, like DMG and medulloblastoma, more medical professionals are committed to researching and bringing trials to reality so that more children have a chance to prolong their lives and ultimately to find a cure. One of the things that attracted us to the Cure Starts Now from the very beginning is how transparent they are with where the money raised is going, and that there's accountability for how it's being spent. It's not just being thrown at a hospital or for advocacy. It's really towards research for a specific cure, and we're getting closer with every dollar we raise.
Two things I love about that, Gina. I really like how you said it's a way to turn your grief into doing right by your child. And I think that's what a lot of chapters believe. I found that very inspirational. and I agree that transparency is so important. And I mean, you and we've been on our meetings, we're voting on how the money is spent. And I think that that's amazing. And we can see where our efforts are. So I personally am very glad that you are a chapter and fighting alongside of me. And I know you had a fabulous golf tournament and doing bigger and better. And I appreciate everything you do, and most importantly, for being my friend.
Thank you. You too. Yeah, we were so happy with the results of the golf tournament. It raised over $104,000, and we just feel like we've got momentum to keep going forward and keep stay in this fight, because it's just
still happening.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Still happening.
It's still happening. So we got to keep it up. Keep up the fight.
Yes.
Keep working.
And I just want to say, she looks just like you. You and Mary Catherine are like mini me's.
Thank you. Yes, my other kids are, kind of a mix of us, but yeah, she definitely was my mini me.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Gina.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Appreciate it.
am 10 years old.
Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old. Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old. Hi, my name is Joshua. I am 9 years old. Please give first to me. Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first.
Please give first for me.
Hi, Michelle. So good to see you.
Hi, good to see you too.
Well, I see a lovely picture of Sydney. Now, you formed the North Texas chapter about 10 years ago, but please tell us about your daughter.
Sydney, she just loved to ski and play the piano and loved her brother and family. And, she was a big spark in our family. So she's been hard, as we all know. She's greatly missed. So not any special than any other child, just a lot of great energy. She brought it to the family. So.
Is there a favorite memory you have of her, or something y'all did fun together?
Well, skiing was her thing. She would call us winter people. So we all loved downhill ski. So we all know that she would be definitely skiing on the slopes here soon. So we'd always look forward to that. Now her brother does. So that's the good thing, is that Nick has followed on the tradition that has been embedded in us since Sydney started. So they started young and they loved it. So yeah.
Well, fun. No, that's wonderful memories you can create and relive.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about why you wanted to start the chapter with the Cure Starts Now, why it was important to you.
It's kind of changed and kind of waned and waxed for me a little bit as I've gone along this journey. But at first, obviously, just the shock of this diagnosis and the shock of going through, how do you get a child through something, can make me cry, but get your child through something when the diagnosis is terminal and the life expectancy is so short. And so once we got through that and I learned the statistics, I could not do nothing. And I literally heard Sydney sitting here saying, I want nothing more than to turn blue if that's what it's going to take for me to get better. And there was just no way I was going to leave it at that. And so that's when I started digging Steve and I started digging for somebody to be able to give our fundraising efforts to, the money to. And we stumbled across the Cure Starts Now, and with the 3% overhead and they've gone through growing pains in the past 10 years, but just all the support with how the parents are the ones that are the movement forward in everything that we do, and how the parents and the researchers really work together. Like, I tell people all the time, I challenge you to look for a better nonprofit if you choose. So.
I agree. It is pretty powerful when we have the symposium and the researchers are with the foundations and the parents, and we've all got the same goal to do better for our kids and find a cure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
I think one of the things I want to add with that is that it's interesting when we have that, how the researchers change their mind too. Like going to those symposiums have brought researchers that didn't want to do this anymore because it's so hard. They wanted to change areas of research. And by the parents talking to them and seeing the passion that we have after a loss, I've had numerous people that have come back to tell me that I'm doing this now because of the conversations that I've had with you guys, the parents, the fundraisers. So
wow,
really powerful, super powerful.
That is, and it just shows little things can mean a lot. Simple conversations.
So
Well,
true.
looking at your support over the 10 years, I'm sure that that's come and go in different facets. So really, what do you want your family, friends, supporters, those in your community to know?
This journey isn't easy to do. Whether you choose after the loss of a child to raise money or not, either one is a choice, right? And when a person chooses to raise money for a child and for research and for something that is so desperately needed in this area, that the littlest amount of support means so much to us. I always tell my family when I have a fundraiser, I don't care if it's $5 or $5,000. Like, every bit means something to what I'm putting my heart and soul into this. Doesn't bring Sydney back. It doesn't bring our kids back, but it brings hope for the future. So we don't knock ourselves down every day, trying to build something for hope for our kids for nothing. Like, we really, we need our family and our friends' support. And I've seen it come up and down, and it's hard. It's really hard. But for the most part, I just want them to know to stick by my side, whatever this journey is I'm doing, stick by my side, because I need you regardless, because this is a big loss in my life, in my heart, and everything, in my being, honestly. As for you.
No, it's something that's hard to describe, and you never want other families to know it. But I echo that completely. Every time I see a donation, it just lifts me up that my child mattered, and that all of our other children matter even more, right? So I think everything we do is for our kids.
It motivates us. We need that. If nobody gave anything and you give and give and give, it's really hard to stay up and to want to knock on more doors and want to, move forward. And so they really help a lot. So yeah, I couldn't have said it better.
Well, I appreciate you continue to do it 10 years later. I definitely look to you knowing that I can too. And I'm glad you're my friend.
You're a force to be reckoned with for sure. So I'm glad that you're on our team, not because of the situation, but because of, who you are. So thank you.
And we're in it together.
I know, we're in it together. We're in it together, in this muck together.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Welcome back. I am Brooke Deseret, co-founder and executive director of The Cure Starts Now, and Elena's mom.
And I am Heidi Varnes, director of family support and Addison's mom.
So we have great news. We are inching closer to our goal of maxing out our match. So we are at $109,000. Remember, we need to get to 117,000 to max out our matching. So if somebody wants to just whip out their checkbook and get us over that edge, that would be awesome.
We've got 33 minutes to do this, folks.
Yeah.
33 minutes.
Yeah, so want to say congratulations to Adeline Jessen's family, Aspen Agnew's family, and Jimmy Moran's family for all reaching $1,000. Congratulations to Brock Fleming's family, or Team Brock, for reaching over $5,000.
We also want to give a huge shout out to Elena Deseret's supporters and fans, because they have reached over $8,000.
Yes.
And Ayla's Armies for Ayla Slivka have reached over $11,000.
Yes. And a special reminder, we are so grateful to our matching donors, Dawn and Bob Litterst, and the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation, for being our matching donors. They have offered to triple donations up to $117,000, which we are so close to. So please, when you give, it will be matched triply.
Yes.
I don't know, triply?
Triply? That
Triply,
works.
sure.
Yeah.
3 times.
Absolutely.
So wanted to take a little bit of time A lot of people always ask us about our funding, how we go about deciding on what to fund, and kind of our history and all of that.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
You want to start?
Yes. I first want to say that we have funded over 132 grants within 17 countries and 100 hospitals worldwide, which is incredible, absolutely incredible. And with that, we have funded that has accumulated to over $29 million that have been spent in funding and support.
Yes. And this grant cycle alone has been over $4.5 million.
Yes.
It's been our largest grant cycle of date.
Yes.
To date.
And you know what that shows me?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys would have seen the pile of grants, like it was this tall, and that shows me that we have researchers out there who are passionate about helping find a cure for DIPG, DMG, medulloblastoma.
Yeah.
They need the money to do it, to do what they want to do.
Yeah. And in that $4.5 million, we were still short in being able to fund everything that was recommended by our Medical Advisory Council. So to talk a little bit about kind of where we, how everything goes about in the recommendation process and everything. So every year in June, we open up our grant cycle, and researchers from all over the world submit their grants to us. And these can be clinical, translational, pretty much any type of grant. We get grants for different delivery methods of chemotherapy. We've had a lot of radiation kind of grants as well in the most recent grant cycle, all the way to testing different drug combinations and things like that. So it's the wide range. So these go to our Medical Advisory Council, and our Medical Advisory Council is made up of the best of the best, of researchers, oncologists, and also specialists in different areas, usually especially in really huge grant cycles like this, where we have record numbers of grants being submitted. We also invite guest reviewers in. But we also have a parent advocate as well on the board.
Which is amazing, because we don't want to go in with blinders on. Like, we don't want to go in like focused on one particular thing, because we're human and we may have interest in one particular thing. We want a collaboration of people to go in and say what they think is green or red or yellow.
Yep.
I do believe we have kind of like a stoplight
Yes.
process, right?
Yep.
And this year, I think our MAC, there were lots of greens.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's exciting.
Yeah, they really, what was being offered in the applications were just really innovative stuff. And so what is recommended, it goes back and forth, a lot of discussion between our Medical Advisory Council about the scientific merit, whether it is unique, whether it's being done somewhere else. We don't like, and we won't fund duplicative. Thank you. This is way, I know, this is way late in the evening for these words. We don't want to duplicate any efforts. So we don't want to, if it's being funded by somebody else, we don't want to fund it. And we want to make sure that also it hasn't been funded already, or that possibly, we could be bringing two researchers together to work on a project as well. And we also want to make sure that it's scalable, that, okay, for the amount of money that you're asking and the aims that you have in this grant, whether it's doable.
Right.
So after the Medical Advisory Council has made their recommendations, it goes to two bodies next, and that is our Strategic Advisory Council, which are our top earning chapters. And they review the recommendations of our Medical Advisory Council and ratify that. And it also goes to our DIPG Collaborative, DMG Collaborative, and they ratify it as well.
Yes.
And after that, it goes to our Board of Directors to get approved, and then we fund it. Now, we don't fund it in a normal way.
Right, we don't.
No.
We make a big to-do about it because this is something to be made big to do about.
Yeah.
You know, we get those really big checks, and we invite our DIPG, DMG collaborative members and our chapters to meet with the researchers either live or via Zoom calls and be able to present the grant to them. We just feel it's super important that our chapters and our DIPG, DMG collaborative get to be a part of that because they deserve to be part of it.
Yeah.
But the coolest thing about our grant funding process is that once they're funded, it's not like they just take our money and run with it. They have to, the researchers must share results even before it's published. I mean, we've got to see the results to make sure that it's working, the money is well spent, and they have to show data to us.
Yeah, and this is done at our DIPG, DMG Symposium, and that is coming up next year in Lexington.
Yes.
So it's super exciting.
It
so,
is.
We will get a little bit more into that, but in front of us is 3 different interviews with 3 more Texas chapters.
Yes.
We're going to learn the stories of Sarai, Alexis, and Brock.
Yes, so enjoy.
Hi, Miss Tanika from the Cedar Hill chapter. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you, Melissa?
Well, good. I see your sweet daughter Sarai in the background. So tell us about her.
Sarai was my second child. She will be 13 now. She was smart and sassy and witty and funny. Very an old, young girl, young lady. You know, she had 1,000 friends. You know, she just was smart, made 8 honor rolls. She was in gymnastics. She was in dance. Just an all around, you know, beautiful girl.
So what is she wearing in her picture? What is that from?
That was one of her dance recitals. So they had to take pictures. So that was one of the dances. That was one of the last ones actually that she took. But she was so excited, you know, happy.
You can tell.
Ballet and tap, and that was her thing. She did it with so much joy. You know, we look at her videos now, and you know, she might be off step a little bit, but she was having a good time.
That's what it's about. And
Yeah.
her smile is very inviting. She has a beautiful smile.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you started your chapter about 5 years ago. So what made you want to start a chapter with the Cure Starts Now?
Well, after Sarai passed away from DIPG, I wanted to continue to honor her, to continue to fight for other kids that may be diagnosed with DIPG. And it was just important to continue to honor her and, you know, continue to know that, let people know that it was still very important that we continue to find a cure, because I didn't want other families to have to go through what we went through, you know, by Sarai, you know, being diagnosed and, you know, dealing with her health issues after she was diagnosed and then ultimately passing away. It was just a lot. And the call to action for me was to continue to fight in her name, in her honor, for other kids.
And what resonated with you about the Cure Starts Now?
The Cure Starts Now, it was just they were just always there. You know, you didn't know what you didn't know at the time, but it was just like they sent shirts, and I was like, where did these shirts come from? And it was just like they were for the family, and it was just like they were just always there, and I didn't realize the value that they added, and that the value and what they meant to the DIPG community, and how they were fighting, and what their daughter, and it was the same as Sarai, you know, and it was just like the Cure Stars Now to me represented something that I didn't know was missing in life until my child was diagnosed. And I was like, oh my goodness, you know, we need the Cure Stars Now. We need other people like me and you and families and supporters to, because the thing with DIPG is it comes so suddenly that you don't know about it until somebody that you know is diagnosed with it, or your own child is diagnosed with it. And so I just think it's so important to have the Cure Stars Now. It's just like they've always been like a family. They represent to me an extended family of people that have experienced like the same things, gone through the same things, or have family members or friends, because the Cure Stars Now is not just mothers and fathers that have lost children, but it's like, you know, friends and cousins and everybody, that grandparents that, you know, felt something was taken away. They felt, you know, something was taken away, but had there been research, or had there been a cure, or people continuing to find ways to fight this, you know, this is what the Cure Stars Now is, the way to fight and a way to keep other kids alive or have a quality of life, you know, and it's just why it's so important to me.
Well, you know, you've had amazing support, you know, when Sarai was battling, and obviously now with the chapter. So what's something you want your friends or your family, strangers, but of course supporters to know?
I think I want them to know that, like, even though it's been 5 years, we still are in the fight. You know, it's not over. Like, Sarai's not here, but every day there's another child that's being diagnosed, and we need to continue to support, you know, because just as much as Sarai meant to me and our family, there's another child that means the same to another family. And if you knowing what we went through and how you felt, imagine how they feel. And they still need the same type of support, and we still need to find a cure, you know, and the cure starts now. And they have and you have to support those things that are important to you. So if Sarai was important to you, if you know another family that's important to you, you just have to support it, because it's just, there's no other way. There's no other way.
It really is. If they've got the money and they're able to donate, that will spend their money well. But I'm living for the day where there's like a standard treatment plan, and the parents get a different speech than I'm sorry. And you're right. You know, as people move forward with their lives, you know, we're still in the fight, and we need their help. So I echo your comments, and I'm glad you're beside me fighting along with me.
Absolutely. And you know, there's just I've never been a part of another organization that is so committed, so dedicated, so compassionate, and still, you know, just does great things in the community for everybody, you know. And if I call them today and I pick up a phone, somebody's going to answer, and they're going to try to help me figure out what I can do. I mean, it's just amazing. It's amazing. They're amazing. You're amazing. We're amazing.
You are too. Well, thank you, Tanika, and thank you for sharing Sarai with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Imagine finding the cure for cancer. Not a cure for a cancer, but the cure for all cancers. Experts believe it starts with the most difficult cancers, like childhood brain cancer and DIPG. It's the home run cure. But unlike other cancer charities, it's our mission. Then again, we're not like other cancer charities. The Cure Starts Now is an organized, passionate group with a single goal: cure cancer. We have a plan, a strategy, a process. We don't throw darts at a wall and see what sticks. We research the why, the what, and the how, all with the end game in mind. We innovate, we spark change, taking chances on new ideas when no one else will. We are open, we are efficient, effective. Breakthroughs cannot and do not happen in a bubble. There has to be collaboration, communication, and never duplication. And all of this is working. We have funded new drugs and treatments, bringing them to trial 3 times faster, innovated drug delivery methods, established the first comprehensive database of childhood brain cancer, and built one of the first virtual hospitals, bringing expert treatment and care closer to patients. And it's making an impact, as survival times for the deadliest of childhood cancers have nearly doubled. So don't just imagine the cure for cancer. Be the change that finds it. The Cure starts now.
Hi, Miss Deanna Reinders. It's so good
Hello.
to see you.
Good to see you.
Well, I see your sweet little Alexis. Now, y'all have joined my chapter with the Austin Round Rock chapter, but first just tell me about Alexis, sweet little ballerina.
Well, Alexis was really just a really joyful child and kind-hearted, energetic. She loved Disney princesses, dancing. She enjoyed attending church and being involved in the children's ministry at church. And her teachers would always comment just, you know, how kind she was to other children and that she never left others out. She was just really a joy to be around.
Well, I got to meet her, and that smile in the picture is exactly how she looked. She was always
Yeah.
smiling, but a very kind heart. You could tell immediately. Well, I think what's great about where you live is the community really rallied around you guys during her battle and after. So tell me about that community support.
Yeah, so we, I don't even know where to begin because the community really did rally behind us. Alexis, she was diagnosed on July 16th of 2019, which happens to be my birthday, and then battled a full year to 2020 and passed away also on the morning of my birthday. But our community just really rallied around us with just an outpour of love. People were doing fundraisers for us, selling t-shirts like the one I have on for us and for Alexis and I remember her dance company, they were constantly doing, putting like little care packages together for Alexis. And we had strangers even sending us gifts for her or donating, to our medical expenses and things like that. We just really, and just bringing meals. There was just a huge, overwhelming, but in a positive way, just outpouring of love shown to Alexis and to our family.
Well, and I think that we're always afraid that our child's going to be forgotten, or that, people move forward with their lives. But, I know that even still her dance company, like dedicated a dance tour and,
yeah.
I love it. We did the Hearts of Gold shirts that a lot of people saw. And like your whole school where all the teachers
Yeah.
are buying them and wearing them. I just think it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah. And even her school, they have a little memorial in the front entrance to Alexis. So it's just really sweet to see.
Well, and I hope that people hear like just the little things that you do for us families in memory of our child means so much.
Yes.
No matter what it is, and that we need that support always, right?
Definitely. Even just
when oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said even just some days when I would just receive a kind text, just I'm thinking of you. Sometimes would just mean the world,
That gives me goosebumps because it's true. You don't really have to say much other than you care.
Yeah.
Well, you joined your chapter this year. And so I guess really, why did you want to join the efforts of the Cure Starts Now? Why was that important to you?
When Alexis was battling, and even after, I knew I wanted to do something. I wanted to do something about this. I wasn't sure at first whether it was to help other families or to raise awareness or start a foundation. And then the Cure Starts Now just really spoke to me because I felt like from the beginning, you guys were here for us. I know you and I connected right away, and then we got on the DIPG registry and just the outpouring of love. And then when I could actually see the things that you guys were doing, Alexis was on the ONC 201 trial. That was one of the trials that the Cure Starts Now funded. So being a part of that and seeing where the money that the Cure Starts Now raises is actually going to, and actually being a part of it even, really spoke to me. And then I just started really thinking, I don't want another family to go through this. I don't want another child to get this diagnosis, another parent to hear this, another doctor to have to give a tear-felt diagnosis to us, because I even feel bad for the doctors, because they're wanting to help, they want to do something, but the funding just isn't there. So I just really felt like this is the avenue that I wanted to take, and I feel like in a way it's helping the families, it's helping the doctors, it's raising awareness as well.
Well, I know you're an integral part of my chapter. She's a lot of the creativity behind it. And I love how no matter what we come up with, you and I do it together, no matter how silly. And I'm honored to be able to talk about Deanna, and I'm sorry, talk about Alexis. Y'all are one and the same. You look exactly alike. As I'm but I know what's important to us is just keep our children's memories alive, but do good for other families and other kids, and you're helping us do that. So thank you for joining our efforts.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Addison. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm Connell. I'm 4. Hi, my name is Claire. I'm 7 years old. Hi, my name is Atticus. I am 10 years old. Hi, I'm 6 years old. Hi, I am Harley. I am 8 years old. Hi, my name is Joshua. I am 9 years old. Please give first to me. Please give first for 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 me. Please give to me first. Please give first for me.
Okay. Hey, Melissa, how are you?
Hi, doing good this morning.
Well, I'm very excited to be talking to you. This is Melissa Fleming with our Texas Austin Team Brock chapter. So thank you for sitting down with me. I appreciate it.
I like any opportunity to talk about my little man.
Yes, and I see him right there behind you. Please tell us more. Tell us about Brock. Tell us about him.
Brock is a cutie pie. He is handsome. He knew it. He took pride in what he wore. We had many meltdowns in preschool when he had to wear a uniform and couldn't wear his superhero or Scooby-Doo shirts. But he loved dinosaurs. He could tell you anything about them, and killer whales, also known as orcas. We had many books on that. Had a lot of fun doing Legos. We would have marathons during his battle. He loved swimming. He's definitely a water baby. Was always in the pool with his sister, and loved watching Jaws and Jurassic Park at like 5 years old. So it's all good. But he's just a fun kid. He'd walk into the room and you knew he was there because he was smiling and just lighting up and full of energy,
That's great. You can tell he definitely had a sparkle. So
He did.
was very, very happy. Well, okay, so tell us about his battle. How old was he when you found out? And tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was just a month shy of his birthday, of his 7th birthday. So he was 6 years old and he battled for 7 months. He just tripped and fell the day before. He had said that his vision was blurry, but in our family, we all wear glasses, didn't think anything of it. But when he tripped and fell, he didn't land right and ended up falling head first and had a concussion. And after a couple of scans, they were able to see the tumor, and that's when he was diagnosed. And this was, in 2016. It wasn't common to get a biopsy at that time, but fortunately, our local hospital was comfortable doing it and asked us if we wanted one, which we're grateful for, because it really helped just kind of rule out some trials during his battle. But back then, you didn't really have a lot of options, but we did have a couple, and we knew they wouldn't work. So yeah, so it was pretty crazy because of the tumor and the biopsy, and his was very aggressive. And with the concussion, he lost all mobility within like 2 days of the fall. And it took about a month for him to walk again, and then another 2 weeks before he didn't need a walker. But he was able to get back to his full mobility and create some family memories. But during that time, he really just had radiation and wasn't really anything else available.
Okay. All right. And tell me about your Austin community. How did they gather around you and help you?
That was amazing. I remember sitting in the hot tub with Brock because, again, he didn't have mobility, but the water was very freeing. So we were always in the hot tub. And a friend came out and said, "Hey, Round Rock Express," which is the local baseball team, says that Brock can throw the first pitch at the game. Would you want to do that? And I was like, "Brock, you want to do it?" And he's like, "Yes." And then she's like, "Well, do you want us to wear shirts?" And he was like, "Okay." And she's like, "Well, what do you want on him?" And he's like, "Batman." So the friend's son actually created a logo with the Batman on it. And then she's like, "Well, do you want like Brock Strong? You want Team Brock?" And he was adamant Team Brock, and he wanted blue shirt with black Batman logo. Blue was his favorite color. And so from that point on, there was a group of friends, and some were strangers even, that came together, and they would do a monthly event. And it was really to cheer us on as a fundraiser, but it gave everyone an opportunity to see Brock, because we're obviously trying to just get time with him and weren't around as many. So it was really fun family. And they had Brock be the grand marshal of the July 4th parade for the city of Round Rock, which was really fun. And so then after he passed away, that same committee just said, "Hey, do you want to do anything else?" And we had gotten connected to the Cure Starts Now during that process. And I was like, yes. I was happy that they wanted to help us. And so that really kind of continued the community involvement that we still have today.
That's wonderful to have that support. No family can go through this alone. So to continue to have that support, and you are part of that support now, you have continued that with others as well. Tell us how you got involved with the Cure Starts Now. Like, what drew you to the Cure Starts Now?
So during our battle, Brooke Deserick was kind of a sounding board for me. if I, she was very respectful, where she wasn't reaching out to us a lot, but she was open and ready to help however she could. And so through that process, they actually came to one of our events. We had a fun run because, it was important to us to raise money for research, and we were finding out about how committed they were. And so when they asked if we want to do an event, I was like, well, let's do one for the Cure Starts Now, because I knew that any money that we gave them would be spent wisely. And we were just learning it, but we knew that they were dedicated to research. And during Brock's battle, the nurse asked him during one of the hospital visits, "What do you want out of this day?" And I'm kind of looking at her like, what? And then he said, "Well, I know, I want to be better." And that always echoes in my mind, that Brock just wanted to be better. And so James and I decided that all he wanted was a cure, and that's what we have to do for others. And then when we see that 97% is funding research, and the other programs now to support families with, our support programs, really is making a difference in many ways that our families need and our kids need.
That's great. And we're so glad that you got connected, just because, that research is so vitally important to this type of pediatric brain cancer. So your friends, your families, and all your supporters are, watching you right now. What do you want them to know about what we're doing here today?
Well, first, I just have to thank everyone. We are we're 6 years past diagnosis, and I know that people just move forward with their lives, which I understand. Something like this is very personal to all families. And so when you're giving $5, when you're giving $50, any support is very uplifting to our family, because what you're saying is that you still care about our family. And more importantly, you care about all of our kids and changing prognosis for them. And so any donation is very personal, and I am grateful. James is grateful. Our Team Brock committee is grateful that you continue to come out to our events and support us. I said at a golf tournament one time, like, as long as y'all support us, I'm going to keep doing it. And I feel like I had a wedding procession right after that. Everyone's like, I'll support you. But we do other events with our community. We had a really fun, amazing event with Orange Theory here in Round Rock, where one of the coaches' husbands worked out for 24 hours. And honestly, I'm still on a high from it. The energy from those members, and for Barry to be willing to do that, and what his body had to endure. It just shows that our community cares. And I'm grateful. And of course, I ask you to continue to go along the ride with us. We've had 2 other families, the Renders and the Chatrons, join us in honor of Alexis and Caitlin, and our committee that's been with me from the beginning keep going strong. So thank you to them. It's definitely all of our efforts. I see it every day as we are going into grant season and funding research. These doctors are invested, and as long as we keep giving them money, they're able to do it, and we're going to help them. So help me help them.
Absolutely. You are doing wonderful things in Austin Round Rock. And thank you so much for all that you do. And thank you for sharing Brock's story. And thank you for sharing your family with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, and thank you for joining our team and supporting all of us chapters. We need you.
Of course.
Welcome back, guys. We are nearing our end, and want to give a shout out to Alexis Agan's family has reached over $3,000. And Naomi Neviselli's have reached over $4,000.
And as you can tell, we're all here. Obviously, we have something to celebrate. You know it's coming by the skin of our chinny chin chin, but we went way over what we thought, yes, which is awesome. And it's still going to keep going. That's what we're going to tell you as well, because we still have, we're going to run this thing all the way through Giving Tuesday, but obviously the matching donations, well, that's tonight, okay? Yes. And thankfully we were able to reach that and be able to get over the total. So with that, I'll let you announce it.
Well, first, and it is thanks to our matching donors, Dawn and Bob Litterst, and the Jeffrey Thomas Hayden Foundation. We were able to match 3 times the donation, up to $117,000, which has given us a total of $362,861.
And thank goodness, because and thank goodness, because we only had these numbers, so we had to try to hit that exact same total with it. No, just kidding. It changed literally before we came on air, and we were scrambling, and all the old numbers are laying on the floor. So thank you to whoever brought in that last one. What's that? I didn't have the heart to tell you it changed again. It changed again? Oh, guys, we love it. Change it as much as you can. We need all the help we can get. We got lots of research to fund. And look for the announcements of how we spend the money. It's just as important to be able to raise the money as it is to spend it. And spend it right, and spend it because you're making an investment in cancer research. Yes. And we're thankful to you for participating in this, taking time out of your night to be part of it, and for helping our kids. And I just got patted, which means shut up.
You're hitting the table.
Okay.
a special thank you to the 105 families who helped us fundraise today. Also, a special thank you to those families who gave their time to tell us their stories. I know that's not easy for a lot of them, but it is what drives us. We are a grassroots effort of families who have been in this fight, and that they are passionate families who want to make a change. And tonight is proof positive that families can make a difference in this world. And many of them are doing it in honor not of their own, or not for their own children, but for the next children. So thank you so much for all of them. And a huge thank you to our whole crew, and to the crew that you don't see that's still running this show. We can't do it without them as well. They have been amazing to us throughout the day and leading up to this. Not many charities can do something like this, and it's because of the passion of them. Special thank you to Broadview Motion for working on our lighting and making sure we are lovely and lit perfectly. We appreciate that. And thank you to all the families who also came in here in person and told their stories as well. Am I missing any thank yous? Thank you for the birthday wishes too. Happy birthday to Katie. Thank you. It's a great way to spend a birthday, is celebrating and changing and moving the needle on research. And I think tonight we did just that.
Yep, this was a stunning success, and we appreciate everybody being part of it.
Yeah.
I'll let you do the final.
So, yeah.
Oh, if you're going to do the final, I
Go.
want to say the
Yes,
birthday.
please.
Hold on. All right.
No.
Wow. Okay.
There you
Brooke and Keith often say thank you to a lot of people. They thank us, the staff, and they thank the donors, and they thank all the other families. But we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and Keith and Elena. So thank you for doing what you have done, because it is making a difference. So thank you.
Aw, now you made me cry.
Thank you all. It's all about the families and the research.
Yep.
You'll have a wonderful night.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you, everybody.